Hiding in a musty motel, the fugitive pondered the unexpected twist of fate. His use of magic had backed him into a corner, leaving him with a choice between escape and submission to the Guild of Magical Regulation. The dark-hooded man glanced irritably at his companion, who approached, nonchalantly releasing cigarette smoke and confidently reporting on the work of the magical watcher. The sudden appearance of a shimmering magical portal near her head interrupted her self-assured speech, causing her to freeze half-heartedly. A lightning blow cut her life short. Blood rushed from her head, and the smoking cigarette slowly slipped from her lifeless fingers. The stunned witnesses froze in front of the disembodied body in a spreading pool of blood, shouting curses in an attempt to comprehend what had happened. Panic gripped those present. One shouted for the culprit, another vehemently denied involvement in the murder, oblivious to the approaching threat. The mysterious young man materialized in front of them, clutching a weapon with a pulsing purple aura, mentally noting his transformation into a criminal who had made powerful enemies among the world's most dangerous mages. Memories took him back a month to a fateful meeting with the unusual prisoner, Mr. Wells. The bewilderment was read on the face of the confused boy, who felt the growing uneasiness of the presence of the mysterious guest and did not understand the reason for the visit. The atmosphere of tension thickened as the guest seated himself across from him, as if emitting a strange aura of authority, demanded that Wells explain what was happening. The stranger introduced himself as Agent Taran of the Guild, displaying a glowing symbol on his arm and linking Wells to the attack on Shahei's fitness center. Fear distorted the features of the prisoner's face as he tried to deny the reality of what he had heard with a question about a possible joke. The agent stared intently at his interlocutor, explaining the gravity of the situation with the Dragonborn who had escaped and the unique witness who had retained his sanity during the encounter. Taran continued to reveal the truth about the existence of magic and Callum Wells' true identity, watching the boy's face take on a bluish hue from shock. The agent began a systematic interrogation by asking about his whereabouts in the morning, to which he received a calm reply about attending his mother's funeral. Callum shared an encounter with a mysterious man in a cemetery that gave off an inexplicable, frightening aura of otherworldliness. Guy spoke of previous encounters with similar beings, radiating a supernatural presence that he had learned to recognize. The prisoner concluded his story with an observation about how these creatures remain invisible to ordinary people, but not to his special vision. After the departure of the mysterious visitor, migraine again began to torment the exhausted consciousness of Wells, reminding of unusual events. The man with the mystical aura vanished into the crowd unnoticed, confirming Callum's words about dozens of similar encounters. Despite his attempts to lead a normal life, the young man realized the impossibility of writing off what was happening to the play of imagination when faced with the inexplicable. Of particular concern was the owner of the neighboring gym, where Callum went regularly, knowing the supernatural nature of the owner. The owner's friendly greeting made the young man tense up as he noticed the ominous figure of an otherworldly being behind his interlocutor's back. The young man discreetly shook the outstretched hand, masking his growing unease under a mask of casual calm. Reflecting on the good-natured Mr. Shahei, with whom he had spent considerable time in the hall, Wells involuntarily noted his disposing smile and kindness to him. Feeling the weight of the dragon's paw on his shoulder and hearing the request for a favor, the hero continued to remain outwardly calm. The owner pointed to a confused girl near the exercise equipment, introducing her as newcomer Marie, who needed help mastering the equipment. A slight smile touched the lad's lips as he absent-mindedly rubbed his neck, realizing that since his wife's death, Shahei had been insistent on introducing him to each new visitor. Despite his master's inhumanity, his genuine kindness to Wells made the young man ignore the strangeness, heading towards the confused Marie. A friendly smile lit up the guy's face as he introduced himself to the new visitor, offering to help her learn the machines. A light blush colored the girl's cheeks as she embarrassedly admitted to her first visit to the gym and not understanding how to use what. Suddenly, Marie's body began to sway strangely, causing a growing unease in her new acquaintance's eyes. The rumble of the fall echoed through the hall as the girl collapsed unconscious, and an alarmed Wells rushed to her with shouts. Callum started to look around in a panic as he suddenly noticed 3 armed men at the entrance to the gymnasium. The owner reacted instantly, covering the visitors with his body and giving a sharp command to take cover from the danger. Following his instinct for self-preservation, the young man pressed himself to the floor next to the unconscious girl, trying to protect her with his body. The air was filled with the rumble of gunfire as the three attackers simultaneously opened fire on Shahei, shouting his name. It was as if the bullets had not harmed the man, but had enraged him. His eyes were bloodshot, lightning was coming out of them, and his breath was a fierce vapor. What was happening marked the release of the ancient dragon essence lurking within the man, ready to unleash its wrath on its enemies. The gym owner transformed into a ferocious creature whose fierce roar and sizzling flames mercilessly devoured everything around him. A thick fog enveloped the room, through which Wells tried desperately to see what was happening, feeling a growing unease. But a sudden agonizing headache pierced his consciousness, forcing him to clutch his temples convulsively in an attempt to ease the suffering and not lose sight of anything. Callum, realizing the criticality of the moment, made an inhuman effort not to lose consciousness and see something in the hazy space, and at first he succeeded. Unfortunately, the struggle was futile. The young man's body collapsed to the floor, sinking into the deep darkness of unconsciousness. Coming to his senses, he howled in frustration for his fainting, instinctively covering his face from the noxious smoke that filled the room. The memory of the helpless Marie flashed through Wells' mind, causing him to turn to the girl and once again, desperately call her name, hoping she would come to her senses. Realizing the danger of the situation, Callum decisively picked up the emotionless Marie, heading for a life-saving exit through the smoke-filled space. Concentrating on saving himself, he didn't stand a chance, noticing a broken wire under the ceiling that collapsed onto his back, piercing his body with a strong electric shock. Overcoming the unbearable pain, the young man stubbornly moved forward, realizing that the flames were about to consume the entire building, and that time was catastrophically short. The combination of choking smoke, electric shock, and the girl's weight proved unbearable. His body sank to all fours. Gathering his remaining strength, he rose again with Marie in his arms, driven by an indomitable desire to survive this fiery hell. With each agonizing step, he kept telling himself to get out, not noticing the mysterious purple aura that enveloped his body. And here the next step, which not only led the heroes through a spontaneously appeared portal directly to the street, to fresh air, but also significantly surprised the guy. Stunned by the sudden rescue, he touched the asphalt, trying to make sure what was happening was real. The soundless appearance of a stranger behind him interrupted his musings. The man was watching Wells' strange actions curiously, trying to figure out if the hero was all right. In this man, Callum instantly recognized the mysterious man with the blue aura he had met earlier in the cemetery. The mysterious man, without listening to the questions, began to exude a water vortex, directing its powerful stream straight into the blazing building. The stunned Wells could only stiffen in mute amazement, unable to comprehend the supernatural spectacle unfolding before him. After successfully extinguishing the fire, the stranger adjusted his tie as if nothing had happened, as if showing his superiority over the situation. Callum cautiously stood up and began to slowly approach, demanding an explanation for what was happening. But instead of answers, he received only a counter-question about his identity and a stare that penetrated him from head to toe. The stranger continued to ignore the guy's questions, minding his own business, transmitting information over his headset about the dragonfire, the victim, and the witness in the center of Shahei. To the young man's new stream of questions about his possible insanity, the man from the cemetery merely interrupted and inquired as to his qualifications. A confused Callum couldn't understand what qualification he was talking about. Feeling the tension building from such a puzzling situation, exhausted by the headache and incomprehension, the guy decided to stop questioning, since the interlocutor clearly did not intend to give answers. The man with the blue aura sighed heavily and suddenly snapped a strange handcuff on the young man's wrist. Wells didn't immediately realize what was happening, startled by the sudden disappearance of the excruciating headache. While the young man was confused, the stranger, lightning fast, shackled his hands behind his back with a second handcuff, ignoring the outcry. Hours later, in the guild's magic regulation room, two observers were discussing the risky decision to leave a magical blocker on the boy. Taran expressed surprise at the extraordinary stamina of the detainee, still maintaining lucidity of consciousness. The owner of the blue aura, trying to hide his act, noted with a smile the paradoxical effect of the blocker, bringing relief instead of discomfort to the young man. The observers continued to follow a puzzled Wells as he surveyed the room, questioning whether he was correctly identified as a normal human being. The agent thoughtfully shared the observation that the suppression system was supposed to disable normal humans. But the young man not only retained consciousness, but used unknown magic to save himself. Taran pondered the incredible phenomenon of a 30-year-old mage from an ordinary family, while his colleague aloofly recoiled from solving the mystery. After carefully reviewing the circumstances, the agent returned to his conversation with Wells, acknowledging his innocence in the incident, but emphasizing the emergence of new questions. The guild officer methodically explained the need to register and determine magical type for further distribution, making notes in his notebook.
Confusion reflected on the young man's face as he tried to comprehend what he had heard.
The agent continued, saying only a short sentence about each mage's service to the Magical Regulation Guild, which sounded like an indisputable fact. Taran also noted the unusual late discovery of Wells' magical abilities. A fairly mature man. For his part, Callum began desperately clinging to his familiar life, mentioning his work as an architect and his existing commitments to clients. Taran interrupted him nonchalantly, hinting at the prospect of better employment after learning magical skills. There was hope in the guy's voice, so he decided to inquire about the possibility of forgetting everything like a terrible dream, avoiding the imposed fate. Irritation slipped into the agent's voice, and to avoid continuing this conversation, Taran only mentioned the guild's pursuit of deserters. In a cold tone, he continued the story of the gruesome but just execution of the fugitives by burning. Callum's face took on a bluish tinge of horror as he finished with a rhetorical question about the need to eliminate problem criminals. The handcuffed Wells' attention wandered absent-mindedly between the guild representatives as his thoughts darted around the mandatory training and subsequent distribution. The mental comparison to a dictatorship caused the guy to grin bitterly and the urge to swear, barely restrained by propriety. Anxious thoughts of control over his life were intensified by the sight of attentive observers making notes in their notebooks. Determination filled his mind. One must resist the guild system where the choice was between service and death, he mused as his gaze fell on a shimmering bracelet with strange symbols. Taran looked up from his clipboard and asked in a calm voice if Mr. Wells was ready for the first test, which interrupted the flow of gloomy thoughts. Caution slipped into the young man's voice as he inquired about the content of the upcoming test, trying to hide his growing unease. The ceiling above Callum lit up with symbols identical to those on the bracelet as the representatives explained the mana infusion process. The agent finished his explanation about identifying the type of magic as the energy began to slowly fill the room. As the duration of the procedure became clearer, the hero warily stared at the glowing device above his head, never taking his eyes off it for a second. The brief reply of the now familiar agent about a few seconds sounded almost soothing in the tense silence of the room. No sooner had the young man voiced his lack of sensation than mana enveloped his body, causing strange feelings. Unbearable pain pierced Callum's head, causing him to collapse to his knees with his face contorted with rage in an attempt to ease his agony.
The agents cold-bloodedly ignored pleas to stop the test, claiming that the procedure would soon be completed.
Panic gripped Wells. Desperate cries of mortal danger shook the room as the mana continued to saturate his body, causing fear of imminent doom. Consciousness returned to reality under the attentive gaze of a slightly concerned Taran, greeting his ward's awakening and inquiring about his condition. Weakness could still be felt in his body as the young man leisurely lifted himself up, holding his head, recognizing the irregularity of his reaction due to his unusual age for testing. The guild representative mentioned the magic mark, causing a puzzled look on the guy's face as he tried to comprehend what he had heard. A sudden realization visited Callum as he discovered a strange tattoo of an obscure sign on his wrist. Drops of cold sweat ran down the young man's face as he realized he was at the mercy of people who didn't care much for freedom of choice. Taran intercepted the boy's gaze, musing on the rarity of space mages and the need for a mentor, the cost of which was already included in the bill. Mentally identifying them as crooks, Wells gave his interlocutor's silence in an annoyed look. Rising from the bed, the young man wondered about the possibility of returning home before the inevitable changes began, when suddenly his attention was intercepted by another man. Taran introduced Agent Sen, who entered as the escort officer for the upcoming week prior to distribution. Moving closer, Callum politely held out his hand for a greeting, trying to make contact with his new handler. The agent's demonstrative ignoring and total immersion in the phone had irritated the guy frozen with an outstretched hand. Thinking aloud about his spatial abilities, Wells tried to make some sort of conversation with the silent agents in the car. Finally, Sen took his eyes off the phone, explaining the prospect of working in the transportation department due to the non-attacking nature of spatial magic. The agent briefly mentioned his pyromancer and aeromancer abilities, quickly returning to the smartphone screen. Callum's curiosity about the guild's activities was met with a nonchalant answer about fighting criminal mages and protecting the worlds of the 6 portals. The newcomer's surprised exclamation prompted Sen to begin a story about the worlds between Earth and the multiverse. The agent explained the role of portals in supplying the planet with mana and the importance of their protection by the Magic Regulation Guild. The narrative included mention of the supernatural creatures that inhabit these worlds: vampires, werewolves, and fairies. The story had a special focus on dragonborn and sea monsters, which added to the picture of unusual inhabitants.
Wells' logical remark about the number of worlds was met with a quick reply about an empty 6th portal.
Listening attentively to his interlocutor, the boy inwardly rejected every word he said. His disbelief was clearly visible in his gaze, as if every word was cutting into his consciousness, leaving only doubts behind. The cool evening air met them at their destination, where the company car came to a smooth stop in front of an unremarkable apartment building. Following Callum into the apartment, the agent handed the ward a mysterious laptop containing priceless knowledge of the magical arts. Carefully studying the mysterious symbol on the laptop, the boy listened to the briefing from Sen about tomorrow's return to Eastern headquarters. Finishing the conversation, the guild agent reminded of the urgency of the task at hand and headed swiftly for the exit. The student's inquisitive mind quickly distinguished the fundamental division of magical energy into mana and vis, diving into a detailed study of the information. Mana appeared before him like an invisible ocean of energy, permeating the Earth's atmosphere and nourishing the powers of experienced mages. The magician's inner energy, called vis, revealed the unique characteristics of each spellcaster, determining their predisposition to certain schools of magic. Fatigue and a slight melancholy swept over Wells, realizing the colossal gap from his peers who had absorbed the magical arts from infancy, causing him to sigh heavily and lean back in his chair. Determination supplanted discouragement, prompting the young man to immediately begin practicing the simplest of spells. The young magician's gaze stopped on an ordinary stationery pen, which was to become the first object of magical experiments. Concentration was reflected on the face of the novice spellcaster as he stretched out his hand over the improvised target of his first spell. The strenuous effort succeeded. A ghostly glow of mana enveloped his fingers, causing the handle to slowly rotate in the air. Encouraged by his first accomplishment, the young mage decided on a more difficult trick, sending the pen into a rapid flight. The stationary projectile stabbed into the ceiling with incredible force, displaying the unbridled power of uncontrolled magic. A satisfied smile lit up the experimenter's face, mentally noting the successful use of coarse mana instead of the more subtle vista. A deep satisfaction filled the young man's heart as he realized the efficacy of his first magical experiences. A thoughtful gaze slid over the mark on his wrist, pondering the prospects of developing magical potential under the wing of a powerful organization. Fingers tapped rapidly on the laptop keyboard as the mind comprehended the true nature of the GMR, which united the strongest mages on the planet. The young man's natural suspiciousness made him seek out the darker sides of the organization, refusing to become a mere cog in such a convoluted system. Leaning back in his chair, he folded his arms, realizing Sen's deliberate omission of important distribution details. Shocking statistics revealed to the young man the terrible truth. The guild was losing more than half of its recruits without even trying to hide it behind political games. Archimages over the centuries have deliberately sacrificed independent mages, ruthlessly protecting the interests of powerful families and the guild itself. The young mage's thoughts drifted to the archmages, whose centuries-long existence had turned the living world into a bureaucratic machine driven only by the lust for power. Disgust overwhelmed the young man, forcing him to slam the laptop shut with a sharp movement and curse into the emptiness of the night room, rejecting the imposed fate of an obedient executor of someone else's will. The silence of the night, broken only by the measured breathing of the sleeping Agent Sen, witnessed grim reflections on the totalitarian nature of the organization. An unwavering determination to defend his own freedom crystallized in the mind of a young man ready to confront even a deadly threat. The flames of defiance flared in the young mage's eyes, rejecting the role of obedient hunter of criminal brethren. The methodical movements of his hands retrieved bills from the safe, preparing the material basis for the coming escape, while his mind calculated strategy. The weight of the money bag pulled his hand away as the fugitive cautiously opened the window, realizing that a single mistake could cost a life. Silent footsteps cut through the night silence of the house, measuring the last moments before the decisive dash for freedom. Agent Sen was abruptly awakened by a disturbing premonition, intuitively sensing his ward's attempt to slip away from surveillance. A curse escaped Callum's lips as he realized the fatal error in timing his escape. In a lightning-fast movement, Sen covered the distance from the bed to his ward's room, ready to intercept the fugitive. An empty room with an open window greeted the agent, eloquently testifying to professional failure. Sen's furious cursing cut through the night's silence as his mind feverishly calculated options to correct the blunder. The ominous green glow of the magical search ball illuminated Sen's hand, ready to begin a relentless pursuit. The instinct of self-preservation drove Wells forward, forcing him to dissolve into the night crowd, trying to blend in with the flow of random passers-by. The uncertainty of the pursuit tormented the mind of the fugitive, unaware of the true capabilities of his pursuer. Now, understanding the principles of magic, he could assume that Sen had extraordinary abilities for lightning-fast movement. The young mage, remembering his mentor, thought anxiously about the worst-case scenario, his ability to fly like a fighter jet. His guess turned out to be frighteningly accurate. At that very moment, Sen soared into the air with the incredible speed of a fighting machine. Wells continued to run forward, quickening his step and realizing the bitter truth. There was no chance of escape with such abilities of the pursuer. The enraged Sen, cleaving the sky at unthinkable speeds, shouted the need for a solid justification for this reckless act. The thought that escape would turn the ward into a criminal mage and GMR would send a dangerous agent after him distorted the face of the organization's representative with anger. The memory obligingly brought up stories of legendary mage hunters whose powers exceeded those of ordinary agents, much less Sen. The curator, hovering above the stream of people, pondered the need to report the incident to Agent Taran as he continued to look out for the fugitive. But thoughts of reputation made him grit his teeth. He couldn't let anyone find out about his ward's disappearance. Deciding to figure it out on his own, the agent began a rapid descent into the thick of the street crowd. His invisible silhouette glided between passers-by, scrutinizing every face he encountered in search of Callum. Luck smiled on the pursuer. Among the passers-by, he noticed the familiar features of a novice mage, who also recognized his mentor. A triumphant smile lit up the agent's face. Now he wouldn't have to report the incident, because the fugitive was almost in his hands. Spotting his pursuer, Callum began to scramble through the crowd in a panic, cursing the incredible speed of the chase. Confident in his superiority, Agent Sen shouted the threat, taking his time to catch up, realizing that now the victim could not escape his all-seeing eye. The young mage continued his desperate run, hearing taunts about his insignificance in the grand machinery of the guild. Passers-by were anxiously discussing the increasing wind, unaware of the real cause. The invisible Sen cutting through the air. The fugitive, turning around on the run, suddenly realized the startling fact that ordinary people did not notice the flying agent. Wells watched Sen whiz by within centimeters of people's faces, remaining invisible through magic, which made him think of the stalker's limitations. A sudden idea made him stop at the storefront window, frantically wiping the glass and peering inside. The closed mannequin triggered an ingenious escape plan in his mind, perfect for the current situation. Sen halted in the crowd near that very building, looked around irritably, having lost track of the elusive fugitive. A triumphant cry burst from the agent's chest as he spotted a familiar silhouette with identical hair and clothing. Grabbing his intended victim by the shirt, he exclaimed a triumphant scolding, confident of his success. The agent's face contorted in bewilderment when the young man who turned around turned out to be a complete stranger. Realizing the deception, Sen began to frantically look around for the real fugitive. His attention was caught by a familiar gym bag carelessly abandoned at the entrance to the store. Quickly checking the contents, he found Callum's clothes, a green t-shirt and pants, confirming his hunch. Sen's rage reached its limit, drawing the attention of passers-by who froze in amazement at his strange behavior. The curator, barely containing his anger, summoned his magical power again, preparing to continue the chase. At this time, a disguised Callum was walking quietly down the street, looking for an available cab among the city's traffic. Climbing into the first car that stopped, he confidently gave the address of the Wesley farm, hoping for temporary shelter. Adjusting the scarf hiding his face, the fugitive asked the cab driver to avoid the main thoroughfares for fear of possible surveillance. Reflecting on the unreliability of commercial flights, Callum quickly arranged to rent a small corn cob, investing some of his savings. Sitting in the cockpit of a light-engine airplane, he comforted himself with the thought of soon arriving somewhere remote where no one would find him. As he said goodbye to the pilot, Callum realized that the new clothes were only a temporary solution in his long journey to freedom. Locking himself in the restroom, he scrutinized his reflection, planning a complete transformation of his appearance. The first step was a neat haircut. With small scissors, he methodically shortened strands of hair. Having dyed his hair black, he was surprised to note how much the shade suited and accentuated his facial features. The next task was to find a magical pawn shop to obtain the fake ID every mage needs. A creature with the appearance of a green orc elf, notable for its pointed ears and massive fangs, inquired as to the purpose of the visit. The young man approached the counter, a little confused, but briefly indicated his need for a regular identifier. The salesman quoted the price with obvious skepticism, not believing in the solvency of the young customer. The young mage resolutely laid out a stack of money, adding that he intended to purchase not only the documents, but also a new laptop. Getting his ID card, he slowly said his new name, Chase Hall, getting used to the sound. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The new identity seemed convincing enough. Encouraged by his story of 30 years of elusiveness, he believed in the possibility of successfully completing the escape. At this time, Operation Commander Taran stormed into the empty house, unleashing an angry tirade on the negligent handler for missing his ward. The stricken agent excused himself for the ridiculousness of the situation, admitting to naive carelessness in placing security spells only on the door. The man with the blue aura examining the room stated that there were no magical traces. It looked like everything had been planned in advance. Callum Wells must be found immediately and executed for treason, was Taran's stern verdict, anticipating Archmage Duval's anger at the disruption of the planned training. A mocking smirk slid across the face of the man with the blue aura, hinting at the sad reputation of the fugitive's future mentor. Taran venomously suggested that the witty agent explain himself to the angry Archmage in person, but he fell silent. A cold drop of sweat rolled down the temple of the pale Jung, who realized the gravity of the upcoming conversation. The furious scream of the enraged Archmage shook the walls of the building, demanding an immediate explanation. Gasping from magical asphyxiation, the agent reported on a massive search operation by free operatives. Desperate attempts to placate the angry sorceress by listing the supernatural allies involved were interrupted at the mention of Archmage Duval. The Archmage's piercing gaze sank into the agent, waiting for the continuation of the carelessly begun phrase. Jean's frantic excuses about the difficulties of mastering spatial magic on his own sounded less and less convincing. The Archmage's mocking tone foreshadowed harsh reprisal for inappropriate assumptions of normalcy. The Archmage's merciless verdict turned the fugitive's status into criminal and sent the agent to the floor with a magical lash. Sprawled out on the floor, Jean avoided meeting the gaze of the angry sorceress towering over him, trying to maintain his dignity. The Archmage leaned toward the defeated agent, piercing his soul with a sizzling gaze. The icy tone in his voice betrayed his determination to personally pursue the capture and execution of Callum Wells, the new criminal. The protagonist raced away from his pursuers, steering the vehicle toward the next hideout. An old house on the outskirts of the western town greeted the traveler with cracked walls and a creaky porch. A female figure beside the sheriff scrutinized the arriving stranger, squinting her eyes appraisingly. The protagonist confidently climbed out of the car, confirming his interest in the dilapidated structure with a nod. Sheriff Arthur Langley introduced his daughter Jessica, who waved hello to a potential buyer. The fake name Chase Hall easily flew off the lips of the young mage, hiding his true identity. A suspicious look from the sheriff accompanied the formal handshake, contrasting with the disappearing smile. The fugitive's attentive eyes methodically explored every corner of the old house, assessing potential hiding places. The calm atmosphere of the house and the prospect of repairs brought an approving smile to the young mage's face as his fingers tapped the wood of the old cabinet. Jessica's astute remark about the young age of the pensioner made the fugitive inwardly tense up. But in a second, the easy lie of improved health flew off Chase's smiling lips. masking the true reasons for the seclusion. The sheriff's wary gaze drilled down the young man's back as Jessica recounted the difficulties of selling the house. Hall's brief reply hid the joy of hearing it, and the anticipation of a favorable deal already flashed in the young mage's eyes. A careful calculation of the remaining funds foreshadowed 2 years of relatively peaceful living in the newly acquired house. Anxious thoughts about the lack of magical knowledge and the need to deepen it did not give rest to the young warlock, overshadowing the joy of acquiring a shelter. The threat of persecution by the guild loomed over the fugitive, prompting an accelerated study of the magical arts. The mage carefully analyzed the scanned information from official sources that limited the possibilities of spatial magic to portals and the simplest enchantments. Skepticism shone through the lines of outdated reference books, raising doubts about their validity. Grim reflections on Archmage Duvala's monopoly on spatial magic training emphasized the GMR's iron grip. Memories of the first spontaneous portal creation made Chase wonder about the nature of his abilities. After thinking about it, the young man came to the conclusion that his subconscious mind played a key role in the manifestation of his spatial magic. Concentrating and stretching his arm forward, he decided to test the possibility of consciously creating a portal. The effort was successful. A shimmering violet-lit passageway appeared before him, pulsing with magical energy. Creating the portal drained the young man's strength, forcing him to catch his breath and lean against the wall to restore his energy. Gathering his wits, Chase stepped resolutely toward the shimmering passage, ready for any consequences. An invisible force picked up the mage's body, instantly carrying him across the spatial rift. Delighted with his success, he happily examined his hand, still feeling the residual tingle of magic. Looking back at the location of the portal creation, the mage was satisfied with the distance of travel, considering it impressive for a first attempt. The mage's thirst for knowledge pushed him to explore other possible applications of spatial magic, while he focused on the transition point. Monday morning found him in the shower, habitually reaching for the shampoo for his daily routine. The empty bottle was disappointing, but also prompted an unexpected experiment. Creating a small magical passage, he confidently slipped his hand through it, fumbling for a new bottle of shampoo. A triumphant smile lit up his face as he pulled a full bottle of the necessary remedy through the portal. Wednesday was dedicated to the formation of the magical realm of Vis, a basic skill that young mages usually master. Admiring the spatial ball created between his palms, he recognized its aesthetic appeal despite its lack of combat potential. By Friday, his experiments had reached a new stage. Contrary to the conventional wisdom about telekinesis being the prerogative of battle mages, he felt a connection to this ability. The ability to manipulate gravity turned into a kind of gravity-kinesis for the guy, a budget version of telekinesis through space distortion. A multitude of rocks rose into the air around the hero as he pondered the unconventional use of spatial magic. Satisfied with his unorthodox method, Hall aimed the flying stones at the nearest tree, turning its bark into splinters. Sunday morning, he decided to devote to meditation, sitting in a secluded forest clearing not far from his home. Using the surrounding mana, the young man learned to create a mental image of his new home even with his eyes closed. The new technique allowed him to see through walls, though each attempt required considerable concentration. Despite the limited range of the technique, the young man continued to explore the space behind the wall, where he discovered an unexpected guest. He was confronted by Jessica, the previous owner of the house, who was wandering around the grounds shouting Mr. Hall's name. The protagonist promptly left the forest hideout, trying to pretend as if nothing unusual was going on. The sheriff's daughter recounted the approaching school year and the restless school children who continued to take shortcuts through the yard despite prohibitions. The new owner good-naturedly brushed off the problem, mentioning only the unfinished cleanup of the property. Jessica offered the help of local children with a smile, noting their enthusiasm for working outdoors. The girl friendly informed me of her close proximity, invited me to visit, and, waving goodbye, departed. Waving back, Callum politely promised to visit her without fail, hiding his growing unease. The young man's inner voice was panicking, wondering if she had noticed any signs of his training. Looking around the courtyard, Chase realized with horror the amount of magical marks left behind from hours of exercise. The realization of the danger made him rush into the house in search of information on eliminating residual magical energy. The thought of the possible discovery of his unusual activity caused a deep irritation to replace the initial panic. Meanwhile, Agent Taran, sitting in his office, looked curiously at the papers his colleague had brought in for him to study. The woman explained that these were the results of a standard Callum Wells test, showing no previous magical experience, but containing strange anomalies. Taking the papers, Taran scrutinized the data, in parallel demanding details of the abnormalities found. She shared her amazing discovery while checking the gauges regarding scattered monotomas. There are only 3 units of energy left in the bracelet, the agent added, scrutinizing the device in the light. With obvious amazement on her face, the woman reported the subject's incredible ability to absorb 97 tomes of mana before putting on the bracelet. The woman emphasized the exceptionality of the case, noting that an ordinary rookie wouldn't be able to sustain that much mana. Her confusion increased at the mention of no spells cast and a presumably full supply of this. She concluded her report by confessing her lack of understanding of the situation, relating it all to Wells' 30 years of abstinence from the use of magic. Taran, looking more closely at the test results, mentally wondered about Callum Wells' true nature, realizing that he was no ordinary newcomer. Hall exhaled with relief as he reviewed the data and realized that the bulk of the work was behind him, and the long-awaited goal was getting closer by the moment. Releasing a multitude of energy flows, he was confident that the amount was sufficient for the plan he had in mind. "Now let's install the bearing here," he muttered to himself as he carefully placed the part on the nightstand. As soon as he removed his hand, tiny swirls of magical energy began to swirl around the bearing, being absorbed by the metallic structure. The young man jumped joyfully on the spot, not hiding his sincere delight at the successful result of the experiment. Found by chance on the internet, the ancient vortex spell allowed for efficient energy storage in the bearing balls, making it much harder for the GMR to track its magical traces. He carefully placed the bearing in his palm, genuinely pleased with his rapid progress in learning complex magic in just a few weeks. A sudden emptiness in his soul marred his triumph, making him wonder about the reasons for this oppressive feeling. Painful memories of running away from the persistent GMR on the hard day of her beloved mother's funeral came in an unsolicited, bitter wave. The tragic events unfolded so swiftly and ruthlessly that he didn't even have time to properly say goodbye to her and accept the loss of his loved one. Now all his dearest loved ones, his beloved parents and tender wife, rested forever beside each other beneath the cold slabs. The bright memory involuntarily carried him back to his hometown, where they had once lived all together as one family, carefree and happy. "I suppose my sweet Selena would have liked it here," he thought wistfully, staring wistfully at the gray ceiling, remembering his beloved wife who had died. With a determined shake of his head, Chase tried to push away the unwelcome memories, concentrating on the immediate problems at hand. Exasperation filled the protagonist's voice as he clenched his fists, cursing the GMR for trying to turn him into an obedient tool. Determined not to stand out amongst the locals, he set out to explore the town to get a better understanding of its peculiarities. In a small cafe, he was met by a friendly saleswoman who immediately recognized him as a new visitor. The girl recommended the specialty steaks with a smile, but her words barely reached the young man's consciousness. A strange sensation diverted his attention, making him wary and listen to his senses. Using his magical abilities, Hall discovered an unexpectedly spacious basement hidden beneath the floor of the establishment. His inner gaze discerned a huge dog almost the size of a man, which made him even more wary. Immersed in his research, Chase flinched in surprise when he heard his name behind him. The sheriff, taking off his hat in greeting, expressed surprise at meeting a new resident in this place. Arthur proudly introduced the saleswoman as his niece Clara, praising her culinary talents in cooking steaks. The girl went to the kitchen while the protagonist talked to her uncle about the good upbringing of local children, not allowing themselves to trespass on other people's property. The sheriff noted that they place a high value on respecting other people's territories, emphasizing this as one of their core principles. The young man was perplexed and asked what exactly was meant by territories, as he could not fully understand the meaning of what was said. Placing a hand on Hall's shoulder, Langley lowered his voice, intending to share something confidential. In a barely audible whisper, he warned of suspicious individuals in the area, asking them to report any unusual occurrences. Chase wondered anxiously if he himself had seemed suspicious of the locals when he'd appeared in town, looking carefully at his interlocutor as he waited for an answer. The sheriff reassuringly admitted that he had originally warned about the newcomer, but then realized his simple small-town origins and calmed down. Arthur's serious look emphasized the particular danger of those strangers he had warned about a little earlier. The thought of GMR's possible involvement caused the young man to panic, which was interrupted by Clara's sudden appearance with the order. Near the car, his anxious gaze stopped on a magical mark pulsing on his wrist that could give away his whereabouts. The decision to get rid of the stigma of the guild crystallized in his mind instantly and irrevocably. At home, studying the tattoo under a lamp, Hall assumed that the dot in its center signaled a spatial gift and limited his magical abilities. Naively believing that removing the simple ink shouldn't hurt, he prepared himself for the procedure. Concentrating, the young man directed the magical energy of his second hand at the hated mark. The illusion of easy success lasted only a moment, while it seemed that the dot was really starting to fade. Excruciating agony distorted the young mage's facial features, but did not break his resolve when the true nature of the mark revealed itself. Perseverance paid off. After unbearable agony, the point finally separated from the skin. After the grueling procedure, Chase exhaled heavily, wiping away the sweat beading on his forehead. He carefully picked up the small ball from the floor, the source of his recent torment and the first step toward his long-awaited freedom. The hope for the natural disappearance of the remnants of the tattoo flickered in the mage's tired mind, and he stopped paying attention to it. A decisive throw sent a piece of the guild mark into the flames of the fireplace, taking a piece of his past life with it. At his laptop the next morning, an idea struck him about the possibility of using the vortex spell to not only hold but also release energy. Thinking about the consumption of magical energy, he decided to create a storage system similar to a phone paper bank. Constant recharging with magic could ensure a quick retreat in a critical situation. An unexpected knock on the door interrupted his musings, triggering anxious premonitions. Doubts tormented him, whether he should open it, because it could be anyone, even representatives of the Magic Regulation Guild. Remembering his ability to see through obstacles, Chase decided to use his magical vision, which helped him distinguish between the two men. One of them he recognized immediately. It was Sheriff Langley, with a young uniformed deputy standing next to him. Feeling confused but not wanting to delay, Hall opened the door, greeted the sheriff, and asked about the purpose of the visit. Arthur, apologizing for his unexpected appearance, said he wanted to ask a few questions of the new resident. Hearing this, fear sent a cold wave through the young man's body, suggesting that perhaps he had done something suspicious that had attracted attention. Langley, ignoring the concern, seriously inquired as to Mr. Hall's whereabouts last night at 3 o'clock. Restless thoughts tormented the protagonist's mind deep into the night, while long-standing suspicions were forming into a coherent picture. The constant references to the territory and the conversations of the locals kept him from sleeping well. The creepy image of the dog man from the store's basement maze resurfaced in his mind, confirming the unbelievable speculation. Undeniable facts pointed to the true nature of the Langley family. All of them, from Jessica to Clara, belonged to an ancient lineage of werewolves. The sheriff's contradictory motives in the memorable conversation in the cafe were unsettling. It was unclear whether he was seeking to warn or intimidate. Memories of Arthur's intonations jumbled in his mind, changing from threatening to almost friendly, increasing his inner confusion. A heavy sigh escaped the young man's lips as he realized the need to temporarily disappear from the sight of his pursuers. A sudden rustle outside the window snapped him out of his slumber, causing him to gaze warily into the night darkness. Magical vision activated instantly, piercing through the walls and revealing a view of the night street. The blurred silhouette darted lightning fast toward the nearest thicket, leaving behind only an unsettling foreboding. The initial guess of a wild beast was shattered by the strangeness of the creature's movements, which remained indistinguishable even to enhance vision. Determination overcame fear, prompting the protagonist to grab a lantern and step out to meet the nocturnal visitor. Cautious steps brought him to suspicious bushes, but the lantern beam revealed only swaying branches. A thorough inspection of the place revealed no trace of it, raising doubts about the reality of what they had seen. A supernatural gust of air, completely unlike a normal wind, ran down his back, causing Chase's primal terror to rise. Panic chased him back into the house, where he frantically slammed the door shut, pressing his trembling body against it. The sheriff's unexpected question about his whereabouts at 3 o'clock in the morning made the young man hesitate, slowly repeating the words of his interlocutor. Arthur's friendly tone, pulling out a notepad for the record, didn't mix well with the seriousness of the situation, but there was nothing to be done about it. Uncertainty slipped into the boy's voice as he reported his night's dream, trying to understand the reason for such a strange interrogation. An experienced Sheriff Langley continued his investigation, inquiring about security systems and possible evidence. Tension peaked when Hall mentioned a lawyer, causing Arthur to change his tone abruptly and make hasty excuses. A security system installed exclusively on the doors of the house was the only confirmation of the young man's alibi. Secret magical training made the young man thank fate for the lack of cameras that could reveal his unusual abilities. The atmosphere between the two interlocutors became heavy when the sheriff, machine correcting his uniform hat, revealed the real reason for his visit: murder. Genuine horror was reflected on the young man's pale face as the dreaded word murder echoed in his mind. The deputy, suddenly intervening in the conversation, inquired about possible evidence of a break-in at Old Man Hardy's house. The young mage tried diligently to keep his voice nonchalant, denying any involvement in the night's incident, but he touched his own neck. Thinking about supernatural beings so captured the young man's mind that ordinary criminals already seemed something incredible. Langley's attentive gaze instantly caught Mr. Hall's thoughtfulness, prompting the sheriff to ask an additional question. Carefully choosing his words, the boy recounted the night's incident, mentioning the mysterious beast that had disturbed his night's rest. The tension in the air thickened at the mention of the beast, but Langley, making notes in his notebook, hastened to assure the importance of the information received. As they left the interview site, the curious deputy expressed doubts about the veracity of the testimony as they moved toward the squad car. Arthur, watching the young man frozen on the porch, shared his thoughts on the boy's innocence despite the obvious reticence. Secluded in the police car, the sheriff confessed with gravity the agonizing realization of the identity of the criminal against whom the mind fought desperately. The grim events plaguing the small town grew more sinister with each new investigation. The territorial dispute between the sheriff and the mystery man came to a head when Langley fiercely defended the rights of the Venuta pack. The stranger denied his involvement in the death of the pack member with unconcealed contempt, shifting responsibility to the local authorities. Old Man Langley, pointing out the signs of the vampire attack, adamantly placed the blame on his interlocutor. The sheriff's experienced eye, as soon as it saw the corpse, instantly recognized the vampire's attempt to disguise the true nature of the brutal crime. Arthur's rage burst out when, pointing his finger, he openly accused his interlocutor of being involved in the tragedy. The mysterious man, ostentatiously waving his hands, mockingly denied responsibility for the appearance of dubious personalities on other people's territory. A sinister smile continued to show on his face as Arthur suggested the possible involvement of his subordinates in the bloody crime. The atmosphere became heated to the max, and the vampire, flashing his blood-red eyes, emphasized the seriousness of the accusations. The sheriff's anger reached a climax when he vehemently accused the visiting vampires of disturbing years of tranquility in the pack's territory. Arrogant indifference was evident in every word of the mysterious interlocutor, challenging the authority of the local government. Arthur, holding back a roiling rage, was forced to remain silent in the face of his interlocutor's blatant provocation because of his status. A bloodthirsty smile curved the vampire's pale face as he grudgingly accepted the possibility of conflict with Venus' pack. The provocative words finally enraged the sheriff, causing him to launch into a furious tirade against the blood-sucking creature. The sudden change in the vampire's demeanor was evident in his penetrating gaze, demanding calm from an angry Langley. The old man, catching the vampire's hypnotic gaze, changed dramatically in his face and hastily ordered his assistant to take him away, never to see him again. Desperation sounded in the sheriff's voice as he shared with his daughter Jessica his worries about civilian casualties and the growing vampire threat. Age betrayed the angry Langley when, in an attempt to demonstrate his former strength, he could only elicit a sympathetic look from his daughter. Alpha Chester's commanding voice from the telephone receiver instantly interrupted the sheriff's angry tirade. The old man, calming down under the influence of the Alpha's authority, continued his nervous pacing around the room, recognizing the rightness of his interlocutor. The harsh reality of the magical world resounded in Chester's words about the guild's protection of vampires and the limited support of the wolf pack. The experienced man's intuition suggested deeper reasons for what was happening than the mere appearance of a criminal lair of vampires. Arthur's bewilderment at the choice of Vinud as the target of the blood-sucking creatures reflected a general lack of understanding of the situation at hand. The scale of the problem was much more serious when the interlocutor disclosed information about similar incidents in other cities that made the father and daughter look at each other. Powerlessness in the face of GMR rule breakers caused Langley bitter frustration, although the possibility of destroying the perpetrators remained if there was evidence. An uneasy feeling of foreboding gripped father and daughter as the stranger began to reveal the true nature of the impending threat.
The sheriff instantly connected his interlocutor's cryptic words to the appearance of his new neighbor, feeling a growing anxiety for his safety.
Caution never left Chase as he slipped into the store for necessary purchases, forcing him to remain extremely vigilant. Carefully examining the bearings of different sizes, the young man mentally calculated the finances, setting aside a significant portion for emergencies. Recent events with murder and werewolves have turned him paranoid, causing him to squint suspiciously at every random customer. Gloomy thoughts of a possible escape from V-Note tormented the mind, especially considering the impressive expenditure on home improvements. The hope of profit from selling enchanted items through magical forums seemed to be the saving straw.
The insurmountable constraints over which the young man struggled for several days turned a simple idea into a complex puzzle.
Mandatory registration in the short-lived bearing char made the idea of selling it pointless and dangerous. The realization of the inevitable exposure of creating an account made him slam his laptop shut, sinking into another thought. The thought of fortifying the house with protective barriers seized his mind, urging him to take action immediately. Attempts to enchant the walls with a gravity shield against bullets were futile. The spells didn't last longer than a minute. Lack of access to advanced spatial magic techniques jealously guarded by Archmage Duvala severely limited the possibilities. A sharp sense of his own helplessness encompassed the young man, forced to reinvent the magical foundations as if he were creating wheels from scratch. A shrewd smile from the gun store clerk accompanied the question about safety precautions as the young man placed a small box on the register. A disturbing mention of incidents in the city served to explain the purchase, while the young man paid for his goods. Paranoia about a guild that could be waiting around every corner increased Chase's inner tension and paranoia. His gaze slid over the hanging weapons, assessing the effectiveness of the bullets against the supernatural creatures. A philosophical phrase about the need for practical experience escaped the young man's lips as he studied the balance and characteristics of the weapon he had taken. A casually overheard conversation about hammers between two girls instantly caught the attention of the vigilant mage. Suspicion flared in the young man's mind as he observed Clara and Jessica's unusual choice of tools from the Langley family. Hall's sudden appearance behind the girls' backs gave them a startled reaction, causing them to jump up in surprise. Clara's startled exclamation was accompanied by tears as Jessica stood with her head down, clearly harboring anxious thoughts. An awkward apology was followed by a question about the recent murder, while the young man scratched his neck machinatically in embarrassment. Jessica's mournful words about churchgoer Jones sounded quiet and lifeless, not taking her eyes off the floor. Confusion reflected on the young mage's face as he realized the existence of another victim besides James Hardy. The shocking news of Miss Joan Gruber's death came in a whisper from the sheriff's daughter's lips, changing the expression on the young man's face. Chase could barely get the phrase through that he'd been busy all day and hadn't read the news, and his mind was already spinning with thoughts of another death and a possible serial killer. Desperation was evident in the words of the girls who were contemplating the temporary closure of the cafe until the dangerous situation was resolved, as they all had a fear of what was happening. The sincere offer of help from the young man brought smiles to the haggard faces of the Langley family and words of gratitude. Mr. Hall, introducing himself as Chase, smiled, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere and to connect with those around him during this difficult time.
Returning home at a brisk pace, he pondered the strange events and was plunged into gloomy thoughts.
Anxious thoughts of a serial killer capable of eluding even the supernatural flair of werewolves made him check his newly acquired weapon. The protagonist was aware of Langley's loyalty to his hometown and realized that it would clearly prevent them from allowing the unceremonious interference of agents of the Magic Regulation Guild. The grim realization that 2 consecutive nightly deaths might force a call to the guild weighed on the young man's mind. Methodically assembling the information picture, the mage created an intricate diagram on the board, connecting all known facts with red threads to understand the course of events. The disturbing pattern of murders occurring in the vicinity of his dwelling suggested that a new victim was imminent that night. A focused gaze slid over the makeshift diagram as the mind highlighted two major threats to existence, each requiring preparation. The first danger came from a mysterious killer with supernatural powers that remained beyond the reach of law enforcement. The second source of worry was the imminent arrival of guild agents who might start acting to circumvent his interests. Realizing his own vulnerability prompted the mage to set up signal barriers around the house, infused with pure mana, capable of alerting him to any outside activity. Prudence had Hall packing a travel bag with the essentials, preparing for a possible quick retreat. The enchanted rope bearing hung around his neck was meant to be an added element of protection and a source of magical support. Careful inspection and preparation of weapons completed the list of necessary precautions. Carefully pulling back the curtain, the mage peered into the darkness outside the window, mentally repeating his escape plan at the first sign of the guild. Melancholy swept over the young man at the sight of the 3-pack bags behind his back, symbolizing the possible loss of a settled dwelling. Despite his regret, he believed that safety was more important. So an internal check of the house was accompanied by a thorough examination of every window, strengthening his resolve to escape the GMR's pursuit. Satisfaction was reflected on the mage's face as he felt the radius of spatial perception expand, allowing him to observe what was happening in the city if he concentrated. Magical vision snatched Jessica's silhouette, bearing night watch outside the empty cafe. Clara's figure flickered in the shadows, making her way to the store in camouflage clothing with her hood pulled up, trying to remain inconspicuous and choosing secluded routes. A focused sheriff could be seen in his office, scrutinizing yet another set of documents related to recent events. Fatigue slowly overcame the young man, settling into his chair with his weapon at the ready for a long night's vigil. Without noticing his eyes closing, he drifted into sleep, and only the morning roar of the engine broke the silence outside the house, catching the dozing mage off guard. Panic flashed in the eyes of the oversleeping guards, frantically grabbing their weapons and rushing toward the source of the noise. Magical vision snatched the agitated figure of Jessica, running desperately to the door and calling his name. Realizing there was no danger, he opened the door and an uneasy feeling of foreboding swept over the young man at the sight of the confused woman, making him blame himself for the possible tragedy. Before she could say anything, the hero thought about the need for more careful use of mana, but quickly asked what had happened. Desperation was evident in the hysterical scream of the woman clutching at her shirt, begging for help, for Hall was her last reliable. Trying to calm her down, Chase cautiously asked questions, but Jessica's tears and sobs made it hard to understand what had happened. Through her hysterics, she could only utter one name, Clara, bursting into tears again and unable to explain further. Grief erupted with Jessica's confession about the kidnapping of her younger sister by unknown assailants, with desperate pain and fear for the girl's fate in her voice. Determination flashed in the young man's eyes as he grabbed the woman by the shoulders, trying to bring her to her senses for a coherent answer. The single spoken word vampires sounded ominous, confirming the worst fears about the girl's stalkers. The gruesome details of the harassment were revealed in the account of how they mockingly referred to Clara as the sheriff's puppy. The defiant disregard provoked the attackers into a show of force. A powerful gust of wind threw the girl off, barely able to stay on her feet. The torn hood revealed the horrifying sight of an approaching creature with a blood-red aura and a vicious greeting. Helplessness swept over Clara as the creature grabbed her arm, and her own eyes reflected the purple glow of the vampire's gaze. Despair interrupted Jessica's story, preventing her from uttering the dire speculation about her sister's fate. The desperate pleas for help were accompanied by a reminder of the protagonist's promise of support in times of need. And now was that situation. Confusion gripped the young man, who interrupted the phrase half-heartedly, realizing the gravity of the situation and responsibility. An internal struggle raged in his mind, weighing the risks of admitting to knowledge of the supernatural world or remaining silent. Jessica had been one of those who had seen him before he had learned to hide his magic, and now he doubted if he could convince her that he was a normal human. Showing gallantry, the young charmer helped the excited guest into the house, gently supporting her by the arm, feeling her uncertain, trembling steps. An inner sense of duty and justice prevented Hall from standing by when vampires were able to inflict suffering on innocent Clara. Chase, making room for his tired guest, hopefully clarified the information that the girl had not been killed, only captured, which gave a glimmer of hope. Jessica's silent nod and lowered head foreshadowed a new flood of tears of despair that she wanted to hide with that gesture. A sober assessment of his own strength against supernatural beings made the young man listen carefully to every word of his interlocutor. A sudden rush of desperation made Jessica jump up again and grab the guy's arm, unwittingly increasing his inner tension. Determination came through in the protagonist's voice as he, clutching the woman's hand, promised to do everything possible to save her. Practicality took precedence over emotion as he, gathering his weapon into its sheath, demanded more information for a successful operation. Doubt gripped the lad's mind for a moment, making him wonder about the rightness of his decision. Rapid action replaced reflection as he quickly got into his car and steered the vehicle toward the motel. As he got closer to his target, his supernatural perception intensified, filling the air with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Looking carefully around the building, the young mage's gaze stopped on a mysterious smoking figure on the second floor. Parked outside a familiar cafe, he was slow to leave the interior of the car, gathering his thoughts before what was to come. With Jessica, they walked out, and he followed her to some sort of room where she said the family could provide assistance. Approaching the ajar door, the hero scrutinized the surroundings, keeping his outward composure. The door swung open, revealing a shocking sight to the hero. The room was filled with werewolves, making him freeze on the threshold. Arthur's furious scream cut the air at the sight of his daughter, accompanied by Chase breaking all agreements. The sheriff, in the guise of a werewolf, angrily protested the GMR's interference in their affairs, making no secret of his outrage. The young mage was surprised to realize the fallacy of their assumption that he belonged to the guild, so he simply observed. But Hall couldn't just stand there for long, so he defensively pushed Jessica away from her angry father and firmly declared his intention to keep this meeting a secret. The werewolf sheriff, scrutinizing the situation, maintained a tense silence, as if weighing all the possible consequences of what was happening. Suddenly, Langley turned to the other werewolves and let out a piercing scream, staring up at the ceiling. After waiting for everyone's attention, Arthur spoke his question, solidifying the unspoken pact of silence between everyone present. The sheriff, without losing his bestial appearance, sat the young warlock against the wall, pressing for answers to his questions. The young man skillfully evaded direct answers, expressing only a desire to be kept in the loop while the two new werewolves joined in the questioning. There was alarm in the speaker's voice as he reported vampires settling in the motel down the street and claiming their territory. Arthur, frowning, shared his suspicions about the mage's presence in the vampire ranks, based on unusual sensations for the past week. His voice grew harsher at the mention of the two dead, while his daughter sat slumped, thinking of Clara's fate. In the words of the young hero, there was a distrust of hasty conclusions, so he demanded confirmation of their certainty and an explanation of inaction. The sheriff responded sharply to the criticism, explaining the weakness of the pack and the limitations of the treaty, requiring undeniable evidence to attack other creatures. Fury overwhelmed the werewolf as he spoke of Vinuth's powerlessness and the injustice of a guild whose rules tied their hands instead of maintaining balance. There was genuine surprise in Hall's voice at the mention of a mysterious arrangement between supernatural beings that he had not heard of before. His voice rang with indignation as he pointed out the absurdity of the situation. Vampires killing humans and werewolves bound by the GMR bureaucracy. The young mage plunged into reflection, mentally building a plan of action and calculating possible options for the development of events. Activating his mana sense, he scanned the walls of the motel, finding a cluster of people and a source of mana where he had seen the smoking woman earlier. The shadow of a smile slid across his face as he found a bound Clara in the care of three criminals. Guy scrutinized the captive, handcuffed hand and foot while he listened to the ridiculous rumors of her supposedly voluntary joining. The girl's uncle flew into a furious rage, categorically rejecting the possibility of his niece leaving voluntarily. The young man's calm but penetrating question about further plans made those present tense up. The werewolves' plan was simple: free Clara, contact Alpha Chester for reinforcements, and drive the vampires out of Vinet. There was genuine curiosity in Chase's voice as he inquired about possible methods of destroying vampires. Arthur shared information about a weapon made of mordite, a rare material capable of stopping the regeneration of bloodsuckers, but unfortunately the werewolves didn't have it. The next words were spoken with grim certainty. Destroying the brain or heart remained a reliable, albeit difficult, method of finally eliminating the bloodsuckers. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the rifle in Chase's hands when the question about the effectiveness of firearms came up. The quickness of the vampires made accurate hitting an extremely difficult task, requiring exceptional skill. The seriousness and urgency in Hall's voice made Langley stiffen in surprise, sensing a hidden meaning in his words. Jessica, balancing between fear and hope, cautiously asked for help, her voice trembling slightly from exertion. Rising from his chair, the protagonist confidently promised to bring Clara back, while reloading his weapon. His last words sounded even more serious when he mentioned the additional requirements to accomplish the mission. The protagonist entered the room, questioningly studying the prisoner's cell, while the sheriff awkwardly explained that this was the only.
Tension was evident in the old man's voice as he reminded him of the lack of time, watching the young mage scrutinize the room.
With a smooth motion removing the bag from his shoulder, the young man confidently announced a 10-minute time limit for preparation. The sheriff's authoritative voice cut the time to 5 minutes, after which the old man headed resolutely for the exit. In the silence of the room, the hero spent an odd glance at Arthur's departing back, feeling the gravity of the moment and making sense of the situation. Returning to his preparations, the young man plunged into reflection on the reasons for his participation in this risky venture. Thoughts of possible failure weighed heavily on his mind. The GMR's displeasure, the werewolf's frustration, the vampire's anger, all of it threatened to have serious consequences. Particularly disturbing was the unknown magical power behind the door at which the mysterious woman was constantly smoking. The image of an exhausted Clara, shackled and sitting on the dirty floor, never left Hall's mind. As he reloaded his weapon, he reasserted his resolve to act, rejecting the idea that it would be impossible to remain aloof from what was happening. In the room with the captive, one of the vampires expressed surprise at the unusual lull on the part of the werewolves. The smoking woman merely waved her hands in response to her accomplice's question, telling of her watchers' continuing work.
Suddenly, reality was distorted. A portal appeared near that woman's face, a sharp blow, and she collapsed into a pool of blood, causing a flurry of curses from her accomplices.
Panic gripped the vampires as they realized the impossible. A werewolf attack in their hiding place. A quiet "one is" escaped the lips of the protagonist, holding his weapon at the ready for the next attack. Reflections on the unconventional uses of portals, teleportation, and mana sense had long occupied his mind, prompting him to seek out the hidden capabilities of these techniques. The guild's belief in the non-combat nature of spatial magic seemed deeply flawed to him, which was why he had studied the subject. The need for self-defense led him to the revolutionary idea of combining portals with various weapons. Sketching out the attack pattern, he imagined how a knife thrown into the portal in front of him could hit a target hundreds of meters away. The thought of using a shotgun seemed even more promising, as evidenced by the drop shell casing from a recent shot. A focused gaze through the scope aimed at the portal, looking for a new target after successfully eliminating the female mage. The vampire's warning cry was cut short by the appearance of a deadly portal near his head. A fountain of blood marked the fall of the second vampire, who had not had time to notice the portal that had appeared. The third hooded vampire barely had time to let out a scream before the bullet cut short his existence. Realizing the time constraints, the newly minted mage focused on the next task, teleporting Clara. Distance made the task more difficult, but spatial sense gave hope that the operation would be successful. Mon enveloped the captive in a light haze as he methodically rid her of the restraining handcuffs. Overcoming the resistance of space, Chase finally grasped the girl's essence, guiding her through the portal. A moment later, Clara materialized beside him, completing the complicated teleportation process. The relief of a successful transfer was mixed with fatigue as he gently laid the exhausted girl on the pillows. The furious scream of the vampire, who had come to the noise, finding the room empty, echoed around the room. Absorbed in looking around the room, he didn't notice a small portal appearing behind his head. Another vampire corpse collapsed lifelessly to the floor, marking another precise attack through the portal. Fatigue came in waves, but the hero stubbornly continued mopping up the vampire lair, where chaos reigned. Panic gripped the remaining vampires as they discovered the open door and the bodies of their fallen brethren. Taking advantage of their confusion, the young man continued to methodically create deadly portals near his opponents' heads. The fatigue was taking its toll. Chase could barely stand, sweat rolling down his arms, but he kept firing through the spatial rifts, determined to leave no one alive. Even if he had to use up all of his magic energy to do so, he was willing to go all the way. In the end, all the enemies were destroyed, except for one, who was shivering and huddled against the wall in the corner. A final portal emerged near the head of the last opponent, whose curse dissolved into thin air along with his life. Tension thickened around Jessica and Arthur, frozen at the door in agonizing anticipation. At 45 seconds, the silence was broken by a knock on the door that made everyone flinch. Jessica pitched forward as the door opened, her eyes eagerly searching the protagonist's face for answers. A brief "ready" came from the young man, adjusting the travel bag on his shoulder and lowering his weapon. The rescued Clara looked confusedly at her frightened sister, who was pelting the girl with many questions, but she was unable to answer any of them. The sheriff, amazed at the speed of the operation, demanded an explanation about the fate of the vampires, but the hero calmly continued on his way. Taking a few steps forward and turning around slightly, the mage dropped a short phrase about the total destruction of the enemy.
The hero's last words about the need to call the fire department to the motel hung in the air with ominous foreboding.
"A motel? But I don't feel any residual magic," Langley exclaimed, confused, trying to realize how all this could have happened. The bearing on the rope around Chase's neck shimmered with a soft purple light, holding back the gathered magical energy, while the sheriff only asked in a daze how such a thing was possible. Hall didn't bother explaining anything, just calmly reminded them to hurry before the fire spreads across the neighborhood. As he loaded his belongings into the car, the young man pondered the valuable trophies he'd gotten from the vampires and was already planning a quick trip home to sort through his finds. He had just had time to throw his things in and close the passenger door when he heard footsteps and someone's voice behind him. It was Jessica, who ran out after the hero, wanting to thank him for all he had done for her family. Embarrassment colored the cheeks of both, the girl uttering words of gratitude and the young man trying to deflect them. Barely had he finished his sentence when Jessica stepped closer and kissed him unexpectedly on the cheek. From such an act, the young man finally blushed and felt confused, like a child, not knowing what to answer. Jessica hurriedly withdrew under the pretense of helping Clara, waving goodbye. A stammered reply and an awkward parting motion of the hand betrayed the young man's utter confusion. Once Clara was safe, her uncle and the other werewolves gathered around the phone to call Alpha Chester to discuss the resolved situation with the vampires. "What have you done?" Chester's voice sounded harsh and rude, but the sheriff hastened to assure him that no one from the pack had interfered. This answer only confused the Alpha more, and he demanded an explanation of what exactly had happened. The sheriff told of a mysterious deputy who independently offered to help, but stipulated a condition of anonymity. Alpha tried to figure out whether the man was a werewolf or a mage, but the sheriff found it difficult to answer. A mage with a tattoo but no discernible magical energy raised even more questions for him. Chester's guess about the face seemed unconvincing, since the guy's appearance didn't quite fit that image, but there were no other versions. Langley expressed his belief that the other vampires were unlikely to be pleased with this turn of events, and he was right. One of their leaders was watching the motel fire at the time. However, the conclusion was obvious. If everything was indeed as the sheriff described, the enemies could do nothing. The old man noted that they owed their rescue to the unknown man, watching his daughter and niece embrace in relief. Alpha's question about the identity of the benefactor hung in the air unanswered as Jessica clutched Clara even tighter to her. The last warning of distrust in Mages sounded like an order from Alpha Chester to keep an eye on the mysterious assistant. Heavy footsteps brought the exhausted lad home, where he immediately hid in the shower, trying to wash away the gravity of what he had done. Cold jets of water had been beating on his skin for half an hour, but the inner feeling of dirt had not left the hero's tormented soul. The gruesome images of the murdered creatures haunted my mind, not allowing me to forget the gravity of the murders. Trying to justify the vampiric nature of the victims brought no relief to a tormented conscience. The frightening ease of destroying an entire gang of monsters made one doubt their own budding, magical power. The disturbing thought of the immensity of his own power was reflected in the mirror, along with his haggard face. Doubts about the correctness of the guild's restrictions flickered through the young man's mind as he watched a small portal form in his palm. A sudden flash of anger made her palm clench, destroying the magical passageway and rejecting the guild rules that would doom Clara. The reflection in the mirror silently watched the inner struggle to find the right solution to the situation. A pensive look at the fireplace flames was accompanied by thoughts of burnt evidence along with the motel and possible exposure by the Langley family. The furious gesture of tearing off the towel expressed the depths of anger at his own miscalculations he had made. Bitter regret at his inability to keep the action a secret from Jessica tormented Chase's tormented mind. A heavy sigh accompanied the realization of the inevitability of the imminent move from the beloved Venuta. The sheriff slipped cautiously into the cafe, greeted by a friendly smile from the staff working there. A quiet question about the presence of expected guests escaped Arthur's lips, trying not to draw much attention to himself. A brief indication of the basement followed in response, accompanied by a calm gesture of the woman's hand. The hope that there was no vampire among the arrivals came through in the voice of the sheriff removing his hat. The information about the presence of the mage and the fae directed Langley downstairs, where two motionless figures awaited him. The representative man turned around, placing his glass on the table and calling Arthur Langley's name. It was the exuding professional confidence of Agent Ray Danforth of the Magical Regulation Guild. Danforth gestured to the woman next to him and introduced her as his partner, Agent Felicia Black, which completed the picture of the investigative team arriving. The sheriff greeted the arrivals, expressing his hope that they would help make sense of what was going on, and shook hands with Ray. The business matter of advancing the cleanup of the motel sounded out of the guild representative's mouth like something very important. Arthur said that the guildmen were still searching the area when he left, but several bodies had already been prepared for examination. An intuitive unease made Ray turn to his partner, whose expressive face eloquently signaled an important unspoken revelation. The gloomy atmosphere of the morgue greeted the arriving agents, where their blonde-haired colleague methodically studied the lifeless bodies of the victims of the mysterious accident. The investigator's experienced eye picked up on the striking similarity of the wounds, leaning over the pale face of the first victim for a detailed examination. The sheriff, desperately defending the innocence of the local werewolf pack, emphasized the unexplained nature of the injuries and the lack of clear evidence.
An enigmatic smile slid across Danforth's face as he glanced meaningfully at the anxious sheriff, radiating calm confidence.
The tense silence was interrupted by a polite gesture from his partner, inviting Agent Black to join in the detailed investigation. Silently obeying unspoken protocol, the female agent took a position at the headboard, immersing herself in a careful examination of the remains. Concentrated energy began to pulse around her outstretched arm, hovering above the victim's head as she activated her magical search. A mysterious green glow enveloped the investigator's figure, penetrating through the lifeless shell in search of recent memories. Agent Black's tense gaze suddenly cut through the semi-darkness of the morgue, completing a magical search among the victim's faded memories. Frustration colored the woman's voice as she reported the lack of useful information from the first victim, eliciting an ambiguous reaction from the sheriff. Agent Black's professional determination in moving on to the next body made Arthur fidget nervously, obviously fearful of revealing dark secrets. A magical scan of the second victim revealed the last moments, distant gunshots that cut off his life before he realized the danger. Felicia patiently explained to her partner, who insisted on looking for evidence, that the panic of the last moments had distorted all the victim's memories. The blonde-haired guild agent thoughtfully voiced a grim conclusion about the professionalism of the mysterious assassin based on the evidence gathered. The sheriff inwardly shuddered at the conclusions voiced, agonizing over the true identity of the cold-blooded killer. Arthur's anxious confusion in responding to Danforth's question betrayed a deep inner uneasiness masked by hasty words about the horrific wounds. Ray's penetrating gaze unmistakably read the sheriff's tenseness, betraying the carefully hidden secrets of the investigation. The guild agent had rigidly indicated his intention to linger in Venuta, emphasizing the seriousness of the threat from the unknown vampire killer. The sheriff's ostentatious hospitality manifested itself in a hurried offer to arrange the agent's accommodations, masking a growing unease. But Danforth decided otherwise, noting that, assuming Langley's words were true, they'd be happy to interrogate a few locals. The man listened attentively to his interlocutor, pondering the options of events, realizing the gravity of the situation after ruling out the involvement of his pack. The first option was the grim prospect of investigating the crime of an unknown stranger, making those present realize the difficulty of catching the culprit. The second option, indicated by a distinctive gesture, pointed to the possible involvement of a local resident provoked by the actions of the vampires. The sheriff's desperate attempts to protect the reputation of the townspeople were accompanied by a vigorous denial of the possibility of confronting those creatures alone. The agent's resolute tone and meaningful exchange of glances with his partner marked the beginning of an independent investigation. Left alone with his heavy thoughts, Langley kept his outer calm, masking his inner tension with formal assent. Disappointment was in the young man's voice as he assessed the loot from the vampire's lair, carelessly tossed into a tattered bag. A methodical inventory of the trophies revealed the standard set: firearms, cash, and mysterious hard drives. A close examination of the captured weapon showed no traces of magical origin, confirming its ordinary nature. But the contents of the cartridges made the young man's eyes flash with interest, revealing a deadly combination of silverite, mordite, and charit. Excitement swept over the lad at the memory of forum discussions of the effectiveness of these metals against supernatural creatures. The sudden discovery of an unusual object at the bottom of the bag interrupted his thoughts about ammunition.
The mysterious ceramic slabs caught the researchers' close attention, hinting at hidden potential.
Carefully studying the strange artifacts, Hall put off figuring out their purpose for the future, suspecting a connection to ancient writings. The impressive amount of cash and gold bars made the hunter wonder about the real value of the precious metal. Rationality prevailed over the thirst for quick profit, prompting the need to create a financial safety cushion. The grim prospects of possible flight made Hall appreciate the importance of solid savings to settle in a new place. An unsatisfactory experience with ordinary store-bought items prompted the need to purchase specialized magical tools. The mysterious ceramic plates never ceased to intrigue the hunter, suggesting their origins outside of provincial Vinith. A sudden street noise mercilessly interrupted his musings on magical acquisitions, causing a wave of panic about possible discovery. A feverish realization of the need to conceal the evidence made the young man pack up his loot with lightning speed and hide the bag in the bowels of the closet. After regaining his composure, Hall opened the front door where he was greeted by the familiar girls with obvious concern on their faces. The friendly smiles of the Langley sisters were accompanied by Jessica's surprised remark on the unexpected presence of the lad in the dwelling. The young man clarified the reasons for his supposed absence with a slight chuckle, receiving a sincere cheer in return. The atmosphere became tense as the woman leaned closer to his ear, whispering about the appearance of GMR agents in the city. Anxious thoughts swept over Hall at the mention of the investigation, though inwardly he had expected such a development, though not so soon. Clara, standing behind Jessica, gently explained the reason for their unexpected visit, trying to dispel the possible anxiety of the landlord. The sudden rush of gratitude was expressed in a tight hug, with which the rescued girl caught the young savior off guard, creating a touching moment of sincere appreciation. The embarrassed young man awkwardly stroked the girl's head, reminding her to keep his involvement in the events a secret. Finishing the hug, Jessica, radiating sincere appreciation, hinted at the special token of thanks they had prepared. The aroma of freshly prepared food from the local cafe filled the air as the woman held out a small package to Chase. The comicality of the moment was emphasized by the treacherous sound of a rumbling stomach, which elicited good-natured laughter from the girls present. This situation made the guy blush embarrassedly, acknowledging his hunger after a long day of intense events and the need for immediate reinforcements. Showing true hospitality, the young man invited the visitors inside, offered hot tea, and asked them to share details about GMR. The sheriff's daughter recounted her father's unusual morning meeting with special agents, noting Felicia's unique gift for communicating with the dead, which, however, was inconclusive. Mentally noting the importance of the information, the mage was relieved that the vampires had not revealed his true actions. Jessica, clenching her fists with impotence, recounted the fruitless search for clues in the completely burned-out motel. A sincere smile lit up the protagonist's face as he thanked his interlocutors with genuine warmth for the frank conversation. A sudden shadow of sadness darkened the woman's face as she relayed Alpha Chester's concern that their debt of gratitude for the help they had provided might be overwhelming. The measured flow of the dinner was interrupted by the sudden movement of the hero, whose attention instantly sharpened at the mention of Alpha Chester's name. Choosing her words carefully, Clara revealed the complex hierarchy of power, explaining the subordination of the local Sheriff Alpha to the more powerful Alpha of the Midwest. The nobility of intentions came through in the guy's words, who, sitting comfortably on the couch, rejected the very idea of a reward. Sincere amazement was reflected on the face of the sheriff's niece when she heard the total refusal of any compensation for her assistance. The hero, eager to avoid an awkward conversation about duty, stroked Clara's head affectionately, eliciting a light laugh from Jessica. The girl's cheerful mood was expressed in the playful gesture of locking her mouth in an imaginary lock, while the protagonist continued to keep his hand on the girl's head reassuringly. Agents arriving on the scene immediately demanded an investigative report on the burned motel. The investigator's professional eye revealed faint traces of a magical signature, though the prospectivity of this evidence was questionable. Studying the documents handed to him, Danford exclaimed in surprise at the discovery of an aeromancer mage among the vampires, after receiving confirmation from the investigator that there were no other magical traces. The blonde agent, upon hearing of the theft of vampire artifacts, warned of the Minneapolis Council's anger and instructed Felicia to track down the items on the black market. The intuition of an experienced agent suggested to Danford the unnaturalness of the circumstances of the fire during the return trip. A mysterious object on the floor caught Rhea's attention, interrupting his thoughts about the possible involvement of the cleanup squad. The strangeness of the situation was emphasized by the fact that evidence had been discovered by ordinary people, he reasoned, examining a small stone lifted from the ground. Felicia watched her partner's actions with the stone carefully, recalling the pack's adamant denial of involvement in the fire. The guild representative's irritation erupted in an emotional tirade about general secrecy, accompanied by a demonstrative stone throwing. The tense moment of silent exchange of glances between the agents was filled with unspoken understanding. A light green magical sphere materialized in the palm of the light-haired investigator's hand, gradually expanding and enveloping the space. Having completed the magical ritual, Ray pedantically adjusted his tie, returning to his business look. The next target of the investigation was determined through a brief check of the address in Danforth's cell phone. The swiftness of the guild agents brought them to the main character's door in record time. Chase's cautious movement opened the door just enough to assess the unexpected visitors. The transformed female agent's appearance was striking, with pointed elf ears and dragon scales covering her face. The mask of composure on the young man's face trembled, involuntarily betraying his amazement at the unusual appearance of his guests, despite his attempts to remain unperturbed. In a flawlessly synchronized motion, both agents displayed their magical regulation guild credentials, confirming their credentials. The young mage studied the presented documents intently and plunged into deep thoughts about what was going on. Hall's keen magical sense told him that the power of these two men far exceeded the capabilities of the vampires he had met before. The agent's cold and peremptory tone about the motel arson investigation left him no choice and demanded obedience. The hero's instinctive defensive reaction manifested in the lawyer's demand, resisting aggressive pressure. However, Felicia dismissed the mention of a lawyer with a clear threat in her voice and a cold stare, letting steam out of her nostrils. Confusion mixed with wariness as the young mage noted the clear threat in the visitor's words. A tense atmosphere thickened over all participants in the conversation, realizing the obvious failure of communication. Ray's sudden invasion of Chase's personal space was accompanied by a sharp question about his conversation with the sheriff about the vampires settling in town. The attempt to remain serious was shattered by the magic of Felicia, whose glassy eyes demanded full disclosure about the fire. Outrage erupted in a hero's cry when the unwarranted pressure and accusations reached their limit. The agent's green eyes filled with sadness as he stepped back, admitting temporary defeat. A silent stare followed the departing agents heading for their car, which betrayed the inner tension of the protagonist realizing that the danger was not yet over. The bitter realization of the proximity of exposure and the application of the agent's magic caused a wave of indignation. An unexpected stop and half-turn by the blonde-haired guild representative broke the seeming end of the unpleasant conversation. The cold words about not being allowed to leave the judicial district rang out as the agent uttered his final warning. The shocking announcement of his suspect status caused Chase to freeze in a daze, realizing the worsening of an already bad situation. The panic-stricken thought of an urgent need to escape seized the mind of the young man, who had barely crossed the threshold of the house for the last time. Resisting the magical influence of the guild agents was bound to arouse suspicion, he realized as he hastily gathered his things and stuffed them into the car. Anxious thoughts of the imminent arrival of new agents haunted him as his trembling hands turned the ignition key in the old car. The bitter regret of his failed farewell to Jessica was mixed with the realization of the need to flee to save his life. The inevitability of discovering his disappearance pressed heavy as the wheels of the car devoured the miles on the desert highway. Thinking about the impending arrest warrant was replaced by strategically planning a route away from busy roads, relying on magical intuition. The cautious movement on the highway was interrupted by the sudden discovery of a parked red SUV that caught the fugitive's attention. The fateful decision ripened instantly at the sight of the for sale ad, forcing me to turn to the parked car. The bell of a small store heralded the arrival of a new customer, greeted by the clerk's on-duty greeting. Professional observation allowed them to instantly identify the man's essence by the characteristic magical signature of a werewolf. Having overcome his doubts, the protagonist finally voiced his request for a new ID card, mentioning a recommendation from acquaintances. The salesman's wary look betrayed a natural distrust of a visitor with an unusual request and was accompanied by a question about a possible previous acquaintance. Hall ignored the counter question, carelessly placing a gold bar on the counter and mentioning the additional need for transportation. The weighty argument in the form of a gold bar instantly transformed the merchant's distrust into business interest, making him forget about his suspicions while considering the unexpected reward. The new document appeared 10 minutes later, accompanied by the salesman's assurances of its universality for both worlds. Carefully studying the freshly received ID, the young man said his new name, Denver Brown, aloud, noting the professor's status. A slight smile touched the boy's lips, contemplating the need to complete the professor's look with decorative glasses. The friendly salesperson inquired about the possibility of additional assistance after being asked for the location of the bookstore. There was a recommendation to visit the Pearson store, which was accompanied by a warning about the modest selection of specialized literature. Thoughts of tomorrow's visit to the bookstore filled the hero's mind back to the newly acquired red car. Heavy thoughts of the Langley family's reaction to his disappearance caused an agonizing sense of guilt. Memories of the kindness of the sheriff, Jessica, and Clara were painful to the young man's soul. An inner voice insisted on explaining himself to the people who had shown genuine concern and had become almost family to him. Late at night, the store clerk, immersed in the routine recounting of goods, would begin to lose patience after the 30-second pack. An irritated muttering about a score gone astray was interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious portal behind his back. The unexpected voice from the magical passage caused the stunned salesman to react violently, bursting into frightened curses. A mysterious voice from the portal pressed for an opportunity to send a message to the Alpha of the Midwest. Through the confusion and fear of the salesman came a request to pass on information to Alpha about the safety of Clara's friend. Alpha Chester's phone conversation centered on a cryptic message he received about the girl's friend. The Alpha of the Midwest, driven by a desire to protect his charges, warned against seeking out the dangerous man and ordered them to stay away from him. Chester, having finished his conversation, turned to the werewolves present to ask about the encounter with the mysterious friend. One of those present confirmed his presence around the time the stranger joined the Alpha Langley squad.
The werewolf's confident answer about being able to recognize a familiar scent sparked the keen interest of the ringleader, who was preparing to give the order.
The mighty Alpha of the Midwest turned majestically to his subordinates, entrusting Roy and John with the important mission of searching. The loyal werewolves synchronously put their hands to their heads, showing unquestioning acceptance of their leader's order. Felicia thoughtfully discussed the only lead, the mysterious Chase, with her partner during a brief break in the patrol car. The unusual resistance to magical influence caused the agent to question the suspect's human nature. Danford, leaning back in his seat, suggested the possible presence of magical defenses unknown to the wearer himself. Attentive Felicia noted Chase's suspicious proximity to the victims of vampire attacks, heightening interest in his person. The agent's new theory suggested a possible attempted vampire attack on Hall, thwarted by a mysterious protector. The blonde-haired guild representative sighed heavily, realizing the lack of alternative leads in their investigation. The decision to revisit the suspect led the agents to an empty house where their persistent calls went unanswered. Ray, assessing the situation, suggested we act quickly and decisively without wasting precious time. The magical energy channeled by the agent's experienced hand easily handled the front door lock. The emptiness of the house alarmed Felicia less than the strange details that caught her eye as she looked around the room. The unnatural cleanliness of the dwelling gave the impression of an uninhabited space, raising further suspicion. The magical scan covered every corner of the house, including the deserted backyard, leaving no blind spots. A sudden magical response caused the agent to stop her departing partner, sensing an important find. A mysterious bearing, retrieved by magical power from under the bed, was right at the feet of the attentive Danford. The intrigued partner reacted instantly to the find, staring at the unusual object in her colleague's hands. Close inspection of the bearing revealed traces of crude enchantment, though ordinary metal retained almost no magical imprints. The perceptive Black concluded the protagonist's connection to the magical community, regardless of his own abilities. The experienced Ray, rising from the floor, stated the futility of further inspection, confident of Mr. Hall's non-return. An enterprising partner offered to put out a wanted notice for the fugitive's car, receiving tacit approval from her colleague. The remaining agent continued to study the mysterious bearing, examining it from various angles in search of hidden signs. The need to consult with Langley's Alpha prompted the agent to carefully hide the mysterious find and color his face with an acerbic smile. A parked car in a deserted parking lot became the temporary shelter of the protagonist meeting a new dawn. The midday sun woke the young man, giving him his first truly sound sleep in many days. The uncomfortable posture reminded me of the aching pain in my shoulders, forcing me to stretch out the stiff muscles. Anxious thoughts of the approaching GMR agents kept me from relaxing even after a restful night. Memories of the conversation with the werewolf salesman made me hope the information about the bookstore was true. The realization of the need to deepen magical knowledge prompted the young man to cautiously leave the interior of the car. The old store building stood directly across the parking lot, drawing attention with its vintage facade. The antique atmosphere of the place increased with each step of approaching the mysterious bookstore. Reflecting on the power of ancient magic made the young man take a fresh look at the lack of modern technology. The stale smell of dust greeted the visitor at the entrance, forcing him to cover his nose with his hand. The plain book racks gave the illusion of a mediocre store, hiding its true nature. The increasing magical signature led the hero to an old man behind a counter, immersed in the study of ancient folios. Invisible magical particles surrounded the grumpy old man, giving away his involvement in the arcane arts. The young man's friendly greeting was met with silence and an embittered look from the bookstore keeper. Demonstrably ignoring the visitor only increased the tense atmosphere in the dusty room. Denver Brown, mentally noting the inhospitality of the salesman, decided to explore the mysterious store on his own. An impressive collection of books, half of which were fantasy literature, spread out before the attentive gaze of the visitor. The gaudy pink cover of the novel made the young man involuntarily disgusted at the quality of the literature on display. Curiosity made Denver check the value of the unattractive book, hoping for an acceptable price. The shocking price of $200 made the guy question the adequacy of the store's pricing policy. A panicked examination of the other novellas confirmed the disappointing fact that each cost at least $100. A massive gray volume with a mysterious symbol on the spine suddenly caught the attention of the seeker of magical knowledge. An ancient book with the title Magical Defense, a treatise on defense, promised to reveal important secrets of the magical arts. A careful study of the book convinced the young man of the necessity of this purchase, in spite of the high cost. The richly illustrated pages of the ancient folio beckoned with its secrets and deep insights. The old man's sudden irritated shout of initial purchase and only then reading made Denver wince in surprise. The salesman's sudden wordiness caused an involuntary smile from the persistent customer to replace the earlier tension. Denver, displaying the book he had chosen, cautiously inquired about the availability of training manuals for aspiring mages.
The old man's skeptical look was accompanied by a barbed remark about the wrong age to begin training.
The inventive lies about being a professor and buying books for students brought genuine laughter from the protagonist. A careless snap of the old man's fingers released streams of magical energy, directing them toward the far shelves. The mesmerizing sight of levitating books made the young man freeze with his mouth open. The old man's effortless mastery of magic made a lasting impression on the novice mage, realizing that he still had a long way to go to make such progress. 3 ancient tomes devoted to various aspects of the magical arts floated majestically above the head of the astonished buyer. The demonstration of magical prowess ended with the books landing neatly in the young man's hands, accompanied by the old man's harsh words. Denver approached the cash register, mentally calculating the value of the priceless source of magical knowledge he carried in his hands. The impressive sum of $1,300 did not stop the determined buyer from holding out a stack of bills to the seller. The old man carefully took the money, slipped it into the counting machine, and, without taking his eyes off it, pressed the button that started the mechanism. The exact amount satisfied the seller, allowing him to return to his interrupted business without further ado. The buyer's prolonged presence forced the old man to break the silence with a question about possible help. The main character's feigned smile accompanied his unconvincing negative response to the salesman. Anger at the stingy old man overwhelmed the young man, leaving the store without change. The loyal werewolves methodically carried out their leader's orders, scrutinizing every corner of the territory. Disappointment was evident in the second werewolf's voice, recognizing the lack of magical traces of the pursued. A faint physical scent gave away the presence of the wanted guy, despite his attempts to cover his tracks. Offering to question the clerk about suspicious visitors, the wolfhound pointed to the bookstore behind. But the former was against it, for caution demanded avoiding unnecessary attention, following the alpha's unspoken order to act quietly. The search led the hunters to a parking lot where several cars lay frozen waiting for their owners. The werewolf's keen sniff instantly picked up the distinctive odor of a pickup truck, causing him to look around the area carefully. The surveillance cameras on the pole inspired one of the stalkers to ask an acquaintance for footage of the past few days. The partners suggested discussing a plan of action beforehand with the experienced Lucy, who specializes in such tasks. The young blonde hacker was renowned for her ability to hack into CCTV systems with incredible ease. The hurried movements betrayed the impatience of the protagonist, immersed in the study of the acquired books. Disappointment seized the young man, realizing the emptiness of wasted money and time on useless folios. The paucity of information in the acquired books caused a fit of rage, causing him to hurl another volume at the others. The only useful knowledge turned out to be information about the ceramic focus plates captured from the vampires. The magical tool greatly simplified the creation of complex spells, opening up new possibilities for sorcery. The lack of information about the creation or acquisition of the trick added to the young mage's growing irritation. Determination never left the young man, believing in the existence of a book that could teach him the secret art. Memories of the inhospitable salesman triggered bouts of anger, making him grip the steering wheel of the car harder. Encounters with werewolves, vampires, and mages had become commonplace in the endless search for information. The Fae store attracted attention with crystals and herbs that turned out to be useless for specific purposes. The mystery of the Dragonborn remained unsolved, making one wonder about the uniqueness of the Shahei encountered. The image of a gym owner with an otherworldly being behind him surfaced in the knowledge seeker's mind. Worry about the fate of the acquaintance after the attack never left the thoughts of the protagonist as he continued his journey of learning. The unsolved mystery of the events left many unanswered questions in the young man's mind. Trying to rationalize the lack of news about the dragon elicited a smile and a machine scratching his neck. The new bookstore inspired hope of gaining coveted knowledge and more friendly service. A smile lit up the protagonist's face as he crossed the threshold in anticipation of long-awaited discoveries.
A powerful energy wave hit the entrant, causing him to freeze in surprise.
Confusion distorted the features of the young man's face as he tried to discern the source of the unusual power. The girl arranging the books radiated an incredibly powerful energy, attracting the visitor's attention. The only question about the identity of the mysterious stranger completely captured the protagonist's mind. A contrived carelessness of movement disguised Denver's close attention to the young visitor, whose student appearance betrayed her membership in the university community. A heightened magical sense revealed the presence of additional sources of power hidden among the store's visitors. A discerning eye identified an elderly mage couple immersed in reading at a nearby table. The fugitive's inner monologue tried to quell the growing anxiety by reminding him of the reliability of Professor Brown's new identity. The piercing gaze of the elderly visitor made her tense, causing a momentary wave of unease. A traitorous blush and cold drops of sweat betrayed the inner turmoil caused by the stranger's inexplicable attention. The unexpected friendly gesture of greeting by the elderly lady diffused the tense atmosphere of mutual observation. A relieved sigh escaped from the protagonist's chest, interpreting the gesture as a display of ordinary readerly solidarity. A professional eye appreciated the superior assortment of magical literature displayed on the numerous racks. The vague recognition of some volumes brought to mind the limited selection of specialized literature. Immersed in thought, Brown did not immediately react to the muffled muttering coming from behind a nearby shelf. The source of the sound turned out to be the same student, concentrating on an open folio. A casually dropped phrase about magical protection caught the girl's attention, causing a surprised look in the stranger's direction. The professorial confidence was evident in a critical remark about the quality of the material, accompanied by a pointing gesture to the pages of the book. The unexpected mutual understanding elicited a hearty laugh from the girl, who admitted her own difficulty in understanding the text. A professional tone came through in the offer of help, accompanied by a critical evaluation of the chosen instructional material. Sincere hope lit up the girl's face, interested in the prospect of gaining a mentor. The awkward gesture betrayed Denver's inner tension, cautiously wondering if the girl belonged to any magical school and probing the ground for further conversation. The young sorceress's frankness broke through when she told of Archmage Fane's persistent attempts to take her on as an apprentice, but she had no such desire. A momentary assessment of the situation prompted Denver to continue a promising conversation about ways to avoid unwanted apprenticeship. The healing arts required mastery of basic spells, despite the seeming simplicity of this magical field. Denver Brown introduced himself as the professor, extending his hand in greeting and hoping to solidify the rapport that had been established. Gail Hargrave introduced herself in return and responded to the handshake with genuine pleasure, impressed with the status of her new acquaintance. The fateful proposal for joint classes met with an enthusiastic response from a girl with plenty of free time. The professor's enthusiasm manifested itself in an immediate study of the girl's syllabus as they made themselves comfortable at the table. The impressive list of required magical disciplines included telekinesis, magic tricks, enchantments, and the art of enchanting objects. A thoughtfulness took possession of the young man as he realized the enormity of the impending training that coincided with his own goals. Gail's heavy sigh betrayed her resignation to the necessity of mastering a complex magical art. The unexpected turn of the conversation to attack spells revealed Denver's particular interest in combat magic. A professional remark about the dual nature of healing magic was met with a surprised objection from her interlocutor. It all started with a frank admission about the lack of traditional education, instead of which there was a very different, elite magical education. Belonging to an influential family determined the choice of an old-fashioned but prestigious academy for the young sorceress. Inner jubilation swept over the guy at the realization of successful acquaintance with a representative of the magical elite. The professor set aside the topic of attack magic, handing the student a note with recommendations for studying signaling cascades and neurochemical processes. The mentor's pensive gaze met the student's eyes as the conversation touched on the intricacies of healing magic. The protagonist explained the principle of magical balance, where enhancing one aspect inevitably disrupts the overall balance of power. The student studied the outstretched sheet with genuine interest, absorbing every recommendation written. The girl's sincere gratitude filled the heart of the impromptu mentor with the pleasant warmth of satisfaction from the work done. The end of the lesson was marked by the closing of the textbook, symbolizing the end of a busy session. The girl's unexpected touch on her mentor's hands was accompanied by a request for a new meeting next Friday. The restrained response masked the conflicting emotions from the unexpected development, forcing the young man to carefully choose his words for a response. Inspiring reflections on the happy coincidence of meeting a budding mage among many ordinary people accompanied him on his morning commute. The opportunity to learn magical fundamentals under the guise of teaching seemed like the perfect solution to the current situation. A sincere desire to help the kind girl was mixed with personal interest in learning the magical arts. Thoughts of seeking more knowledge led him to the next bookstore, lurking with new possibilities. A quick detour around the sales floor ended with the selection of 2 suitable books and a direction to the cash register, where the mysterious saleswoman was waiting. The magical aura around the girl cashier gave away her belonging to a clan of werewolves, which alerted the customer. The brief answer of purchase for the apprentice served as a cover for the true intentions of the seeker of magical knowledge. The professional courtesy of the employee was evident in her offer to bag the purchases and her interest in the success of the search. The saleswoman's unexpected piercing stare caused a fleeting panic to reflect on Denver's face. But a moment's self-correction returned a nonchalant expression, masking the inner unease with polite gratitude. The insistence on examining the additional shelving behind her back reinforced the suspicion that what was happening was not accidental. A hurried desire to leave the store was masked by a polite reference to lack of time. Everything seemed strange, especially the saleswoman's kind reply, sounding too unnatural in that tense atmosphere. The final wish for a good day was accompanied by a friendly parting gesture, which only added to the unsettling foreboding. The panicked realization of possible danger made Denver quicken his step to get out of the store area as quickly as possible. The bitter realization of the mistake of delay in the sales room increased the lad's guilt for his carelessness and made him angry with himself. Anxious thoughts of the consequences of interacting with the young sorceress had Brown rethinking yesterday's encounter. Suddenly lowering his gaze into the bag, he noticed a mysterious object sticking out of the book he had bought, which caught the fugitive's attention and interrupted the flow of anxious thoughts. Curiosity made my hand reach for the mysterious sheet hidden between the pages. With an instinctive movement, the young man pulled from the pages of the folio a cryptic leaf with a message from Alpha Chester, requesting a call, which made him go cold with surprise. Lucy's confident fingers fluttered rapidly over the keyboard as she smugly explained her mastery of the surveillance cameras to Alpha Chester. Alpha's tense anticipation was replaced with interest as the hacker leaned back in her chair with a look of accomplishment. Professional pride was evident in explanations of target detection through street surveillance, accompanied by criticism of primitive surveillance methods. The girl's shrewdness was evident in observing the behavior of the wanted young man, who seemed to be deliberately demonstrating his awareness of the pursuit. Alpha's impatient remark caused a flash of irritation to Lucy, who continued to methodically build a logical chain of her findings. Careful investigation revealed a strange pattern in the interests of the pursued subject, who was showing increased attention to bookstores. A systematic tracking approach tracked the red pickup's movements at major exits out of the state, which narrowed the search area considerably. Further examination of the CCTV footage confirmed the assumption that the object was traveling in a southerly direction. The focused hacker abruptly stopped sharing more information about the likely stops, dipping her fingers into the keyboard. Instant video from the cash register showed the last recorded activity of the wanted man in the bookstore. The location of the werewolf-owned store where Professor Denver Brown was spotted was the next point of interest for the search party. Alpha's strategic decision to avoid direct contact with the wanted man demonstrated a subtle understanding of the psychology of the pursued. The hacker's sincere approval was expressed in a playful gesture of raised thumbs directed toward the shrewd chief. Twilight shrouded the street while the protagonist, tormented by doubt, froze in front of a phone booth with a mysterious sheet. An internal conflict was tearing through the young man's mind, wavering between the decision to call Chester and contemplating the consequences of calling. The realization of the tracking made the hero rethink his actions, heading resolutely for the phone booth. The urge to get clarity on the situation finally overcame doubt, prompting Denver to dial the fateful number. A telephone call interrupted Alpha's musings, who thanked Mr. Brown for taking the initiative. The revelation of his true identity caused a wave of anger in the young man, demanding an explanation from his mysterious interlocutor. Chester shared disturbing information about the growing rioting by the vampires, mentioning Clara's rescue as a link between the two. The young man's resolute refusal to be a mercenary sounded an instant response to his interlocutor's veiled offer. A few seconds of sepulchral silence hung in the air when the interlocutor mentioned the shocking information about the GMR, making the young man's pupils dilate with surprise. Memories of the events in the guild made the hero realize the value of the information offered, pushing the material reward to the back burner. A sudden interest in the arrangement of society and the mysterious papers came through in Brown's voice, betraying his growing excitement. Alpha Chester skillfully piqued his interlocutor's interest by mentioning the possibility of meeting an expert in magic due to his connections. The young man's practicality was evident in a short question about the specific challenges he faced. Vampire political intrigue in the four cities was undermining Alpha Midwest's influence, posing a serious threat to his position. Uncertainty crept into Denver's voice at the thought of the enormity of the task ahead with four cities. Past experience with agents and the element of chance made the hero doubt that such an operation could be successfully repeated. A sudden agreement was heard in response to a clarifying question about the timing of the assignment. The hero's caution was evident in his terms, meeting with a magical expert in exchange for thinking about the offer, plus revealing his methods of detection. A hint of werewolf abilities came through in the old man's explanation of long tracking by scent. The predictability of the route through the bookstores to the south made the pursuer's job much easier. The realization of his own naivety caused the boy to throw a fit of anger, making him grit his teeth in annoyance. Detailed information about vampires awaited Denver in a specially left folder on a nearby street. The weight of the decision emphasized the seriousness of the protagonist's intentions in the upcoming case. The leader's brief response ended a meaningful conversation, leaving room for reflection. The impressive amount of information in the found folder resembled an entire encyclopedia, impressing the professor with its completeness. The thoroughness of Alpha Chester's preparations became more and more evident as he studied the materials provided. The huge distances between the target cities, up to 1,300 kilometers, raised doubts about the ability to complete the mission quickly. A sudden idea interrupted the flow of gloomy thoughts, igniting a spark of hope and causing the young man to delve into deep thoughts about a possible solution to the problem. In the quiet forest, kneading his muscles, the hero pondered his ability to teleport a distance of no more than 1,500 meters. The mysterious power of gravitokinesis began to grow in the guy's raised hands, promising to grant him incredible speed of movement. Concentrating on the next step of the plan, the inexperienced mage decided to run the energy through his entire body, hoping for the success of the theoretical knowledge. Delight overflowed Brown's heart as his body lifted off the ground a few precious centimeters, soaring through the air. The success was short-lived. An unexpected imbalance caused the lad to begin a rapid fall backwards, ruining the moment of triumph. His timely reaction helped him avoid a fall, but controlling the new power was incredibly difficult and stressful. An unexpected gust of magical energy threw the body back with incredible force, disrupting all the training plans. A powerful blow against the tree tore a pained cry from the chest of the hapless experimenter. The landing on the hard ground was accompanied by a new wave of sharp pain that pierced his entire body and echoed through the silent forest. Rubbing his bruised neck, the mage pondered the need to stabilize his strength despite the potential future benefits. A sudden insight lit a spark of confidence in the experimenter's eyes, opening the way to solving a difficult problem. The greenish glow of magic illuminated the path of the guild agents, methodically scouring the highway for traces of the fugitive. Felicia's curiosity was directed toward Danforth ahead, whose actions seemed particularly purposeful. The experienced agent, adjusting his perfectly ironed tie, pointed out a suspicious ravine that needed checking. A careful survey of the area led the group to a mysterious spot that attracted the attention of experienced trackers. The blonde-haired agent crouched at the edge of the ravine and discovered something artfully hidden from view. The abandoned car, carelessly covered with fallen leaves, concealed some secrets that were to disappear with the transport. A close inspection of the driver's seat by Agent Black revealed evidence of a thorough trail sweep. Danforth's thoughtful look over the significance of the machine's recent appearance here suggested that it was important to their investigation. A triumphant smile lit up the Pathfinder's face as he realized that he was inexorably approaching the goal of his quest. Having completed a grueling workout, the adventurer saddled up on his motorcycle and set off to meet new challenges. Speeding down the deserted road, the mage decided to test the limits of his newfound power by merging with the might of the steel horse. The magical energy enveloped the iron horse and gave it an incredible acceleration, causing the experimenter to be delighted. Gravitokinesis, applied to the motorcycle, opened the traveler to the possibilities of instantaneous travel between werewolf cities. Reflecting on the upcoming reconnaissance of the vampire lair, the protagonist realized the need to carefully study the future enemy. The deserted street greeted the lone mage with a sepulchral silence, marking arrival at his destination. Removing his protective helmet, the young man pondered the information from Chester's Alpha, deciding to minimize contact with the local packs. Magical vision activated at the will of its master, beginning the search for the hidden hideout of the ancient creatures. The information he received indicated the proximity of the lair, causing Brown to look more closely at the surrounding structures. His piercing gaze stopped on the local movie theater building, radiating the ominous energy of dark creatures. His inner gut unmistakably detected the presence of 9 vampire entities in the old entertainment building. Magical shields created by a skilled earth mage covered the structure like an invisible web of protective charms. The observant spellcaster noted the limited protective barriers extending solely to the ground level. The professor's thoughts focused on the possibility of bypassing the defenses, seeing the only threat in the presence of an experienced mage. The enemy's strong magical shell was admirable, but made it impossible to use vacuum enchantment. Doubt crept into the Pathfinder's soul, forcing him to rethink the deal with Alpha Chester and assess all possible consequences. The sudden appearance of something inexplicable interrupted the boy's musings, causing him to freeze with his eyes wide open. The 10th vampire's incredible speed, surpassing the flight of a bullet, stunned the observer to the core. The realization came instantly. The ambush tactics in Venuta made it impossible to gauge the true speed of the bloodthirsty creatures. A cold wave of fear and doubt came over the protagonist, forcing him to reevaluate his capabilities in the face of a dangerous adversary. The main character's close attention was drawn to a strange burden in the hands of an impetuous vampire. Terror reflected on Denver's face with cold sweat and dilated pupils at the sight of the gruesome sight. A bloody teenage girl was dragged helplessly on the ground in the monster's merciless grip. Fury overwhelmed the young man at the sight of the inhuman cruelty of the bloodthirsty creatures. The tracker's gaze stopped on a bald mage with obviously bad intentions, who was approached by a 10th vampire with a little girl. The frantic movements gave away the guy's inner tension, hurriedly pulling out his phone for an urgent message. A brief agreement was sent to Alpha Chester, after which the tracker rushed away, contemplating new tactics of action. The need for lightning-fast and precise strategy became more and more apparent with every second of delay. Avoiding the attention of Agent Felicia, who had the ability to read the last memories of the dead, required special care. The vibration of the phone reminded him of his appointment with Gail, the student from the bookstore, making the mage realize his tardiness. A sudden insight lit up a student's face during a class with the experienced Professor Brown. The mysterious object changed hands, arousing genuine curiosity and a desire to study the unusual phenomenon. Careful inspection revealed the grace and precision of the telekinetic impact on the object under investigation. The professor's warm smile and sincere praise reflected satisfaction with the talented student's success. Gail's modesty showed in a slight embarrassment at the mention of multiple attempts to achieve the perfect result. The professor proposed another test, handing over the plate for a new experiment. Determination filled the student's gaze, ready for a new magical challenge. Absolute concentration was reflected in the frozen gaze of the girl, completely immersed in the learning process. A mysterious glow of magical energy began to envelop the plate, emanating from the hands of the young sorceress. The magical energy enveloping the object began to independently manifest amazing properties in front of the astonished owner. The student's admiring gaze stopped on her own hands as her lips whispered words of surprise at the successful experiment. The professor, watching the process closely, encouraged continued magical interaction with a short order. The blue glow of magical energy expanded its sphere of influence, encompassing the book lying nearby with a mysterious glow. The mystical power absorbed the information from the plate like a living creature, creating an amazing symbiosis with the book. The successful completion of the experiment caused Gail to rejoice as she gently placed the plate on the table under her mentor's approving gaze. His young student's enthusiastic gratitude for his help translated into an unexpected embrace that took Professor Brown by surprise. The mentor's modesty came out, and he tried to downplay the significance of the accomplishment by reminding them of the long road of learning ahead. Gail recoiled, puffing up her cheeks in feigned offense, and rebuked the professor for being nerdy, which diffused the atmosphere a little after the awkward moment. A brief conclusion of the lesson was followed by an agreement to meet again a week later at the now customary time. Hargrave began to jump, radiating enthusiasm, and affirming her agreement to continue her magical lessons. The professor's musings on the motorcycle revolved around the need for additional supplies, while the briefcase drew out the secrets of the study materials. Waiting for the traffic light to turn green has spawned a new strategy for confronting the vampire lair. Confidence in the success of the plan conceived was reflected in thoughts of the imminent destruction of the bloodthirsty creatures striving ahead of the professor. Denver rejected the idea of using firearms, instead turning to the destructive power of thermite, a deadly mixture of metal oxide and aluminum. The incredible power of this compound found peaceful uses in industry, where it was used to weld massive railroad rails. The destructive flames of the thermite reaction reached temperatures of over 2,000 degrees, twice the heat of raging volcanic lava. A sinister smile slid across the hero's face, realizing that such a temperature was more than enough to destroy the hated vampires. The protagonist went in search of the necessary ingredients, knowing full well that a deadly mixture can be created from the most common items. The initial phase of the plan consisted of painstakingly collecting rust from old metal pipes found nearby. The next step was painstakingly grinding the aluminum foil into the fine dust needed for a perfect reaction. Carefully observing the proportions of 3:1, the master scrupulously mixed the components until a homogeneous mass. The improvised container for the deadly mixture was an ordinary aluminum can from a carbonated drink. The inventor's satisfaction at creating a homemade weapon was reflected in his thoughtful gaze at the finished product. After an hour of hard work, having amassed an impressive arsenal, He began strategically placing homemade grenades in caches for quick access. The young man's piercing gaze slid over the surrounding objects in search of the heavy object needed to complete the training. The mage's attention was instantly drawn to a massive boulder lurking in a nearby area behind his back. Denver Brown methodically walked around the find a few times, scrutinizing every detail before nodding his thoughts in satisfaction. In the semi-darkened hall of the theater, two audience members were lazily watching the screen where a lowbrow monster movie was unfolding. The second vampire nonchalantly inquired of his buddy, who was enthusiastically devouring popcorn, about the blood supply of the very girls someone had brought in last night. An irritated grunt swept through the hall after the negative answer, accompanied by disgruntled remarks about the need for a new hunt. Suddenly, a tiny portal materialized between the bored creatures, releasing an aluminum can right under their feet. The lit wick sticking out of the improvised grenade instantly triggered a massive thermite explosion. The desperate screams of the agonizing vampires were drowned out by the roaring flames devouring their immortal flesh. The automatic fire suppression system responded to the extreme temperature by flooding the room with streams of water. Alarmed by the noise in the water, the other occupants of the movie theater began to leave their shelters, trying to understand what was happening. Another purple portal silently appeared over the head of one of the bloodsuckers discussing the source of the fire. His comrade's warning shout sounded too late. The deadly jar was already falling through the magical vortex. Only moments separated the vampire from turning into a living torch as his companion watched in horror. The warlock, controlling the attack from a safe distance, satisfied with the success of his tactic, took a second to cover the portal. The guy was determined to maintain the set pace of the attack, immediately starting to prepare the next strike. The wicks of all the strategically placed cans simultaneously flashed with an ominous light, heralding the imminent attack. Denver Brown masterfully activated his magic, channeling deadly projectiles through multiple portals. Streams of water from the fire system proved powerless against the relentless thermite flames devouring the vampires. The creature's death screams echoed around the room, filled with bewilderment and terror. The supreme vampire magician, immersed in watching a fascinating movie, remained blissfully unaware of the carnage taking place. The acrid smoke and piercing howl of the alarm snapped him out of his dormant state, making him realize the danger. The sudden realization of an attack from within made him rush to warn the other occupants. The corridor filled with burning bodies caused the vampire lord confusion due to the inexplicable failure of his protective watchers. The warlock, satisfied with the first stage, focused on the next target, the Earth Mage. The boy cautiously approached the massive boulder, mentally acknowledging the limitations of his knowledge of the enemy's capabilities. Denver realized the uselessness of thermite and bullets against the mage's impenetrable shield, so he needed to act differently. The young man focused his magical energy on the giant boulder, seeing it as the only way to win. Denver Brown methodically lifted the stone, knowing that even a powerful mage remains a vulnerable man. The professor carefully controlled the rise of the boulder until it reached his eye level. The warlock's magical calculations accounted for every inch of the massive weapon's rise until it was well above his height. Denver Brown carefully considered the moment of portal creation, coinciding with the end of the boulder's fall. A magical portal materialized over the confused Earth Mage, frantically searching for the source of the danger. The enemy looked up too late, so the last thing the enemy saw was the rapidly approaching silhouette of a huge boulder. The crushing power of the falling stone surpassed all of the mage's defenses, instantly cutting off his existence. The ruined movie theater turned into a gruesome spectacle of burning bodies and a massive boulder under a steady stream of water. The exhausted warlock exhaled in relief, wiping a drop of sweat on his face, convinced of the complete destruction of his opponents. Thoughts of the three remaining nests filled Denver Brown's mind as he slowly made his way back to his trusty motorcycle. An hour later, the young man perched on the roof, watching the raging flames devouring the building across the street, assessing the results of his work. Calm sipping of water from a tin can was accompanied by gloomy reflections on the hopelessness of the enemy's situation. In the tense silence, Alpha Chester watched Lucy's readings intently, eager to learn of any reaction the vampire clan might have to what was happening. The girl's professional eye noted the impeccable cleanliness of the young mage's execution of the operation, continuing to monitor the incoming information. The unexpected vibration of the phone interrupted the leader's musings on the mysterious successes of a young ally. The man intently read the message confirming the consecutive destruction of two vampire nests. Bewilderment was reflected on the face of the Midwestern Alpha, who was staring at the phone screen, trying to comprehend the incredible speed of the mission. The protagonist, wasting no time, directed the motorcycle to the third lair, preparing for a new bloody confrontation. The warlock scrutinized the ominous building, trying to determine the exact number of supernatural inhabitants. The lad's magical vision revealed a deadly squad of a dozen vampires protected by one skilled guardian mage. Suddenly, the young man's gaze was caught by a strange anomaly, causing him to interrupt his scan of the room. The professor discerned two mysterious silhouettes that clearly stood out among the supernatural beings for their human nature. The hazy magical vision revealed terrified captives, shackled in heavy handcuffs and trembling with terror. Rushing through the nighttime city, Denver Brown feverishly pondered a plan to rescue the hostages without the risk of revealing his identity. Tense steps back and forth near the motorcycle gave away the hero's deep thoughts about the upcoming difficult decision. An inner conflict tormented the young man. Rescuing the captives would inevitably reveal his secret identity to unnecessary witnesses. Memories of the frightened faces of the hostages did not give rest to the hero's heart, not allowing him to leave the innocent to their fate. Denver carefully considered an escape plan, realizing the need to find a place easily accessible to the allied werewolves. The hero's keen eyesight snatched up a life-saving solution, a small fast food cafe a few blocks away. Despite the perfection of the shelter he had found, the weight of unfulfilled duty clouded Brown's soul with gloomy forebodings. Steely determination drove the sadness out of the mage's heart as he realized the necessity of destroying the enemy nest. Time was running out, requiring immediate identification of weaknesses in the structure of the opponent's fortifications. A cluster of vampires could indicate a strategically important nest point that required the hero's special attention. Flammable materials represented an ideal target to carry out the intended plan. A sudden insight lit up the young man's face as his gaze settled on the vulnerability his opponent had found. Termite preparation required extra care as the hero extracted the pre-prepared materials. The 6 metal cans spread out on the floor were to provide the necessary power to accomplish the mission. The mysterious glow of portal magic enveloped the hero's hands, ready to finalize preparations for the decisive strike. Mystical energy instantly enveloped all the containers, igniting each wick with the precision of a master. The deafening explosion of the first can broke the silence of the dungeon, marking the beginning of the rescue operation. A sudden rumbling sound made the prisoners in the cell tense up, trying to figure out the nature of the mysterious sound. Curiosity pushed the young prisoner toward the bars, where his gaze searched the dark hallway for signs of the supposed fire. The thick smoke and bright flames that appeared in the distance instilled panic in the hearts of the hostages. The young man's desperate attempts to pull the bars of the grate apart, accompanied by the girl's encouragement, diverted his attention from the portal emerging behind him. Completely absorbed in their desperate attempts to break into the unyielding cell, the prisoners did not notice the mysterious figure that silently materialized in the shadows behind them. The warlock stepped carefully out of the shimmering portal, his soft voice inquiring about the condition of the frightened prisoners, who froze in surprise. The young captive cried out in panic, instinctively shielding the trembling girl from the unknown visitor. Denver, remaining silent, slowly approached the pair, enveloping his right hand in a pulsing magical aura, and with a commanding gesture ordering the hostages to turn around and close their eyes. The guy skillfully manipulated the magical energy around the handcuffs, quietly explaining to the terrified captives the necessity of complete trust for a successful release. A wave of amazement reflected on the girl's face as the heavy metal shackles melted away from her injured wrist without a trace. The hostages, driven by a mixture of fear and hope, obeyed the mysterious savior's instructions without complaint, closing their eyes and sinking to the cold stone floor. The mage was concentrating on forming the complex portal structure, carefully calculating the exit point for the safe transportation of the entire group. The anxious captive, keeping his eyes closed, continuously peppered the stranger with questions about his destination as the magical passage formed toward the restroom. Experienced in portal handling, Denver landed elegantly after the portal, while the rescued collapsed awkwardly on the cold tiled floor. The mysterious dark hooded figure briefly instructed the disoriented captives to await help in the restroom. Turning to leave, the rescued hostages called out to their mysterious savior in desperation, trying to learn at least his name before their inevitable parting. "No one," the young man whispered, hiding, and his last command was to erase even the sound of his voice from his memory. Exhausted by the unknown, the girl was desperate to find out at least the approximate length of the forced wait. The boy, dissolving into the shimmering portal, quietly apologized for not being able to satisfy their legitimate curiosity. The mage felt genuine sympathy for the confused captives, burdened with many questions that would forever remain unanswered. Denver's mind flashed back to vivid memories of his own confusion at his first encounter with the frightening supernatural world. These memories lit a special flame of hope in the young warlock's eyes, realizing the depth of their confusion. Calming himself with the thought of Chester's reliability, the young man sent a detailed message about the elimination of the third nest and the exact location of the rescued hostages. Denver Brown perplexedly reread the incoming message about the vampires retreating from the fourth nest, realizing that the enemies had finally gotten a taste of the seriousness of the threat. The exhausted warlock allowed himself a deep exhale of relief, feeling the tension leave his body. Despite his intense training, the young man could feel the magical manipulation draining his strength to the limit. Guy mentally thanked fate for canceling the attack on the fourth nest, realizing that another fight could have been an overwhelming challenge. The mage reflected contentedly on his success, the value of which went far beyond the contract with Alpha Chester. The rescued prisoners, sobbing with happiness in a safe restroom, were living proof of the rightness of the chosen path. Alpha Chester froze with the phone in his hand, trying to comprehend the incredible success of the young mage's operations. The mysterious man, relaxedly smoking a pipe on the couch, suggested the young man's connection to the teleportation network or Fey magic. The smoke from the pipe enveloped the speaker as he pondered aloud the mysterious nature of magic other than his own abilities, opening up endless possibilities for accomplishing the impossible. The werewolf leader turned to Lucy for more information, but the hackeress admitted her inability to track the elusive mage. The girl candidly explained the futility of digital tracking attempts due to the warlock's complete refusal to use her phone. Dreamy musings of instantly moving people captured the commander's imagination, giving away his dreams of similar teleportation capabilities for his subordinates. The interlocutor covered his eyes and skeptically assessed the likelihood of the mage revealing his secret methods of movement. Then the Alpha of the Midwest offered a strategic solution: interest the target in something more valuable than a simple conversation with Jasper. Lucy suddenly interjected into the conversation, suggesting the absence of a technician on the opposing team and hinting at a possible collaboration. Alpha Chester expressed concern about the girl's potential involvement, given her strained relationship with the powerful guild. The determined girl emphasized her indifference to the guild's attitude towards mages of her level, demonstrating her readiness for action. The sudden vibration of the mobile device interrupted the lively discussion of those present. The owner of the phone instantly responded to the incoming call, introducing himself with his usual clarity. The voice in the receiver demanded an immediate recall of the operation, leaving no room for discussion. A furious Antoine vehemently accused his opponents of violating an ancient agreement, threatening imminent retribution against the guild for attacks on sacred nests. Alpha Chester remained icily calm, flatly denying his werewolf's involvement in the attacks on vampire territory. Sharp fangs bared in a predatory grin as the enraged interlocutor promised brutal retribution against trespassers. An enigmatic smile slid across the man's face, showing a strange satisfaction at the threat he had received. Furious accusations continued to ring through the phone, accompanied by grim promises to find the true perpetrators of the conflict. The protagonist silently left the scene, leaving behind the echoes of the conflict provoked by his covert actions. Danford's experienced eye followed closely the work of the forensics team, methodically fixing evidence in the charred room. A shrewd Felicia voiced the question hovering in the air about the familiar handwriting's involvement in the new crime. An attentive investigator found characteristic cracks beneath the ash layer that confirmed his dark suspicions. The guild representative noted with growing alarm the familiar handwriting of the criminal, despite the altered tactics. The tense atmosphere thickened by the minute as the investigator realized the growing danger of an unknown adversary. A sudden exclamation from a member of the search party interrupted the gloomy musings, drawing attention to a new piece of evidence. An enigmatic smile lit up Ray's face as the promising find was placed in his hands. The characteristic bearing in the GMR agent's palm unmistakably indicated the involvement of their elusive suspect. The blonde-haired agent scrutinized the mysterious piece, trying to unravel its true purpose in the criminal scheme. His partner's sudden touch interrupted his concentrated musings, calling for silence. A meaningful look from his colleague made the agent realize the need for a confidential conversation without prying ears, to which he asked the criminalist to leave them. His partner instantly remembered the unique abilities of Siren Black, protecting only a select few mages from her charms. Anxious suspicions tormented the girl's mind. Convinced of the spontaneity of the first attack on the vampire nest, intuition told the agent the connection between the kidnapping of young Clara and the sudden rage of an unknown vigilante. The improvised weaponry of the first attack was clearly indicative of the unplanned nature of the attack. The charred remains of an aluminum can in a clear evidence bag hinted at a very different follow-up. The shrewd partner instantly caught his colleague's train of thought, realizing the transformation of spontaneous revenge into cold-blooded hunting. The agent's unanimous decision led them to the Midwest Alpha territory, where all the mysterious incidents had occurred. The majestic figure of Alpha Chester, clad in cowboy attire, radiated the power of ancient werewolf blood. Middle-aged Antoine Lavan, the vampire leader, was awe-inspiring with his sharp fangs and long dark hair. The mysterious Raveb, the blue-skinned king of the Fae, sat on a throne, crowned with an ancient crown. The unique pattern of the murders led agents to believe that the mysterious Fae people were also involved. The cordial Alpha werewolf greeted the agents with a broad smile, gesturing for them to settle into the spacious office. The blonde-haired guild representative lowered himself into a chair, going straight to the point of his visit with professional directness. The werewolf leader shook his head mournfully, expressing sincere regret for the tragic events in the vampire nests. The Alpha solemnly swore his non-involvement in the carnage, reinforcing his words with the traditional gesture of the werewolf oath. The experienced agent instantly recognized the memorized nature of the phrase, typical of a pre-prepared excuse. Danforth cautiously offered to clarify some details, skillfully disguising his growing suspicions as routine questioning. The sudden vibration of the phone interrupted the beginning of the answer, demanding the immediate attention of the office owner. The Alpha of the Midwest apologized to his guests, hurriedly retreating to the window with the insistently vibrating device. The muffled voice of the werewolf reached the agents, promising to call back later due to unexpected visitors. The werewolf leader's imperious gesture cut off the call without waiting for his interlocutor's response. The master of the office returned to the interrupted conversation, casually taking his former seat behind the massive desk. Agent Ray assumed the characteristic pose of a professional interrogator, preparing for a serious conversation. Fury overwhelmed the protagonist, whose face took on a bluish hue from anger over the unceremoniously interrupted conversation. An hour later, the mysterious vigilante was methodically stacking another bag in the fourth locker of his secret hideout. The strategic distribution of the spoils across the 5 locations, connected by the teleportation network, demonstrated the meticulousness of its planning. The prudent young man was satisfied with the flawlessness of his plan, eliminating the possibility of evidence being gathered against him, should it fail. The sudden vibration of the phone interrupted the contemplation of further action. Alpha reported a surprise visit from GMR agents, expressing their extreme displeasure at the carnage of the vampire nests. A predatory smirk curved the protagonist's lips as he wondered about the werewolf's own reaction. A deep admiration sounded in the man's voice, approving of the impeccable actions of his mysterious interlocutor. The guy's tense gaze betrayed concern about the possible leak of information about his identity. The interlocutor assured that the frustrated agents had not received any significant leads that could lead to the solving of the mystery. The disturbing warning of helplessness in the event of exposure darkened the mercenary's mood, though he had anticipated such a turn. The business atmosphere thickened as the man moved on to the matter of payment, introducing Lucy and Jasper sitting in front of them.
The first interlocutor turned out to be an enigmatic magical expert who preferred the simple name Harry.
The second specialist, a female technologist, introduced herself with the playful pseudonym Monatochka, demonstrating an unusual approach to conspiracy. A slight chuckle slid across the protagonist's face, instantly associating the protection of phone calls with the talents of an unusual specialist. The energetic blonde took the initiative, snatching her boss's phone, enthusiastically professing her professional admiration for her interlocutor's methods. The girl's technical enthusiasm was expressed in a sincere desire to provide professional support to the mysterious mercenary. But the young man's wary question about his connection with Chester gave away his doubts about Lucy's true intentions. The careless mention of part-time work caused obvious displeasure on the face of the current boss, who was watching the conversation closely. The internal conflict was reflected on the mercenary's face, torn between disbelief and understanding the value of the skills offered. A quick agreement and a request to exchange contacts sounded unexpectedly easy, accompanied by a smile, hiding a careful calculation. The boss's playful teasing caused the alpha to become visibly annoyed, rushing his subordinate to finish the conversation. The unexpected appearance of a third hand interrupted the girl's flirtatious monologue, snatching the phone from the lively conversation. Harry, without releasing his cigarette, firmly intercepted the conversation, turning to a discussion of magical research. The mention of the scanned grimoires instantly attracted the attention of interested parties. Nervousness slipped into the man's voice as he discussed the practical details of relaying important information. The protagonist hurriedly left the place where his secret belongings were stored, satisfied with the arrangements made, and expressing his gratitude for the help offered. The magical expert smoothly handed control of the conversation over to the werewolf leader, completing his part of the exchange. An anxious note appeared in Chester's voice as he prepared to give an important warning. The mention of Antoine Lavan, the brutal ruler of Minneapolis, caused visible fear to distort the protagonist's face. The ominous warning of a violent vampire capable of self-mutilation out of rage emphasized the seriousness of the potential threat. The marvelous grimoires received from Chester, a familiar mage, captured the young man's attention, and he immersed himself in their study for the entire day. The ancient folios were impressive with detailed handwritten descriptions, preserving ancient magical knowledge. The uniqueness of the manuscripts made them inaccessible to ordinary bookstores, emphasizing their exceptional value. Pensive thoughtfulness took over the researcher, realizing the limited information on spatial magic even in such rare sources. The twilight sky outside the window reminded the young man to contact the mysterious Monotochka for more information. A multitude of monitors illuminated Lucy's focused face, whose fingers danced masterfully across the keyboard in search of information. The unexpected appearance of an incoming call from Professor Brown caused the hacker to be genuinely surprised, not expecting contact so soon. A swift movement toward the headphones gave away the girl's obvious interest in the unexpected interlocutor. The initiative in the conversation belonged to the girl, who playfully inquired about her interlocutor's decision regarding her proposal. Cautiously peering out from behind the blinds, the interlocutor brought up the cost of potential cooperation. The joking offer of his services for $50 was accompanied by loud laughter, followed by an awkward pause. The price list of working with Chester became a topic of discussion, with the interest of the assignment directly affecting the final cost of the services. Supernatural beings have traditionally assigned the most monotonous and tedious tasks to ordinary people. Denver suggested that the girl was a werewolf, trying to unravel her true identity. The confession of her parents' magical origin was accompanied by a bitter remark about the absence of such a gift in the girl herself. The vibration of a phone near his ear distracted the hero from the conversation, signaling the receipt of a message with a quote for services. Surprise slipped into her interlocutor's voice at discovering Lucille Harper's real name instead of her usual pseudonym. The decision to abandon the nickname Monotochka was explained by Chester's patronage, guaranteeing the girl's safety. Protection was required because of the uselessness of fake names against agents of the mysterious GMR organization. Doubts about Chester's might sounded in the young man's words based on a recent request for help from a newcomer like him. A playful promise to keep her criticisms private was accompanied by a light laugh from her interlocutor. Chester's royal descent gave him incredible power and impunity for even the worst crimes. The hacker emphasized the exceptional position of her patron, comparable only to archmages and the head of vampires. The mention of Antoine Lavan's name made the young man step away from the window, realizing the importance of the head of the vampires in the supernatural hierarchy. Chester's warning of the vampire leader's power initially seemed like an exaggeration, but the reality surpassed the most serious fears. The realization of the vampire's equal power with the archmages made the hero reevaluate the situation, heading for the bag of stashed weapons. An attempt to formally address Lucille was gently interrupted by a request to use a short name when discussing the search for the rescued. The hacker's fingers ran lightning fast across the keyboard at the mention of a group of people left in the restroom of a roadside fast food joint. Internal anxiety about the dysfunctional situation increased after the disappointing news about the intervention of GMR agents. Irritation reflected on the protagonist's face, mentally berating himself for his decision to leave the victims unattended rather than deal with the situation himself. The interlocutor began to discuss the terms of payment for a future investigation, while the young man methodically went through the contents of the travel bag on the hotel bed, taking out a weighty gold bar, and after looking at it for a bit, an offer followed from Denver to use 2 kilograms of the precious metal as advance payment. Harper's enthusiastic response to the generous offer came in the form of a playful promise of an unforgettable night's work. Confusion colored the young man's cheeks as he pondered the unusual nature of his new assistant. The next morning found the protagonist in the familiar surroundings of the bookstore, which had become a familiar place to visit. The mentor's sincere joy was evident in the encouraging words of support given to the successful student. Gail's amazement was reflected not only in her exclamation, but in the gaze directed at the magical plate, shimmering with ancient magic in her own hands. The dazzling glow of magical energy caught the attention of a casual visitor, forced to shield her eyes from the bright light as she entered the room. The stranger coughed delicately, selecting the right book, causing the embarrassed experimenters to bow their heads in silent apology. Left alone, Professor Brown scratched the back of his head awkwardly, suggesting that the protracted experiment should be ended. The young apprentice's curiosity erupted with a question about the source of the powerful light spell that had long defied her efforts. The instructor's confident reply came without the slightest hesitation and contained a reference to book recommendations from an acquaintance of his mystery friend. The enthusiastic girl scattered in gratitude for the successful mastering of telekinetic techniques, carefully placing the magic plate in her purse. The protagonist's sudden interest in experimenting with healing interrupted the flow of enthusiastic thanks. The memory of the handed note with mysterious advice resurfaced in the minds of the interlocutors, giving the conversation a special significance.
Hargrave, with the enthusiasm of an excellent student, began to describe a complex cricket experiment using terms about inversion circulation.
A good-natured smile concealed the young man's growing confusion as he tried to comprehend the flood of unfamiliar, magical terms. The heavy realization of his own lagging behind in knowledge overtook the protagonist while the enthusiastic student continued her scholarly speech. The bitter reality of the late start of magical training clouded the boy's thoughts as he listened intently to his interlocutor's enthusiastic story. The hero's admiring gaze noted the incredible speed with which the talented sorceress was mastering new magical concepts. The only obstacle in the scientific experiment turned out to be the startled shriek of the girl at the unexpected touch of the subject cricket. The professor couldn't hold back a hearty laugh as he watched the young researcher's seriousness at such an amusing incident during the study. The heavy atmosphere of the night's gathering filled an ancient hall in another part of the city, where powerful leaders of the supernatural world were gathered. Chester's irritation spilled out in an angry tirade about the unacceptable tardiness of an important participant in the secret meeting. The calm voice of the second member of the meeting tried to quiet the growing tension in the room, foreshadowing the imminent arrival of the latecomer. The muffled voices of those gathered fell silent as the massive door shook under the touch of an invisible hand. The majestic figure of Antoine Lavin, the supreme vampire of Minneapolis, filled the doorway with his grim presence. A scathing cheer escaped the throat of Alpha Chester, the leader of the werewolves of the Midwest, filling the air with hostility. The piercing gaze of the newly arrived vampire literally pinned the speaker in place, radiating ancient power. Supernatural speed carried the vampire to the table, where the two perennial enemies came together in silent confrontation. A deafening fist bang on the table interrupted the brewing conflict when a third party demanded an end to the hostility. The mighty Fairy King urged those gathered to put aside personal quarrels and focus on the true purpose of the meeting. The werewolf Alpha defiantly adjusted his expensive jacket, reluctantly agreeing to return to the formalities of the meeting. The head of the vampires silently followed suit, taking his seat at the conference table. Archimagus Jeanri, a representative of the GMR, officially opened the meeting using his high status. A tense silence hung in the air as the Archmage spoke of the mysterious assassin, causing the vampire and werewolf's gazes to cross again in mute hatred. The protagonist's pensive gaze slid down familiar streets, bringing back memories as his motorcycle froze in the middle of the deserted road. A quiet greeting escaped his lips at the sight of the tattered sign still inviting travelers to the city of Venu. His own home looked untouched, much to the surprise of the young man who had expected to see signs of intrusion by guild patrols. Gratitude for the Langley family overwhelmed my heart, for it was they who had protected the house from the encroachment of the GMR, anticipating the possible return of the master. Supernatural vision quickly revealed two stashes of bags safely hidden in secluded areas. The ancient magic obediently lifted the hidden treasures from the bowels of the earth, obeying the will of its master. The contents of the retrieved bags were pleasing to the eye in their integrity, exactly as they had been since the moment of concealment. Denver's calculating eye appraised the piles of gold, mentally dividing the precious cargo between what could be taken away and what would have to be left behind. The protagonist's heavy sigh reflected a growing concern about the financial cost of magical artifacts and the services of Lucy's mercenary. Nimble hands redistributed the gleaming ingots among the bags, eager to ensure a reliable supply for the coming trials. After gathering the necessary valuables and slinging the heavy bag on his shoulder with a determined movement, Brown realized the need to leave the dangerous territory immediately. The silver flash of the motorcycle dissolved into the night's gloom, carrying its rider away from possible witnesses and unwanted goodbyes. The protagonist became an observer, frozen behind a mighty tree trunk, trying to understand the reasons for his inexplicable presence near this place. An inner voice tried to reassure the curious young man, urging him to limit himself to a brief observation of what was happening. Magical vision revealed a picture of a cozy family cafe where two women were working behind the counter under the watchful eye of the local sheriff, peacefully chatting with them. The peaceful atmosphere was broken by Jessica's request for assistant Clara to bring frozen steaks. The young girl's cheerful response echoed around the room, filling it with warmth and comfort. Watching Clara leave, Arthur Langley inquired quietly in a whisper about his niece's condition. The sheriff's daughter pondered thoughtfully over the effects of the vampire charms that had left an indelible mark on the unfortunate girl's memory. Her father's hand rested soothingly on Jessica's palm, thanking fate for the happy resolution of that terrible situation. Memories of the mysterious savior filled the girl's heart with warm gratitude for his invaluable help. Suddenly, the werewolf's heightened senses picked up a familiar scent, causing the girl to tense all her senses. Wary Jessica continued to sniff the air, trying to share her concern with her father. A swift dash to the door was followed by a decisive movement of the girl who swung it open, peering eagerly into the street darkness. The silhouette of the departing motorcycle and its roar instantly confirmed the father and daughter's guesses about the presence of their mysterious acquaintance. The fugitive mentally chastised himself for his carelessness, for he realized how close he was to being exposed, but a sigh of relief still escaped his lips quietly. The realization of the need to stay away from his loved ones for their safety weighed heavily on his heart, reminding him of the threat from the GMR agents. While the protagonist was driving the motorcycle, Lucy intrigued him with a question about the location of the guild's mysterious teleportation circles. Surprise slipped into Brown's voice through the earpiece as his gaze remained focused on the winding road ahead. The hacker woman, seated valiantly in her computer chair, expressed genuine bewilderment at his lack of knowledge of the teleportation system. The guy's brief reply about the incorrect assumption prompted Lucy to immediately offer to send a list of publicly available teleportation circles. The girl straightened in her chair and, actively working with her fingers on the keyboard, told about the existence of private circles of influential families. The sudden realization of the importance of the information received made the boy think about the power of noble families and their secret capabilities. The protagonist's teleportation abilities were limited to 150 meters, while the GMR circles allowed him to travel hundreds of kilometers. An inconspicuous mattress store concealed one such mystical circle, which Denver was leisurely approaching on his iron horse. Upon removing the protective helmet, the hero realized the startling truth of how skillfully magical artifacts are hidden among ordinary things. The heavy security of the teleportation circles required special caution, despite all the acquired skills and limited abilities of the hero. Effective use of gravitikinesis on a motorcycle left a distinctive magical trail indicating the user's direction of travel. The magical signature usually had time to dissipate before the agents arrived, but Jessica's unique instincts could change the usual pattern of events. Improving teleportation techniques and unraveling the secrets of GMR's long-distance travel could be the key to the protagonist's elusiveness. Watching the area closely from his spot by the tree allowed the hero to discover one of the mysterious teleportation circles. The considerable distance to the object required closer examination to understand the intricacies of the magical mechanism. Spatial perception proved insufficient to scrutinize in detail the complex structure of the magic circle hidden from Denver's eyes. Magic circles were usually created by drawing special patterns on plates, which required incredible precision and skill. The scale of the teleportation circle required an entire structure, so the hero decided to start with a detailed sketch on paper. The sudden realization of the value of every second made him rise abruptly, casting aside all unnecessary thought. Determination filled the boy's every movement as he created a portal and stepped into it, clutching the notepad tightly in his hands. Chester, radiating unwavering confidence, expressed doubt about the mystery killer's involvement in the vampire attacks. Antoine Lavem bared his sharp fangs and reminded the audience of his opponent's ties to the werewolf clan. Alpha Chester's furious pounding on the table was accompanied by his adamant refusal to accept the baseless accusations against him. The head of the vampires said his question with a peculiar intonation, deliberately drawing Archmage Jeanre's attention to the ongoing conflict. The Archmage silently stroked his forehead as the vampire pressed for public condemnation of Alpha Chester's actions. King Ravab rebuked his interlocutor for his baseless hysteria, expressing his hope for his prudence in dealing with the Fey people. Deadly rage was read in Antoine's gaze, directed at the Fey ruler after his moralizing remark. The GMR representative rose from his seat to formally announce the lifting of all suspicion on the werewolf clan. Archimagus Jeanre reminded the gathering of the true purpose of the meeting, to discuss the threat of a mysterious and dangerous assassin. The guild's firm stance was to recognize the assassin as a threat to all creatures under their protection, despite the selectivity of the attacks. The vampire spokesman rose swiftly, demanding alternative evidence when the charges against the werewolves were dropped. The Archmage remained remarkably calm, reporting some significant evidence in the investigation. Caution slipped into the werewolf leader's voice at the mention of evidence that might reveal a connection to his secret mercenary. The atmosphere in the room grew heated as Jeanre pulled a small bearing from his pocket, showing it meaningfully to those present. The memory of his conversation with Lucy made the hero increase his speed, realizing the likelihood of Gail using a private teleportation circle. The image of the haughty girl screaming on a crowded bus only reinforced his belief that public transportation was unacceptable to her. Reconciling with the hacker's data, the hero stopped in the parking lot, mentally calculating the location of the nearest circle near the bookstore. Freed from his helmet, the hero's attentive gaze drifted toward the entrance of a nearby store, intuitively sensing the right choice. An exquisite jewelry storefront caught his eye, forcing him to take in the details of the jewelry on display. The similarity of the discovered circle to one previously seen made Denver wonder about the possible versatility of their design. The idea of creating a virtual replica of the magic circle required careful study of all details from a minimum distance. Tormenting thoughts about the principles of operation of the magic mechanism did not leave him while he stood at the showcase of the jewelry salon. The protagonist's keen, magical sense caught a surge of approaching energy, making his eyes flash with a sudden realization of what was happening. The teleportation circle suddenly lit up with a bright glow, saturating the space around it with dense streams of magical energy. Hargrave materialized from the glowing passageway like a ghost, shrouded in residual flashes of teleportation magic. The mysterious interaction between the arrival tattoo and the energy field of the portal opened the hero a new understanding of the principle of the circle. The magician's inquisitive mind quickly built a logical chain. The uniqueness of the magical tattoo served as a key to access the teleportation network. Thinking about the total control of Mage's movements through portals led the hero to grim conclusions about the surveillance system, which fit perfectly with the guild's paranoid working methods. Frustration tormented the Mage, forcing him to bite his lip at his inability to get closer and study the portal's mechanism in detail. A young student walked into the bookstore asking about Professor Brown, puzzling the counselor with her search for a mentor. The strange absence of the always punctual teacher caused the student vague uneasiness and slight confusion. The professor's unexpected appearance from behind the shelving unit, apologizing for the delay, interrupted the girl's anxious thoughts. As she approached her mentor, the student expressed relief with a slight chuckle that she hadn't been forgotten, diffusing the tense atmosphere.
Continuing to hide behind the shelving unit for a bit, Brown exhaled in relief, masking the traces of magical activity that the small bearing had absorbed.
The hero had completely forgotten about his lesson with Gail, mentally berating himself for his lack of vigilance. Settling habitually at their table, the professor listened to the student's unexpected request to learn the magic of displacement. Reflecting on the difficulty of explaining the magic of movement to a healer was reflected by the slight surprise on the mentor's face. Despair gripped the girl at the thought of the benefits of elemental mages, causing her to lean back in her chair in impotent frustration. Watching the student's reaction, the mentor remembered his own frustrations in learning spatial spells. Memories of the demanding archmage Duvala criticizing the young apprentice's every move surfaced in the hero's mind. Thoughts of taking a little revenge on the teacher with fire magic, causing the woman to thrash around the room in panic, caused a rather loud laugh at the time. The student's sudden question about the connection between gravity magic and displacement spells took the professor by surprise. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the mage's face as he realized the inevitability of the conversation he had tried to avoid for so long. The hero's inner monologue tossed between knowledge of the basics of gravitykinesis and fear of exposure, recalling risky motorcycle stunts. Anxious thoughts of possible identity revelation overwhelmed the mage, as the enthusiastic student grabbed his hands and begged him to show her the spell. Realizing the inevitability of the demonstration, the professor reluctantly agreed to show the basic spell, giving in to the student's insistence. Concentrating the magical flow on the nearest chair, the magician decided to demonstrate the simplest distortion of the gravitational field. Magical energy enveloped the piece of furniture, slowly pulling it off the ground under the attentive gaze of his mentor. The chair froze just above the mage's head, demonstrating a basic levitation spell of gravity magic. An attempt to justify the modesty of the demonstration by fatigue was interrupted by Gail's enthusiastic exclamation of amazement at the miracle she had seen. The student's genuine surprise caught the professor off guard, making him doubt his own perception of what was happening. The student took her mentor's bewilderment as disdain, which instantly wiped the joyful smile off her face. Encouraged by what she saw, the girl rose abruptly from the table, sinking a serious look into the teacher's eyes with a request for instruction. Inwardly marveling at the success of his disguise, Brown cautiously agreed to try to train the young healer. An hour of in-depth study of magical fundamentals flew by, while the mentor shared memories of his first steps in the magical arts. The apprentice's enthusiasm for the possibility of flight was gently besieged by her mentor, who urged her not to rush into mastering complex magic. The sudden vibration of the phone with Lucy's name on the screen interrupted the class, causing the professor to give her a strange look. Anxiety was reflected on the hero's face at the sight of the unexpected bell, attracting the anxious attention of the observant student. Apologizing to the student, the mage stepped aside, trying to hide his growing anxiety behind a mask of calm. The relaxed posture of the hacker in the computer chair contrasted with the intense attention with which he studied the data in the notepad. The caution in his voice betrayed his inner tension, despite his attempt to maintain a relaxed conversation. Lucy's attempt to diffuse the situation with humorous phrases abruptly cut off under the pressure of the interlocutor, demanding to immediately go to the essence of the problem. The atmosphere of the conversation instantly grew heavier as the hacker girl moved on to serious news about the rescued couple affected by the magical world. The guild's harsh set of rules clearly regulated the responsibility for involving ordinary people in magic, placing it on the first contact. A wave of realization of responsibility came over Denver, making him shudder inwardly at the gravity of the possible consequences. Lucy's words, trying to explain the intricacies of the situation, hung in the air with an unspoken thought of the complexity of the situation. The bitter truth about the intention to return the victims to the vampires finally came out, breaking the heavy pause between the interlocutors. A fierce anger erupted in the protagonist's chest upon hearing of the inhuman decision to return innocent victims to their executioners. The helpless realization of the absurdity of the law was reflected in the hacker's gesture of dropping her head on her hand as a sign of utter despair. Continuing to hold the phone with one hand, the hero created a portal with the other, imperiously demanding full information on all participants in the upcoming crime. Anxiety over her boss's reckless intentions made Lucy jump up from her seat, trying to get through to his common sense. Walking through the portal to his trusty motorcycle, Denver spoke his last words sounding an icy order. A majestic business center building loomed before the protagonist, masking its true nature behind a facade of ordinariness. The mage's piercing gaze pierced through the glossy shell of modern architecture, trying to discern the hidden essence. Kansas City's GMR headquarters was hiding in the most prominent spot, taunting everyday citizens with its bold disguise. Frozen in front of the building, the hero fell into deep thought about his next move, trying to curb the emotions raging inside. Memories of the disturbing conversation with Lucy swirled through her mind. Her fears, the risk to herself, the request to trust. The hacker's words about the suicidal nature of the plan to attack the guild echoed in the hero's mind. An inner struggle tormented the young man, unable to accept the cruel fate of innocent victims thrown to the slaughter. The weight of guilt for past decisions pressed down on the hero's shoulders, forcing him to relive the fateful day over and over again. Remorse for his selfish decision to abandon innocent people for his own safety burst out in a furious scream. Lucy's calm wisdom about the inability of even an archmage to overpower the GMR overnight cooled the burning anger in the hero's soul. The words about people needing his protection penetrated deep into the young man's heart, distorting his face with anger and further with a silent acknowledgement of rightness. The hacker's admiration for the hero's noble intentions was mixed with her disdain for the guild's rotten system. The urge not to ruin all that had been accomplished because of one hard day, cut deeply into the mind, calming Denver's facial expression. Accepting Lucy's rightness did not diminish the determination to gather information on all involved to carefully plan future actions. Enthusiasm returned to the hacker's voice, promising to get the necessary data in exchange for the hero's discretion. Meditative breathing with his eyes closed helped the guy to comprehend Lucy's wise words, which were worth being thankful for. The creation of a small magic ball symbolized the awareness of the need to improve magical abilities before decisive action. With a sharp clench of his fist, Brown crushed the magic ball, letting the energy seep through his fingers, along with the promise of future retribution. The smoke from the cigarette rose lazily over Jasper's desk as he pondered Mr. Brown's strange question about young wizards. The suspicion in his interlocutor's voice mingled with the tobacco smoke as he inquired as to the reason for his interest in the young spellcasters. Brown's inquisitive gaze slid over the spines of the books as he carefully constructed a question about unusual cases of late manifestation of magical abilities. Uncertainty flashed in his interlocutor's words as he pondered a possible mana deficiency as a cause of delayed magical development. The reasoning behind the children growing up among mages and being infused with the hanging vase made the hero reflect on his past. The logical chain in Brown's head formed into a conjecture about the influence of a non-magical environment on the development of abilities. The absence of such precedents in Harry's experience did not prevent him from accepting the theoretical possibility of such a phenomenon. Memories of the first burst of magic during the incident at Shahay's fitness club flashed through the protagonist's mind. The realization of the connection between his parents' lack of magic and the late awakening of his own abilities lit up Brown's thoughts. The bitter nostalgia of an unfulfilled childhood amidst magic was reflected in dreams of simple magical fun. Harry's unexpected question about a possible secret child interrupted his interlocutor's musings on the nature of magical abilities. An enigmatic smile slid across the young man's lips as he bid Harry an evasive farewell, thanking him for his help. The roar of the motorcycle merged with Lucy's voice in her earpiece as the conversation turned to the topic of her magical family. The nonchalance in the hacker's voice contrasted with the bitterness of the words about fun in the Harper household. Cautious attempts to talk to her interlocutor hid behind a sympathetic interest in her past. The indifferent confession about working as an errand boy for the guild hid the deep resentment of the non-magical child. Brown's brief praise of Brown prompted Lucy's counter-question about his own family, colored by genuine curiosity. The suspicion of coordinated questioning from either Jasper or the hacker flashed through the young man's calm voice, hinting at Chester's involvement. A light laugh accompanied the girl's words about the mysterious hero who had suddenly appeared in the city, whose mystery attracted everyone's attention. A skeptical grin touched the main character's lips at the mention of Alf Chester's words about his awesomeness and mystique. An evasive answer about his personal life sounded under the murmur of the motorcycle, while the guy concentrated on driving the iron horse. The playful suggestion of exchanging stories on a first date made the young man blush, recognizing the tortured charm of the interlocutor. Stopping outside a bookstore, Brown gently deflected the hacker's insistence, not feeling ready to reveal all his secrets. A teasing comment about anticipation was accompanied by a click of the phone's camera, capturing the moment in selfies. A brief goodbye and the abrupt disconnection of the earpiece emphasized Denver's desire to cut off the embarrassing conversation. A sudden picture message from a recent conversation partner caught the guy at the moment he was hiding his phone. A warm smile lit up the protagonist's face as he thoughtfully examined the resulting image. The usual study atmosphere was disrupted by the obvious fatigue of a female student who dropped her head on her book in protest at the endless studying. The mentor's attempts to remind her of the importance of learning were dashed by the student's complaints about the excessive dryness of the instructional materials. The suggestion to take a break instantly revitalized a tired Gail, eliciting enthusiastic praise for the understanding teacher. The protagonist, remembering previous lessons, awkwardly tried to apologize, explaining his disappearance with an emergency with a colleague. Hargrave's sincere gratitude for Hargrave's time was mixed with concern about possible interference with her mentor's work. The professor hastily interrupted the student's self-deprecating thoughts, emphasizing his sincere enthusiasm for their shared studies. In a burst of gratitude, the girl grabbed the teacher's hand, offering her help as a return favor for his mentorship. An enigmatic smile flashed across Brown's face as he hinted at a possible request for his student. There was excitement in his voice as he began to talk about finding an alternative to the guild's cumbersome teleportation circles. Hargrave thoughtfully mentioned the homebond her father had used, offering to demonstrate its operation. His mind was already drawing possible images of the mysterious device he had first heard about from his student. The professor expressed a keen interest in the demonstration, mentioning his friend's theories requiring further investigation. A sudden wariness appeared in Gail's gaze as she inquired if his friend was a dimensional mage. Tension was building as Denver noticed the student's anxious gaze drilling through him. Gail lowered her voice to a whisper, warning of the dangers of divulging such information without the master's permission and GMR oversight. Cold sweat broke out all over the protagonist's body as the realization of the possible consequences made him blush. There was unconcealed alarm in the apprentice's whisper when she mentioned the rumors of Archmage Duval's reaction. The last phrase sounded like a sentence. No one else saw those who had incurred the wrath of a powerful warlock. The teacher's parting gesture accompanied Gail's departure, promising to find out from her father about the mysterious homebond before next week. Thoughts of new fast travel capabilities swirled in the mind of the apprentice as she descended the stairs to the teleportation circle in the basement of the jewelry store. Approaching the magical portal, the girl exposed her tattooed hand to read, pondering the tedium of guild teleportation.
Concern for the professor's possible problems with the guild was reflected in the thoughtful look she gave the glowing tattoo.
Confidence in her mentor's competence gave the young apprentice determination as she stepped into the glowing teleportation circle. The instantaneous movement ended with the girl from the identical circle appearing in a completely different location. The meeting woman greeted Ms. Hargrave respectfully, offering to escort her to the private teleportation network. The attendant opened a massive door, letting Gail into the next hall of the guild complex. The spacious room was modeled with many teleportation circles of various activities, giving the impression of a busy magical station. The unusual busyness of the private teleportation network caused the observant student to be alarmed. The attendant shared troubled observations of increased guild activity and increased mage movements. Tense thoughts about what was happening consumed Gail's attention, allowing only a brief reply to her interlocutor. The final teleportation finally transported the tired student into the family mansion's home walls. The butler greeted the young mistress with his usual courtesy, inquiring about her progress in today's magical studies. Complicated feelings about the learning process poured out in an emotional monologue of a girl handing over her outerwear to a caring Jemison. The man tried to cheer up the heiress of House Hargrave by reminding her of the high expectations placed on her noble lineage. Relief flashed across the girl's face as she shared her eagerness to see the end of the whole ordeal. A luxurious bathroom welcomed the young mistress into its embrace, where two maids carefully tended to her hair and hands. The next challenge for the young aristocrat was choosing a suitable outfit from the vast closet of the family mansion. An exquisite yellow dress with a dark brown sash that elegantly descended below her knees caught the young lady's attention. The daughter's respectful greeting, expressing joy at her father's rare moment of respite, filled the spacious office. The head of the household broke away from the newspaper to share news of the political intrigue surrounding the mysterious vampire hunter. A shiver ran through the young lady's body at the mention of the sinister hunter, betraying her genuine fear of the unknown threat. Her father's warning of her archmage grandfather's visit made the girl inwardly brace herself, preparing for the important meeting. The young lady's sudden change of subject attracted the wary attention of the head of the Hargrave family. Tiredness and tension were reflected on the face of the head of the family as he broke away from his thoughts to listen to his daughter's request. The young student gingerly moved the paper away from her father's face, wondering if she could borrow a home bond to demonstrate to the study group. Mr. Hargrave, finally breaking away from reading, emphasized the value of the artifact, issued personally by Archmage Duvala under special rules. The pleading gesture of folded hands emphasized the sincerity of his daughter's promise not to activate the device, but to use the artifact for research purposes only. Her father's heart trembled at Gail's earnest request, forcing him to relent despite his inner doubts. The young lady's explosion of joy erupted into a swift embrace as she pressed her cheek against her distraught father's face. The measured family scene was interrupted by Jemison's voice announcing the readiness of dinner through the ajar door of the dining room. A joke by the head of the household about the possible appearance of her grandfather and his influence on the atmosphere of the evening brought a hearty laugh from young Hargrave. A week later, Gail kept her promise, bringing her father's home bond for a few precious hours of study. Gratitude overwhelmed the professor for the opportunity to examine the rare artifact as his gaze avidly studied the mysterious piece resting on the plate. Hargrave carefully demonstrated the device, explaining to her mentor its attachment to her father's tag and its inability to be activated by outsiders. Listening carefully to the explanations, the hero finally tied all the threads together, realizing the key role of the mysterious tattoo in the workings of the magical device. Concentrating on the components of the artifact, the young man listed the main elements aloud: the enchanted plate and the personalized ring he was about to try on. The outward simplicity of the mechanism concealed a complex magical structure which did not escape the experienced eye of the researcher and Gail's questioning gaze. The student's penetrating gaze demanded an explanation, cutting through the silence with a question about understanding the complexity of the artifact. Masking the true depth of his knowledge, the professor speculated on the rarity and skill of the Archmage's creation of such items. His spatial sense allowed the young man to see the hidden layers of enchantment, while he pretended to simply examine the unusual ring. A violet glow enveloped the mage's finger as his mind tried to unravel the final mysteries of how the magical mechanism worked. A deep reverie consumed the hero, not noticing the student's anxious attempts to attract his attention. Suddenly waking up from his musings, the pale professor scattered in gratitude, returning the artifact to his devoted student. The bartender carelessly shared his observations with the blonde-haired guild agent, denying the appearance of anything truly unusual. Philosophical musings on the oddities of a biker town with werewolves poured from the lips of a bartender, distracted from his daily duties. Danford's polite gratitude for his time contrasted with the barely contained irritation of Felicia standing nearby.
The frustrated agents left the bustling bar, gloomily discussing another fruitless search that had dissolved into a web of urban secrets.
Agent Black bitterly noted the complete lack of information from all magical races, as if the suspect was a ghost among the living. The guild representative was perplexed by the loner's incredible ability to elude the all-seeing eye of the magical community. Ray pulled out a tattered packet and followed it with a cigarette, thoughtfully noting the exceptional talent of their elusive adversary. Dark thoughts filled his partner's mind, realizing how precious time was slipping through her fingers, along with her chances of catching the culprit. Danford let out a cloud of smoke, hinting at the ambiguity of the situation and the possibility of an alternative view of what was happening. The tense dialogue between the agents revolved around the possibility that the perpetrator might disappear forever, vanishing into the vast world. The experienced investigator, taking a drag on his cigarette, shared an observation about the rare ability of criminals to be satisfied with what they have achieved. Inexorable logic suggested that sooner or later, the lurking predator would make a new movement, giving away its presence. Each subsequent action of the criminal increased the chances of a fatal mistake that could lead to his capture. The astute partner picked up on a key detail. The altruistic motive of the first appearance indicated the existence of emotional attachments. The blonde-haired agent speculated on the humanity of their target, suggesting secret allies among the common folk. A single mistake by any of the accomplices could instantly destroy the carefully constructed conspiracy. The persistent inventor conducted many experiments with laser engraving until he achieved the desired result, looking satisfied with the creation on the crumpled bed. The young man's eyes lit up with genuine delight when he realized he was holding a working home bond of his own making. The next step was to fill the magic ring with mysterious vis energy, which the inventor proceeded with extreme care. The young mage was well aware that fully charging the artifact would instantly activate the spatial movement mechanism. The cherished target of the experiment was a magical plate gleaming mysteriously in the semi-darkness of the bathroom. A focused brown continued to infuse the ring with vis energy, sensing the climax approaching. The powerful artifact suddenly burst out of its master's hands, hovering in the air and emitting pulsing waves of released energy. The space distorted with a flash of light, leaving behind only an empty bed where the protagonist had been a second ago. The teleportation worked flawlessly, transporting the inventor to his intended destination, but the hard landing left painful reminders. Rubbing his bruised back after colliding with the cold edge of the tub, the mage mentally noted the need to refine the landing mechanism. A triumphant smile lit up Denver's face as he regarded the marvelous ring resting once more in his palm. The boy was amazed at his own accomplishments, realizing that in a few days of research he had penetrated deeper into the mysteries of spatial magic than all the official guild teachings. Reflecting on Archmage Duval's tight control over spatial mages, the young man understood the real reason. The limitless potential of this power could shake the established hierarchy of the GMR. A grim realization of the true extent of the danger made the lad bow his head, sinking into anxious reflections on his situation. The ominous shadow of the guild loomed over every deserter mage, turning their existence into an endless game of hide-and-seek. Daring dreams of exposing Archmage Duval's insidious plans filled the fugitive's heart with uplifting hope. A bitter grin slid across the young man's lips as he realized that his knowledge made him potentially the strongest threat to the guild's power. The enthusiastic cry of a student demonstrating a magical plate interrupted the measured flow of the lesson, eliciting an approving smile from her mentor. Holding her breath, the young sorceress focused on the artifact, hoping for a successful realization of the intended spell. The plate glowed with an azure light, causing the teacher to watch his ward's concentration anxiously. A blue glow enveloped Gail as she pondered the sufficiency of the protection she had created to pass the upcoming exam. The wise mentor tried to maintain her student's confidence, genuinely admiring her rapid progress. The girl's triumphant exclamation marked the end of the long learning process as the last element took its place. The professor acknowledged the end of their sessions together with slight sadness, unconsciously rubbing his neck in a characteristic gesture. A betrayed Gail firmly grasped Brown's hand, suggesting that the meetings continue to discuss her continued successes. A careless movement exposed the professor's hand as he expressed his willingness to help his ward in the future. Hargrave's attentive gaze instantly registered the alarming bruise on Denver's arm, causing genuine concern. The professor mentally linked the injury to the failed teleportation, trying to nonchalantly brush off his student's concern. The determined healer insistently reached for her injured arm, ignoring her teacher's confused protests. Sincere gratitude shone in the girl's eyes, eager to repay the kindness of her mentor's invaluable lessons. A soft laugh dissolved into thin air as healing magic began to flow to Brown's injured arm. The unexpected discovery of the power hidden beneath the professor's robe made Gail uneasy as she continued the healing ritual. The healer's penetrating gaze studied the unusual mentor, whose mysterious aura was noticeably different from the usual image of an academic professor. Satisfied with the results of the treatment, the girl slowly withdrew her hand, announcing that the bruise would soon disappear. Professor Denver looked admiringly at the healed hand, sincerely praising his student's healing talent. Gail hurried to register for the exam, anxious to retain all the knowledge she had learned. A sudden impulse caused the professor to hold the departing student by the arm, asking her to linger for a moment. Her mentor's sincere belief in Gail's abilities came through in his earnest words of encouragement. A grateful smile lit up the young sorcerer's face as she hurried out of the classroom with a new boost of confidence. The next day found Hargrave at the exam site, clutching the magic plate tightly. The methodical examiner prepared a notebook announcing the start of the test. The blue glow of magical energy obediently flowed through the sorceress's palms, demonstrating her excellent command of basic light spells. A magical aura enveloped the girl, lifting her above the ground in a flawless display of skillful movement. The protective shields materialized at the student's will, eliciting approving notes from the examiner.
The checker's praise prefaced the transition to the next, more difficult stage of attack magic.
A heavy exhale gave away Gail's tension before the most difficult test of her magical abilities. A mental mantra of self-support helped the girl concentrate on all the knowledge she had gained. Realizing the time constraints of the exam, the sorceress resolutely put her hands forward, preparing to demonstrate an attack spell. Magical energy rushed towards the training dummy through the sorceress's outstretched arms, forming a concentrated energy flow. The power of the spell exceeded expectations. The mannequin shattered into many tiny shards under the pressure of magical power. A rapturous cry of success burst from Hargrave, making her jump with overwhelming happiness. The examiner's harsh voice cut through the atmosphere of triumph, demanding an explanation for the phenomenon he had seen. Gail excitedly explained the principle of her healing attack, which was based on manipulating an opponent's bloodstream. The checker thoughtfully made notes in his notebook, not giving away his attitude to what he saw. Uncertainty crept into the girl's voice as she tried to defend the effectiveness of her unusual spell. The mysterious behavior of the examiner leaving the room left Gail in a confused loneliness. 4 hours of agonizing waiting turned into an eternity for the excited student. The appearance of Felicia and Danford's agents broke the oppressive silence, making the girl's heart flutter with surprise. The panicked fear of failing the exam was replaced by bewilderment at the sight of the representatives of the Magic Regulation Guild. The blonde-haired agent took an unusual interest in the healing attack technique, approaching the tense student. A direct question about the authorship of the mysterious spell was met with an honest negative answer by a confused student who did not understand the reason for the interrogation. The GMR representative's face lit up with unconcealed triumph as Gail spoke at length about the mysterious mentor and his research into healing. A predatory smile slid across the agent's lips, sensing the proximity to his elusive target. The innocent mention of Professor Brown's name echoed through the tense silence of the room as if the last piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. The agent's imperious order and the ominous mention of possible problems made the blood freeze in the veins of a frightened Gail. Realizing the gravity of the situation, an anxious note slipped into Lucy's voice as she stared into the multitude of monitors, waiting for her chief's response. The tension released the hacker a little when the conversation turned to the looted information on the guild, especially the elusive assassin whose story amused the girl. In a quiet voice, Lucy told of lurking vampires waiting for a new wave of murders, but weeks of silence had calmed the situation. The protagonist's pensive gaze slid over the contents of his backpack as he pondered the benefits of an inconspicuous existence. A magical plate gleaming in the depths of the bag caught the young man's attention, generating new questions for the interlocutor. Examining the artifact carefully in the light, the hero cautiously inquired for information about the Hargrave house. Lucy's worried cry gave away her obvious concern about her boss's intention to contact the powerful clan. The young man delicately recounted his acquaintance with Gail, masking genuine interest with simple curiosity about her background. Lucy's fingers raced across the keyboard, extracting information about a 22-year-old sorceress with impressive magical abilities. Anxious notes in the hacker's voice made the interlocutor wary, anticipating unpleasant discoveries. Anxiety crept into the young man's voice as he tried to ascertain the cause of his assistant's sudden alarm. The ancient house of Hargrave was at the origin of half of the known combat spells used by modern mages. The ominous reputation of the powerful family made even the bravest members of the magical community tremble. Archimagus Hargrave, known for his stubbornness, became famous as the founder of battle magic that almost no one could resist. An unexpected fact was his daughter's affiliation with healers, which was contrary to family tradition. Suspicions of incest arose involuntarily when analyzing the unusual combination of magical abilities, casting a shadow on the reputation of the ancient family. The assumption of a casual connection with a healer seemed the most unlikely explanation for the appearance of such an unusual gift in young Gail. The political ambitions of the major mage houses were expressed in an obsession with forming powerful alliances, which explained the special interest in the Hargrave dynasty. Gail's value as a bearer of a unique talent may have been part of a massive plan to strengthen her house's influence in the magical world. Lucy's warning sounded especially ominous at the mention of the Archmage, Gail's powerful grandfather, capable of destroying any obstacle. A chill ran down the protagonist's back at the thought of the power of the Archmage, whose granddaughter was involved in his investigation. Lucy's gratitude for Lucy's timely warning was mixed with a growing concern about the consequences of his actions. Thoughts of missing the last meeting with Gail swirled around in the guy's head, weighing the increasing risks of the situation. The sudden disappearance could have provoked even greater suspicion and activated the Hargrave family's powerful search mechanism. The determination of the farewell visit mingled with the bitterness of the inevitable parting, marking a new turn in the young man's destiny. The early morning at the bookstore was filled with the tense atmosphere of a covert operation that had turned a familiar training location into a battlefield. Armed operatives took up positions in ambush, ready for lightning-fast action at the first signal of command. Clear readiness reports echoed over the secure communications channel from teams located throughout the store. The observation post on the roof where Felicia and Danford were positioned also confirmed full alert. Felicia lowered her binoculars, musing on the disproportionate forces involved to catch a single criminal, given the presence of an all-powerful archmage. The blonde-haired agent explained the inability to dissuade Gail's grandfather from participating in the operation after the news of his granddaughter's manipulation. The imposing figure of Archmage Hargrave towered over the operation's headquarters, his presence lending a special tension and importance to the operation. His massive figure was awe-inspiring, a mighty warrior with scars crisscrossing his rugged face, radiating a murderous aura of a willing protector of his granddaughter. The offer to observe the situation was met with refusal by his partner, who preferred to rely on his air magic to track what was happening. GMR operatives were instantly activated upon sighting Professor Brown, transmitting an alert over secure communication channels. The silhouette of the observed object slid around the corner, methodically advancing in a northerly direction on Kent Avenue past 4th Street. The magical teleportation trace remained the only evidence of the target's presence, suddenly disappearing around the corner of the building. The CCTV observer instantly reported that visual contact had been re-established with the subject of the pursuit. The agent's bewilderment echoed through the intercom when the intelligence data on gravity magic contradicted what he saw. The command post, without time to analyze the conflicting information, gave an emergency order to immediately seize the facility. Authorization for active detention was instantly received through the communication system by all participants in the operation. The operative with the massive special weapon took a tactical stance, preparing to fire an aimed shot at the moving target. Lightning-fast reactions allowed the guy to notice the attack, but there was disastrously little time for a full-fledged dodge. The realization that the attackers belonged to the GMR came simultaneously with the sight of a flying magical chain with paralyzing orbs. The instinct of self-preservation demanded the immediate use of magical abilities for an emergency retreat. The restraining chain was faster than the attempted use of magic, gripping the confused boy's arm with a dead grip. Terror gripped the captive's mind at the realization of the complete blockage of magical abilities by the restraining device. The task force watched as the exhausted young man sank to his knee in the middle of the parking lot, feeling a rapid loss of energy. The distinctive whistle of a second magic trap was heard from behind, rapidly approaching the immobilized target. The magical bindings completely wrapped around the main character's body, robbing the last remnants of the ability to resist. The triumphant cheers of the task force echoed across the parking lot as the target was finally neutralized and pinned to the ground. The blonde-haired agent, along with his partner, using displacement magic, were instantly on the scene of the successful apprehension. A sudden flash illuminated the parking lot space just as the guild representatives approached the capture site. The confused looks of the task force members stared in the direction of the unexpected light phenomenon, trying to assess what was happening. A bright flash accompanied the appearance of Gail's grandfather, whose thundering voice demanded the extradition of his granddaughter's abuser. Danford, maintaining diplomatic courtesy, asked the Archmage to allow the investigation to be completed. The operative pointed to the immobilized captive, emphasizing the effectiveness of the security measures employed and the impossibility of escape. The GMR representative assured the Archmage of the subsequent transfer of the detainee to his custody once the necessary procedures had been completed. A tense, magical aura surrounded both interlocutors, giving the impression of an invisible confrontation between powerful forces. The task force froze in silent bewilderment, trying to comprehend the unexpected turn of events at the scene of the arrest. Archimage Hargrave, demanding full access to information on the case, majestically departed, leaving behind an oppressive silence. The blonde-haired agent ordered a thorough search of the detainee for evidence related to the vampire murder. The exclamation of the discovery of potential evidence broke the anxious silence just moments after the search began. The operations manager approached the find, scrutinizing the object the team member had discovered. A victorious mood swept over the agent at the sight of a ball bearing gleaming mysteriously on a metal chain. The guild representative's excitement was transmitted to the entire team as he turned to his subordinates triumphantly. The phrase of finding the killer sounded the final chord of a successful operation to apprehend the suspect. Consciousness returned to the protagonist only after his body was in the protected chamber of the Mage's Guild. A heavy awakening was accompanied by an oppressive feeling of depression as the clouded mind tried to locate the location. The familiar surroundings of the interrogation room brought a bitter chuckle to the waking captive, who remembered his past day here. His gaze fell on the massive shackles restraining his arms as his mind tried in vain to reconstruct the events of the past day. Memories of the planned meeting with Gail slowly surfaced in the hazy mind of the exhausted captive. The sequence of events was interrupted by a sudden attack by a group of unknown men in strict suits, acting coherently. The annoyance at his own slowness made the boy slam his shackled hands on the surface of the interrogation table in a rage. Thoughts of the possible presence of Gail or the shopkeeper among the mages made him rethink the situation from a different perspective. Another thump on the table was accompanied by the bitter realization of his own indiscretion that had led to the current situation. The creak of an opening door heralded the arrival of a familiar pair of GMR agents, whose faces radiated smugness at the sight of the captive. The blonde-haired agent paused dramatically before saying the detainee's real name, Callum Wells. The prisoner's surprise echoed in his exclamation of revealing his true identity, echoing off the walls of the interrogation room. The obvious connection between the search for the spatial mage and the elusive assassin now seemed crystal clear to everyone present. The detainee's unexpected abilities caused the agents to be genuinely surprised, making the guy smirk at the realization of his superiority. Danford politely introduced his colleague Black, ready to begin a detailed interrogation of the unusual prisoner. A female agent with elf ears and dragon facial features exuded cold vapor as she asked questions about the destruction of the vampire nest. An icy fog slowly enveloped the body of the interrogator as he tried to deny involvement in said events. Felicia's tension was given away by her surprised eyes, which made her partner take the initiative in talking about ball bearings. An informational brief in the hands of a female agent revealed the story of a West Virginia magician whose late discovered abilities were perplexing. The evocative question about the victims of vampire nests sounded like a challenge to the established justice system in the interrogation room. Felicia brushed off the inconvenient information with a slight shake of her head, emphasizing the unimportance of the detainee's excuses. Callum's rage spilled out with a powerful slam on the table as he accused the GMR of inaction in the face of the vampire murders. The female agent, shrouded in a mysterious vapor, moved on to a direct question about the suspect's possible employers. Independence resounded in the young man's words as he spoke of his unwillingness to submit to anyone's will or orders. The blonde-haired agent leisurely lit a cigarette, carefully observing the reactions of the interrogated captive. The smoke of the first puff accompanied words of possible friendship under different circumstances, sounding almost sincere. The shaking of the ashes emphasized a harsh phrase about the criminal nature of the detainee, shattering a moment of near understanding. Callum's attentive gaze followed the agent's every move as they continued their well-practiced interrogation. The mention of the harsh sentence provoked a strong reaction from the arrested person, demanding an explanation of the legality of his detention. The enumeration of the agencies involved demonstrated the gravity of the situation and the extent of the problems created by Callum's actions. The document about the vampire incident drew the close attention of the interrogator, anticipating an unpleasant turn in the conversation. The information about Gail's student was accompanied by a mention of an upcoming interrogation by representatives of the Secrecy Bureau. Black resumed her hypnotic interrogation, enveloping the room in steam and questioning the transmission of forbidden techniques. Callum's calmness in the face of magical influence surprised the agents, while he denied accusations of teaching such. The female agent's sharp fingernail pointed to a photo of a destroyed mannequin from Gail's exam, evidence of the use of attack healing. The obviousness of the principles of magical influence seemed so natural to the interrogator as to be perplexing. A professorial note appeared in the guy's voice as he explained the fundamental principles of biochemical influence. The blonde-haired agent leaned over the desk and destroyed the document with a smoldering cigarette, accusing the detainee of perverting magical laws. The realization of his own guilt came through in the prisoner's voice as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of the problems his actions had created for the apprentice. The prospect of Gail's ruined career due to the suspect's influence was only mitigated by her grandfather's lofty position. Rage swam in the protagonist's trembling hands as the agent accused him of deliberately misrepresenting the innocent girl's knowledge. Uncontrollable anger made the captive jump up, accusing the guild of forcing students to learn attack spells. The sudden activation of a bracelet with a pulsating red band interrupted the detainee's emotional tirade. An electric shock pierced Callum's body, causing agonizing convulsions and making him squirm in unbearable pain. Danforth called for calm to the exhausted captive, whose body slumped listlessly back in the chair after the painful punishment. Felicia's hypnotic steam once again filled the room, accompanying the question about Gail's possible recruitment into the secret organization. Exhausted by the questioning, the young man lowered his head, explaining his sincere desire to help his talented and diligent student. The accusation of using an innocent girl as a bargaining chip brought a bitter chuckle to the weary face of the protagonist. The agent strained to convey to the captive the seriousness of the situation, emphasizing the boss's special attention to such security issues. Callum's bowed head hid a caustic grin as he reasoned about the predictability of the secret police at the slightest threat to their dictatorial power. An enigmatic, full-face smile lit up the interrogator as he raised his head and uttered his final warning of his imminent disappearance. Genuine surprise flashed across Ray's face, mingling with the wariness of a seasoned agent. The captive's body began to emit a mysterious glow as he mockingly hinted to the agents about his true status and time gained. The GMR representative remained unperturbed, reminding them to protect the room from portals and block all possible enchantments. A violet glow enveloped the narrator as he shared his forward-thinking thoughts about possibly getting into a similar situation. The captive reasoned with a sly chuckle about the obviousness of placing a homebond enchantment on the ring, hinting at a more sophisticated solution. The purple aura intensified, making Wells' body translucent and revealing to the agents the magic ring hidden in his stomach. Panic gripped the GMR representatives who rushed to stop the disappearing guy, but their actions proved futile. The young man's silhouette vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a mocking wish of good luck to his confused pursuers. Danforth activated his magic in a desperate attempt to hold off the slipping criminal mage. The powerful magical strike only reached the empty space where the suspect had been a second ago. The agent's fury erupted with a crushing kick to the table, accompanied by curses at the escaped hero. Ray shouted the activation of a Level 4 alert, demanding the immediate mobilization of all available agents to capture the fugitive. Orders to find Callum Wells were going around headquarters, while the fugitive himself was already on a motorcycle, rapidly increasing the distance from his pursuers. Felicia's musings on the homebond check were interrupted by her partner's explanation of the rarity of implantation and the endless stream to Duvala. Suspicious thoughts crept into Agent Black's head, causing her to consider alternative sources for the artifact's origin. The agent's categorical statement about the Archmage's unique ability to create such homebodies shattered all alternative theories. Felicia's grand gesture was accompanied by a suggestion to trace Wells by blood, but enthusiasm faded at Ray's remark on the futility of the attempt. Frustration was reflected on the blonde agent's face as he realized the need to start the investigation from scratch and the impending wrath of his superiors. The Archmage's furious scream shook the walls as Agent Jean reported the spatial mage's detention without her knowledge. The loud slam of a slammed book underscored the indignation of Duval, whose status required immediate reporting of such events. Threats of retaliation against the unknown house acting behind her back echoed around the room. The GMR agent cleared his throat and carefully turned the conversation to more serious issues that needed immediate attention. The report extended to Duvala contained disturbing information about Callum Wells' involvement in forbidden magical practices. The Archmage's discerning eye snatched the information about the young healer's corruption from the report, causing a new wave of concern. The guild agent's bewilderment at the general alarm sounded in his excited reply to his interlocutor. The Archmage revealed a dangerous feature of healing magic that can overcome the defenses of normal mages when used aggressively. An anxious pause hung in the air before revealing the true danger of forbidden knowledge to the young healer. The grim warning of the ability to destroy a dozen mages in an instant made those present realize the gravity of the situation. Jean delicately asked for more information, recognizing a possible error in assessing the danger of space mages. The Archmage confidently dismissed the dangers of spatial magic, leaning on the massive table and maintaining a commanding stance. The categorical statement about the peaceful nature of spatial magic sounded so suggestive that it made the agent shiver. Fear was reflected on the pale face of the GMR representative as he, stammering, assured Duval of the efforts made to resolve the situation. The Archmage's authoritative voice demanded that Agent Jean gather complete information on the rare spatial mage and his mentors. The order to try harder sounded like a thunderclap in the tense silence of the office. A sickening wave of magic accompanied the barely audible "Madam" of the frightened agent, bowing to the angry Archmage. Spatial vision helped the protagonist quickly locate another stash of essential items. The foresight in placing geocaches all over the state brought a slight smile of satisfaction to the fugitive's face. With a magical gesture, retrieving the bag from the ground, the young man mentally listed the stashed necessities for a new beginning. Bitter thoughts of the mistakes he had made continued to plague his mind, marring even moments of temporary relief. Reflecting on GMR's delusion about his involvement with the secret organization offered faint hope for a temporary respite. A determined step into the portal that had been created was accompanied by a firm intention to avoid any supernatural occurrences. Lucy's surprised exclamation in her headphones betrayed her sincere joy at the unexpected signal from the leader. The relief in the girl's voice was mixed with a slight rebuke for the commotion in the magical community. The fugitive, standing at the telephone counter of an unremarkable establishment, inquired as to the extent of the trouble caused. The hacker, comfortably sprawled out in his chair, spoke with undisguised pleasure about the consequences of his rash actions. An unconscious gesture of rubbing Callum's neck accompanied the confession of a noisy escape from the guild's confinement. The information about the assigned terrorist status came out of the hacker's mouth with misplaced ease. The flirtatious tone of the girl admitting to a weakness for bad guys was replaced by a demand for an explanation as to why it happened. Concern for Lucy's safety permeated Callum's every word as he expressed regret at her possible involvement in a dangerous situation. The girl nonchalantly brushed aside his worries, confirming the successful receipt and clearance of research materials. The hero, constantly looking around, whispered, inquiring about the possibility of acquiring reusable magical equipment to replace the lost one. Pensive thought reflected on Harper's face as she explained the difficulty of obtaining strictly guild-regulated magical artifacts.
Information about mining artifacts from Portal Worlds sounded like a theoretical possibility to solve the problem.
The hacker, immersed in a digital search, recalled the wanted felon status that makes the legality of action secondary. Disappointment flashed in Wells' voice as he thanked Lucy for her help, realizing the need to find alternative solutions. The recounting of disturbing information from his ward about Archmage Duval's rage made the jaded hero tense up. The information about a powerful spatial archmage controlling all such mages sounded like a serious warning. The promise of caution came in response to Lucy's warning about the dangers of meeting the High Mage. The night silence of the forest enveloped the lonely tent that had become the temporary shelter of the protagonist. The study of Lucy's fairy lute captured the attention of the guy sitting in front of the glowing laptop screen. Reflections on personal experiences with various magical beings filled the mind while learning new information. The memory of meeting Agent Felicia Black surfaced as her only experience interacting with a Fae representative. A deep understanding of the differences between VS magic and Fae powers was forming in Callum's mind as he studied the materials. The unique abilities of the Fae were beyond the comprehension of ordinary mages, making their actions unpredictable. The variety of skills of the Fae did not make up for the lack of true power inherent in other magical beings. The bitter experience of meeting the GMR had taught the hero the importance of thorough preparation for any situation, so he continued to diligently read the information. A sudden sense of alien magic drew Callum's attention to a strange movement in the night forest. The unusual magical signature of the group of creatures indicated that they belonged to a Fae race other than the human race. The terrifying dryads that looked like reanimated trees moved on two legs, radiating obvious hostility. Iridescent winged pixies, no bigger than the palm of your hand, fluttered among the trees, creating a bizarre light show. The hero's attentive gaze snatched up the strange jewelry around the necks of the two mysterious creatures, causing a growing unease. Horror gripped Callum as he discerned the human ears strung on the rope like creepy creature trophies. The night forest was filled with the sounds of the heavy breathing of two fugitives desperately trying to break away from an unseen threat. The young man's commanding voice tried to cheer up his exhausted companion, whose strength was rapidly leaving her haggard body. The exhausted girl leaned against the rough bark of the tree, trying to regain her breath in the rest of her strength. The young man's persistent attempts to persuade Hannah to keep going were shattered by her desperate questions about the meaning of endless running. Sweat streamed down the lad's face as his mind searched in vain for answers to his exhausted companion's questions. An instinctive awareness of mortal danger compelled one to keep moving despite utter exhaustion. Memories transported the mind to a playground many years ago where a father approached with his young son. 7-year-old Callum, having received his father's permission, happily rushed to the play area full of children's laughter. The anticipation of a fun slide down the slide was reflected on the boy's face as his foot touched the first rung of the ladder. A sudden shout made little Wells turn around, perplexed as to the reason for the sudden intrusion. The conflict erupted over the self-proclaimed owner of the attraction aggressively asserting his supposed rights. The bully's absurd demands for permission to use public equipment sounded ridiculous. A violent shove sent the protesting boy into a painful fall, accompanied by the gloating laughter of his offender. The bully's mocking taunts haunted the crying victim, increasing the sense of injustice of what was happening. Indifference to other people's grief is reflected in the calm actions of the little hero preparing to go down the slide. The pleasure of the thrilling descent overshadowed all the previous unpleasant events at the site. His father's unexpected appearance and his question caught the boy off guard, forcing him to recall the permission he had received earlier. His father lowered himself down beside his son, gently inquiring as to the reason for the inactivity, while little Callum stared perplexedly at the slide, not understanding the question. The sadness of the father's gaze reflected the pain for the crying boy, whose suffering was left unattended by his own child. Heavy thoughts about the upbringing of his son tormented the soul of the parent, making him doubt the correctness of his methods. Young Callum, genuinely not understanding the situation, interjected with childlike directness about the need for intervention. Outrage overwhelmed the boy, pointing to the true culprit of the incident, but the father continued to look only at his son. The father's calm voice explained the concept of elder responsibility, trying to reach the child's mind. Bewilderment was reflected on the child's face at the word responsibility, as if it were something completely incomprehensible. His father's wise words about helping those in need sounded like an ancient prophecy backed by an expressive gesture. The philosophical truth of the triumph of evil over the inaction of good first touched Callum's young mind. The boy's attentive gaze absorbed his father's every word, forever imprinting this important life lesson. And now the adult Callum sat in the cramped tent, tormented by a moral dilemma and memories of his father's admonition. Thoughts of the need to stop the Fae's hunt for humans kept the Mage's tormented mind at rest. Fear of possible detection by the guild stiffened the resolve to act, creating internal conflict. Disturbing memories of the vampire incident that had caught the attention of the investigators added to the doubts. The decision to escape through the portal was almost ripe in the hero's mind when an ominous sound made him freeze with fear. The muffled voices of the Fae discussed the approaching dawn as a deadline to complete their gruesome hunt. The fairy hunter's impatient question to the dryads about the discovery of human victims echoed in the night's silence. Disappointment was reflected on the Fae's face at the sight of her companion's negative gesture, but her predatory gaze betrayed her confidence in her inevitable victory. A ghastly smile distorted the Fae's beautiful features as she contemplated with relish the futility of her victim's attempts to flee. The sinister companion with the necklace of human ears reveled in the anticipation of another bloody hunt, making no secret of his pleasure. Terror gripped the protagonist's body at the realization of the beginning of the Fae's movement, paralyzing his ability to make decisions at a critical moment. Memories of his father's upbringing gave determination to the hero, forcing him to rise up and act in spite of fear and doubt. Gathering his will in a fist, the hero silently left the tent with his backpack on his shoulder, preparing to begin his own hunt for ruthless monsters. The magical perception of space, enhanced to 600 meters, gave an advantage in tracking the enemy's movements. Calculatingly shortening the distance, the hero began his pursuit, using his abilities to remain stealthy. Vigilance was heightened by magical vision, guaranteeing protection against surprise attacks from the enemy. The bitter experience of encountering a guild has taught the hero to be wary of the hidden magical signatures of potential opponents. The obscurity of the Fae's abilities was compensated for by knowing their exact numbers, which gave a tactical advantage. A plan to observe the number of enemies was forming, along with a backup teleportation strategy in case the target suddenly disappeared. A loaded magazine with 24 rounds of ammunition inspired confidence, though the hero realized that killing wasn't the only way. The priority was to get ahead of the Fae to find the humans and organize their safe evacuation to a safe shelter. Anxious thoughts of past mistakes in the choice of shelter forced the hero to think more carefully about the rescue plan. A sudden insight came at the sight of the majestic mountain peaks looming on the horizon like a beacon of salvation. The underground cave system seemed an ideal temporary shelter to rescue stalked victims from bloodthirsty hunters. A realistic assessment of the situation suggested that the caves would only serve as a temporary shelter to wait out the deadly hunt. A new idea began to form in the hero's mind as the pursued desperately tried to flee the relentless threat. Hannah's fatal fall, tripping over a treacherous branch, elicited a panicked cry from her companion, realizing the value of every second. Exhaustion was reflected on the face of the fallen girl, whose trembling hands vainly tried to lift the exhausted body. Desperation had the boy frantically searching for shelter as his gaze darted around the surrounding space in search of salvation. An unexpected silhouette emerged from behind the bushes, interrupting the frantic search for cover with a triumphant cry of victim detection. Fear gave strength to the young man, who stood in front of his girlfriend, trying to protect her from the mysterious stranger. The calm voice of the protagonist and his careful gesture of calling for silence contrasted strangely with the tense atmosphere of the moment. The fugitives, trembling with fear and uncertainty, met the stranger's words of help with wary looks and silent disbelief. Hannah, still sitting on the ground in her companion's arms, tried to demand an explanation in a voice trembling with fear. Callum hastily outlined the escape route, emphasizing the critical lack of time for detailed explanations. Clear instructions about a pine tree 180 meters away sounded like the only hope of rescue. The fugitive's incredulous question about the escort gave away his doubts about the sincerity of the mysterious savior's intentions. Wells' sad look gave away his emotions for a moment as he explained the need for them to travel independently. The hero's inner monologue revealed the possibility of instant teleportation, which had to be rejected for the sake of a bigger plan. The tactical calculation called for using the fugitives as bait to lure the Fae away from the danger zone. The danger of detection of the magical trail forced the hero to keep his distance from the rescued people, relying on his own plan. Repeated instructions about the route were met by the hurried ascent of the exhausted lad, who was ready to follow any directions for the sake of rescue. A brief promise of a reunion sounded the hero's last words before his swift disappearance into the forest thicket. Desperate hope gave strength to the fugitives, cautiously following the instructions of the mysterious savior. The silent advance toward said pine tree seemed like an eternity to the fear-weary men. The long-awaited accomplishment allowed the exhausted fugitives to catch their breath, leaning on trembling knees. A quiet whisper of doubt about the stranger's identity and intentions broke the tense silence of the night forest. The bitter realization of no choice froze on the girl's lips, interrupted by an unexpected magical phenomenon. A magical passageway created by the protagonist transported the fugitives to safety, where they landed painfully in front of their savior. The hero's guilty smile accompanied his words about his forgotten warning about grouping when teleporting, while the rescued wrinkled in pain. The stream of questions from Hannah about the teleportation technique was interrupted when Callum gallantly extended his hand to help the girl up. The kilometers' distance from danger and the rescuer's confident tone lit a spark of hope in the girl's eyes, allowing her to finally accept help. The sincere gratitude of the rescued embarrassed the humble mage, who laconically brushed off the praise. The magician's professional interest demanded to find out the circumstances of the pursuit and the reasons why the couple found themselves in such a dangerous situation. The horrifying truth about the wild hunt and the condition of survival until dawn made the hero inwardly shudder. Fury boiled in the young man's eyes at the thought of the Fae's perverse amusement, causing him to clench his fist to contain his anger. The mysterious savior created a new shining portal and headed towards it with determination, leaving the rescued in a confused daze to watch his actions. The girl's worried voice stopped the departing hero, who turned around only to announce his intention to end his cruel pursuers. A chilling determination sounded in the young man's words, promising to destroy every monster before he stepped into the shimmering portal. The self-confident creatures continued to scour the forest for victims, scoffing at the fact that there were still a few precious hours of hunting left before sunrise. The arrogant Fae boasted of his hunting skills, unaware of the deadly danger lurking behind him. Cruel joy rang in the fairy girl's voice, gloatingly discussing the naivety of their human victims. The anticipation of imminent reprisal made the hunters speed up their search, not noticing the ominous changes in their surroundings. The sudden disappearance of the glowing pixies sowed the first seeds of alarm among the self-confident fairy hunters. A monstrous portal suddenly opened beneath the hunters' feet, disrupting their bloodthirsty plans with an unexpected intrusion. The experienced warrior with the eerie necklace had time to warn his companions of the danger, urging them to recoil from the unfolding abyss. Most of the dryads didn't have time to react to the warning, disappearing into the bottomless depths of the magical portal. Panic gripped the remaining dryads as their leader tried to restore order, ordering them to immediately notify the monarchs of the attack. The executive servant rushed lightning fast to carry out the commander's orders, rushing towards the monarch's distant residence. Fate was merciless to the messenger. A new portal materialized right above his head, portending imminent doom. The massive boulder that burst out of the magical passage instantly flattened the unfortunate monster, turning it into a bloody mess. The shocked Fae watched the brutal massacre before she could finish her furious tirade about the sanctity of the royal hunt. A miniature portal appeared right in front of her face, causing her to freeze in a deathly stupor. A deadly bullet burst from the tiny portal, piercing the confused Fae's head and cutting off her life in a single instant. Her companion's desperate scream tore through the air as he began frantically activating protective magic. A magical scan of the area revealed a lurking enemy on a rocky ridge, giving away its location. The determined dryad transformed a part of his own body into a deadly battle bow without waiting for orders. The monstrous projectile rushed toward its target, cleaving the air with such force that it seemed to devour the very space around it. The protagonist howled as he noticed the deadly arrow flying in his direction, while his hand was still submerged in the active portal. The devastating impact of the shell split the rocks of the mountain range, raising an impenetrable veil of rock dust into the air. A wave of relief came over the young man as he realized that the fatal shot had passed him by while he was hiding behind a thick bush. Mentally analyzing the situation, the warlock admitted that he had underestimated the speed of his opponents, though he successfully got rid of the pesky pixies. The phenomenal mobility of the enemies required careful calculation and extreme caution to prevent them from approaching to a dangerous distance. The unsettling realization that one of the Fae could sense his presence had the hero feverishly calculating the time remaining before the inevitable discovery. Terror gripped Wells as a giant Fae hand materialized behind him, woven from flexible branches and tree bark. Turning around sharply at the sound, the shocked hero could barely manage to squeeze out only a short swear word. Instinct saved the guy from death, helping him dodge the plant monster's crushing blow. Callum swiftly drew his gun, took cold-blooded aim and pulled the trigger without wasting precious seconds. Rapid gunshots echoed through the forest, but the bullets only dug uselessly into the woody flesh of the nearest tree. Frantically looking around for his opponent, the young man made the fatal mistake of not noticing the tree limb behind him. The crushing force of the blow sent Callum's body flying, causing his back to arch in unbearable pain. The power of the tree guardian's attack was so great that it threw the young mage right back at a massive boulder towering among the trees. The hero's exhausted body first crashed into the stone with a thud, and then slid to the ground to the accompaniment of painful groans. The mage's pain-fogged mind was frantically trying to figure out how the tree creature had managed to get close to him unnoticed. Gritting his teeth in pain, Callum rose to his feet, determined that this deadly game could be played by the two of them. Closing his eyes to concentrate, the young man activated his special magical vision, instantly detecting the location of the mysterious enemy. The wounded mage defiantly challenged the monster with a defiant smirk, though his body was still shuddering from the damage he had sustained. A sudden insight flashed through Wells' mind. The creature was using trees to move instantly through the forest. A merciless hail of bullets rained down on the target as the young mage once again aimed fire on the forest guard. Another attack was equally futile. The bullets sank into the woody flesh without a trace, causing the creature no harm.
The bitter realization of his own helplessness flooded the lad's mind, realizing the futility of his attempts.
Callum's strategic mind began to work with redoubled vigor, realizing the need for a surprise attack from an unpredictable direction. The mage braced himself, comparing the upcoming attack to a geometry problem as the creature continued to circle around him. The tree guardian, seeing the moment as the right time to attack, began to slowly materialize from the tree trunk, seeing the closed eyes of his opponent. The violet flame of revenge flared in Callum's eyes as he realized it was time to act, and prepared for the decisive blow. The dryad froze in confusion as her target suddenly vanished into thin air, right in front of the hand she had brought up to strike. His mastery of spatial magic allowed the young man to create a death trap of portals, aiming a pistol shot directly at his opponent's face. A heavy sigh escaped the main character's lips as he bent over the defeated creature, mentally apologizing for the forced murder. The bitter words of self-justification echoed in the void, recalling the bloody hunt of the Fae for innocent people. Unwavering determination was in the young man's voice, condemning the heinous crimes as another portal shone before him. Mastery of spatial magic allowed them to create portals with surprising ease. Another passage emerged right in the ground, gaping with a dark maw. The leader of the Fae group collapsed into a magical vortex before he realized what was happening. Panic gripped the elf as his lungs filled with the fizzy air of unknown space, forcing him to frantically gulp for air with his mouth. Desperate thoughts rushed through the captive's mind as he tried to find a way out of the mysterious cave his mysterious adversary had thrown him into. A chilling horror gripped the Fae's heart as he spotted the bloody wings of a small creature among the rocks. Unspeakable sorrow contorted the elf's beautiful face as tears of impotent rage rolled down his cheeks. A nightmarish realization flashed through his mind. His faithful pixies, who had recently filled the air with joyous laughter, now lay breathless in pools of blood. An hour later, the protagonist escorted the rescued fugitives to a gas station, where the grateful couple persistently offered a reward for their rescue. The mage resolutely refused any thanks, emphasizing the need to forget what had happened for the sake of common safety. The boy's insistence on the importance of keeping the secret was met with understanding nods from Hannah, who realized the seriousness of the situation. Sympathy for the trauma the couple experienced was mixed with a firm belief that further paths should be parted for their own safety. A brief handshake and mutual wishes of good luck ended the meeting of the casual traveling companions. Rushing home on his motorcycle, the young man dialed Lucy's number to contact Alpha Chester through her and get some much-needed advice. Choosing his words carefully, the mage described the problem he had with the group of fairies, trying to gauge the extent of his troubles. The Alpha's attentive gaze slid across the surface of the table as he calmly questioned the details of the incident. Hearing about the composition of the group of monsters and their hunt for humans, the werewolf leader instantly appreciated the seriousness of the situation. The protracted silence of the interlocutor made the protagonist tensely await the verdict. Sistrea's alarming warning of the vengeance of the noble Fae and their monarch made the young man realize the magnitude of the impending threat. There was a bitter irony in the guy's words about adding to the list of those eager for his death as he picked up speed. The werewolf alpha seized the moment and offered protection in exchange for cooperation, hoping to attract a talented spellcaster. A firm refusal rang out in response, reinforced by recent experience in confrontation with the guild and the increased value of personal freedom. The mage's firm stance was evident in his words of readiness for individual tasks, but his categorical rejection of any submission. The Midwestern Alpha's wise advice about finding a safe haven out of reach of supernatural creatures got the young man thinking. A sudden idea lit up the mage's face, forcing him to end the conversation and squeeze the gas even harder on the deserted road. The puzzled boss approached the hacker, continuing to ponder the cryptic conversation. A sly smile appeared on Lucy's face as she noted Callum's increased bravery after his successful confrontation with the GMR. Chester thoughtfully acknowledged the lad's impressive escape, while increasing his desire to uncover his true identity. The interested werewolf leader asked the girl about the new details of the mysterious mage's past, and was extremely surprised to learn that Wells was once a former commoner. Chester's shrewd gaze betrayed his confidence in the existence of influential relatives in the suddenly manifested magician, for it could not be otherwise. The mental question of the origin of the mysterious Callum Wells remained unanswered, generating new mysteries. The powerful mage froze in front of the majestic airport building, his inner instincts unmistakably identifying the intended target. A restless gaze glided over the endless stream of travelers, while the mind was tormented by doubts as to the correctness of the chosen path. Alf Chester's wise words echoed in his mind, reminding him to find a safe haven from supernatural pursuers. The bitter experience of being discovered by GMR agents in Tiny Venuta forced one to recognize the limited shelter options available. A sudden insight pierced the mind with a memory of the secret knowledge gained on the fateful day of acquiring magical powers. The picture of that trip with the absent-minded curator, whose preoccupation with the telephone had led to an unexpected revelation about the 6 portal worlds came vividly to mind. The astonishment of discovering the existence of intermediate dimensions between Earth and the multiverse still resonated with awe in my soul. The mysterious worlds that fed the planet with life-giving mana were under the tireless protection of the Magical Regulation Guild. Each of these dimensions was home to unique supernatural beings: vampires, werewolves, dragonborn, and mysterious fae. An ironic grin slid across the mage's face, representing the fury of Agent Sen, whose talkativeness had unexpectedly done the fugitive an invaluable favor. According to the information received, the entrances to the parallel dimensions were under powerful top-level magical protection. Penetrating these mysterious portals required special circumstances and the accompaniment of powerful mage guides. The young man's gaze focused on the unfolded map, assessing the possibility of bypassing the protective barriers for temporary shelter. The unfortunate discovery of the location of the desired portal across the ocean forced the strategist to reconsider the original plan of action. A piercing gaze assessed the long line to the metal detectors, calculating options for overcoming this obstacle. The protagonist soberly assessed the airport's defense systems, realizing the impossibility of simply teleporting aboard the plane. The calculating mind rejected the idea of buying a ticket, vividly imagining the inevitable encirclement by agents at the slightest attempt at official purchase. Thoughts were dashing frantically, searching for an alternative way to get aboard the aircraft, causing her to freeze in thought. The fugitive's attentive gaze glided through the endless stream of travelers, searching for hidden opportunities. A sudden insight pushed the mage into the human stream, where he deliberately shouldered a passing girl. The stranger's indignant exclamation was cut short when her gaze failed to detect her supposed assailant. Callum held his breath as he watched the confused girl write off the collision as a play of imagination. A relieved exhalation escaped from the mage's chest as he realized the success of the cloaking charms. Gail's mental gratitude for Gail's training in invisibility techniques was mixed with a realization of the need for extreme caution. The mysterious mage froze in a tense pose, scrutinizing the spreading scene ahead through a piercing gaze. Callum remained a still observer, mentally calculating possible ways to overcome the dense mass of people. A sudden scream broke the young man's musings, causing him to turn around to see a desperate chase between the thief with the stolen bag and the enraged guard. The lightning-fast thought of the robbery in progress flashed through the protagonist's mind, causing internal conflict. Painfully suppressing the impulse to intervene, the boy squeezed his eyes shut and turned away, trying to drown out the insistent voice of conscience. The elderly woman's desperate cry for her stolen bag echoed through the room, pervading the space with helplessness. The internal struggle culminated in a decisive blow to the eye, symbolizing the mage's willingness to act without the use of magical abilities. The smug kidnapper was approaching the exit, enjoying the perceived victory and lack of obstacles in his way. The unseen Callum Wells orchestrated a graceful footstep with lightning speed, sending the suddenly startled thief into a rather violent tumble. Through a lucky coincidence, the guard caught up with the petty thief, clasping his hands behind his back with a triumphant snarl of captured prey. The observant Callum focused on the guard's badge dangling from his belt as he mocked the defiant criminal. A brilliant plan formed lightning fast in the mind of the resourceful mage watching the scene unfold. The apprehended thief cursed furiously as the guard dragged him to the station, but the sadness of defeat was clearly visible in his blank stare. The young man slipped elegantly into the security room, activating the stolen pass with casual politeness in his voice. In the elven forest where a bloody tragedy had recently occurred, King Gisserel scrutinized the traces of a mysterious crime. The monarch confidently stated the scene of a furious fight, answering the questioning look of his loyal aide. Crumpled grass, scattered stones, and broken branches were eloquent testimony to the mysterious magician's disregard for natural harmony. An astute aide suggested the Earth's ability to preserve the memory of an atrocity committed. Gisserel nodded in agreement, summoning ancient magic to unlock the secrets hidden in the depths of the sacred ground. A powerful spell shrouded the space in a shimmering shroud, allowing the ruler to touch the events of the past. The magical vision instantly revealed to Gisserel a picture of the tragic battle from the beginning and ended with the death of the noble dryad. The aide respectfully inquired about the results of his lord's magical search. The king thoughtfully acknowledged the criminal's unfamiliar identity, while the servant pondered a possible connection to the mage's guild. The ruler's righteous anger mixed with a sense of duty, making him swear to avenge the fallen elves. clenching his fist with a force equal to his hatred for the brutal murderers. The loyal ward watched the king's new magical ritual carefully, questioning the next steps. Snow-white magic concentrated in the ruler's hand before vanishing into thin air with the mandate to find the culprit. Magic wind was on the trail of the mysterious magician who caused the forest tragedy. The travelers were amazed to notice in the sky a strange flying machine of primitives, which broke the usual peace of the magical world. The disdain for human technology was evident in the brief dialogue beside the majestic aircraft standing on the runway. Jisrael pointed to the airport building, from where the magical trail went skyward beyond the original plan. The sudden appearance of an agitated guard demanding that the uninvited guests leave the forbidden area interrupted the king's musings. The devoted ward respectfully addressed his lord, ready to immediately remove the annoying nuisance of the annoying guard, but was refused by the lord. The security representative straightened to his full height, threateningly warning trespassers of arrest for trespassing in the restricted area. Moral Jisrael grinned contemptuously, unable to believe his ears. Some primitive guardian dared to cross the king of the ancient enclave himself. The bewildered guards stared incomprehensibly at the strange aliens, continuing to insist that they leave immediately under threat of calling the police. The forest lord leisurely reached out a hand to the unfortunate guard's head, clearly not intending to follow earthly laws and rules. The king's mighty arm began to slowly tighten, causing the victim to scream in pain, and the guard's face began to take on an ominous blue hue. Jisrael coldly cut off the guard's pleas for mercy as he continued to mercilessly squeeze his head with his inhuman grip. The ruthless ruler increased the pressure, and bloody tears flowed from the unfortunate guard's eyes, foreshadowing a terrible fate. The defeated guard collapsed to his knees, and the forest creature majestically ordered his subject to summon a horse for immediate departure. Tree branches began to sprout through the body of the defeated guard as the arrogant king withdrew, carelessly dropping orders to clean up the aftermath. The interior of the airplane pleasantly surprised the protagonist with its desolation and comfort. Despite the gift of invisibility, Callum cautiously made his way around the cabin until he reached the secluded refuge of the restroom. Once in front of the mirror, the young man leaned heavily on the sink, feeling an invisible force squeezing his chest. Numerous bruises on Wells' exposed back were eloquent reminders of his recent bout with the tree creature. Wistful thoughts of Gail's healing abilities flashed through the guy's mind. Remembering how quickly she'd once healed his bruise, bitter reflections on the fate of the girl tormented the soul of the hero. His influence pushed her into the path of forbidden magic, destroying hopes for a normal future. The reflection in the mirror listened silently to Callum's suggestion of a chance encounter that had been a fatal mistake, and the hope of someday redeeming an unwitting guilt. A tired stewardess with half-closed eyes suddenly entered the restroom, where the protagonist stood silently, immersed in his thoughts. The sudden clash was resolved by mutual apologies and a soft smile from the young man that diffused the awkward situation in the tight space. Pulling the t-shirt over his scarred body in one smooth motion, the hero reassured the embarrassed girl with the assurance that his business was finished. The confused look of the stewardess escorted the statuesque figure of the young man, offering her assistance if needed. The hero's thoughts drifted to the portals and the long-awaited release from the GMR as the plane gained altitude, leaving room for doubts about the agent's memories. Heavy rain pelted the elegant figure of a girl in a business suit, whose gaze was fixed on the raging sky. The majestic King Jisrael soared on his wind dragon among the clouds, giving a secret signal to the waiting figure below. A respectful bow from the girl accompanied the landing of a powerful ruler whose appearance demanded urgent explanation. The Forest Lord recounted the pursuit of a mysterious assailant whom the stormy sea had sheltered from his vengeance. The stranger's amazement was replaced with wariness when the Forest Lord pointed out the involvement of one of her mages in what had happened. The girl's musings on the identity of the perpetrator were interrupted by Jisrael's commanding voice, demanding the immediate intervention of the GMR's mage investigators. The stranger's acquiescence to the king's demand for the guild's punishment was accompanied by an understanding of the seriousness of his intentions. Danforth cautiously approached the focused king, studying the surveillance monitors for signs of the fugitive mage. Jisrael briefly shared his observations on the mysterious human magic, sparking the guild agent's genuine interest. Magical portals tearing the fabric of space were the main topic of a tense conversation between two powerful figures. The blonde-haired agent couldn't hold back a snide grin, reacting to the powerful ruler's words. The king abruptly turned around with a cold stare directed at the amused agent as he sensed the mockery in his tone. Ray hurriedly apologized, explaining the connection between the dangerous criminal and the recent massacre in the vampire community. A photo of the protagonist emerged from the agent's pocket, becoming the center of attention for the king, whose reaction might have shed some light on the familiarity of this mage. After answering in the affirmative about belonging to the guild, the Keeper of Secrets revealed Callum Wells' identity, pressing for the location of his last appearance. The adventurer has already enjoyed the majestic scenery of the Swiss Matterhorn, soaking up the beauty of the mountain lakes. Beneath these picturesque places, deep in the bowels of the earth, there was a mysterious portal leading to the mysterious world of dragons. The young warlock peered cautiously out from behind a massive boulder, pondering the dangers lurking in this uncharted dimension. Despite the paucity of information on dragon magic, the young man understood the limitless power of these majestic supernatural creatures. The surprising carelessness of the portal guards made one wonder. A lone guard immersed in reading seemed too easy an obstacle.
The defense system entrusted to the single guard wearing headphones seemed inexcusably weak, almost inviting a breach of its boundaries.
The observers, unable to detect all infiltrations, merely alerted the guilds to the dragon's movements through the magical portal. Callum Wells decided to minimize the use of magical power, lifting a weighty rock for a simple distraction. The carefully thought-out plan worked. The thrown stone attracted the guard's attention, making him wary and searching for the source of the noise. The alarmed guard hurriedly pulled a walkie-talkie from a hidden portal, intending to report a suspicious occurrence. The sudden disappearance of the means of communication caused the guard to look around in confusion for the missing radio. Finding her a few meters away caused the guard to breathe a sigh of relief, unsuspecting of the impending intrusion. Immersed in the music, the guard moved toward the communications facility, not noticing the young figure slipping behind him toward the shimmering portal. Pushing away doubts about the correctness of his decision, the daredevil took the first step, feeling reality begin to dissolve around him. The decisive step to the uncharted land became a point of no return, leaving behind all doubts about the correctness of the chosen path. The bright glow of the new world made the traveler cover his eyes with his hand as his mind filled with awe. Holding his breath on a mountain ledge, the protagonist contemplated the panorama of the legendary dragon world that had opened up. The astonished traveler froze with his mouth open, unable to believe that this beautiful world was the same legendary portal that inspired indescribable terror in everyone. Magical energy flowed through the air in a completely different way than in the familiar world, mesmerizing Wells with its dance as his palm gathered the shimmering streams of mana. The hero's spellbound gaze did not break away from the hand, completely enveloped in magical energy, realizing that it was impossible to get used to such splendor.
The lad's gaze studied the portal behind, noting its incredible complexity compared to his own creations, though the differences seemed subtle.
The delighted young man hurriedly pulled out a notepad and pen, eager to capture the unique details of the portal while the opportunity presented itself. The traveler, engrossed in his sketches, suddenly froze when he heard strange, frightening sounds behind him that broke the silence of the mysterious world. Anxious thoughts about the possible presence of unknown beings filled the hero's mind, forcing him to listen tensely to his surroundings. Streaks of fire suddenly surrounded Callum, leaving no time to ponder the nature of the strange attack or to defend himself. Unbearable pain pierced the young man's body and soul, depriving him of breath and forcing him to squirm in agony. The space around him was filled with the heat of the ancient creature, whose flames made Callum's hair wriggle as if in a frenzied dance. The dragon's mighty paw descended to the ground, accompanied by the thunderous accusation of a mortal for violating the sacred laws of this world. The red dragonborn's formidable roar echoed through the neighborhood, proclaiming the death sentence of the trespasser. The dragon's furious roar was replaced by an amazed cry of recognition as the ancient creature realized that Callum Wells himself stood before him. The shocked young man froze in a mute daze, unable to believe his eyes as his mind tried to comprehend what was happening. Recognizing Mr. Shahe in dragon form startled the young man as much as the appearance of the familiar silhouette of the training hall owner behind the majestic creature. Ray's measured lunch in the car was interrupted by the sudden vibration of his phone, announcing an urgent message. Attentive, Felicia listened as her partner read out the order he had received about the urgent formation of a group to capture the elusive Callum Wells, and only inquired about the composition of the operation. The agents sitting in the combat vehicle wondered how one escaped mage had turned into a headache for the entire special unit. The fugitive's amazing ability to disappear like a ghost sparked a lively discussion among the agents who shared rumors of his elusiveness. The heavy atmosphere in the car thickened further when one of the agents cautiously inquired about the thoughts and fears of the slumped senator. The former handler's rage was brought out by the memory of his ward's shameful escape through the window, putting him in a humiliating position. The thirst for retribution overwhelmed Sen, whose fingers, white with tension, clenched as if to strangle the ghostly silhouette of the fugitive. Seated at a small table, the two discussed the Dragonborn's incredible ability to create matter, touching on their distrust of the guild in passing. Callum pensively demonstrated his magical abilities, making a small pebble hover above his index finger as he pondered his unusual fate. The Dragonborn's massive figure tensed at the mention of possible tracking, while the stone, obeying Well's gesture, swept away. The creature's calm reply was accompanied by the contemplation of a stone bouncing off the water surface, creating circles on the surface of the quiet lake. The fugitive shared his thoughts on his choice of refuge, believing that neither the GMR nor the Fae would dare seek him out in the Dragonlands. Majesty permeated Mr. Shahay's every word as he reasoned about the unspoken prohibition against challenging the likes of him. The power of the ancient race was manifested in their ability to manipulate matter and take forms larger than continents. The boy mentally shuddered, realizing the good fortune of meeting just the benevolent Mr. Shahay instead of the less friendly representatives of the dragon family. Memories of the attack at the gym resurfaced in the warlock's mind, making him cautiously curious about the details of that incident. The Dragonborn evasively brushed aside the question about past conflict, leisurely sipping flavored tea from an ancient cup. Callum's inquisitive question about returning to the hall prompted the dragon to reveal the existence of multiple avatars while maintaining a low profile. The surprise was reflected in the protagonist's gaze, studying his interlocutor intently after mentioning the mysterious avatars. Streaks of fire enveloped Mr. Shahay's figure, marking the beginning of a remarkable transformation in his appearance. A dark-haired man in a chef's suit materialized in front of the boy, explaining the nature of puppet avatars and the impossibility of being in dragon form permanently. Deep thoughtfulness was reflected on the face of the protagonist, trying to comprehend the habitual perception of the true essence of the interlocutor. The Dragonborn's amazement grew with every word the young man said, realizing the incredible ability to see through all guises. The ancient creature reverted to dragon form, pondering the young man's rare gift of seeing true forms, a possible legacy of his enigmatic father. The younger Callum inquired cautiously about Callum Sr., trying to clarify the vague hints of his interlocutor. The Dragonborn gently revealed the painful truth that the people the young man thought were his parents were actually his grandparents. Mr. Shahay stressed the lack of personal meetings with the magician's real father, but confidently attributed the boy's unusual abilities to inherited paternal blood. A deep suspicion of the age discrepancy between the named parents has always lurked in the protagonist's mind, held back by the fear of asking the agonizing question. The excited warlock greedily absorbed every word about his real parents. Overwhelmed with burning curiosity and anxiety, the Dragonborn began to slowly reveal the story of the mage's mother, deliberately omitting the young man's mysterious father. The sad story of a young rebellious girl who left home after a bitter family quarrel unfolded in an unhurried narrative. The dramatic return of the pregnant girl, with her face washed with bitter tears, marked the next turn in the family history. The disturbing lack of maternal instinct was evident in the cold indifference to newborn Callum's desperate cries. The sudden disappearance of the young mother followed almost immediately after the main character's birth, leaving him in the care of the older generation. Devoted grandparents have devoted many years to creating a happy childhood for a suddenly born grandchild, genuinely enjoying every moment with him. Curious 5-year-old Callum innocently asked his father about the mysterious woman in the old photograph kept in their apartment. A worn family snapshot captured happy moments of the past, a young couple with their own daughter, the magician's real mother, but the grandfather didn't find the strength to reveal the truth. A bewildered older Callum hastily made up a story about an old friend, promising a possible acquaintance in the uncertain future. A deep understanding of the gravity of the kept secret was reflected in Well's words to his Dragonborn interlocutor. The wise dragons shared the ancient law of non-interference in the affairs of men, placing a huge paw soothingly on the shoulder of the agitated young man. The enforced suspension allowed Mr. Sheehy to appreciate the genuine care of the named parents, who constantly walked with little Callum and fulfilled all his childish whims. The slight shadow of sadness on the face of the matured mage was replaced by an expression of deep gratitude to the people who had given him a real loving family. With a warm fatherly grin, the Dragonborn stroked the young man's head with a huge scaly paw, reminding him of the impossibility of staying in these lands for long. The mage heading for the exit inquired about alternative hiding places, to which the wise dragon, after a bit of thought, suggested the only possible escape option. The conflicting descriptions of the mysterious land of the Fae included the pleasant atmosphere of a magical place and the deadly unpredictability of its dangerous inhabitants. The impenetrable, ominous wilds lurked unknown monsters in their depths, presenting an equally dangerous alternative for seeking refuge. Mr. Shahey moved cautiously and meaningfully to mention the mysterious and powerful lands of the night, enduring a dramatic pause. The promising description of countless magical resources presented the perfect base for a large-scale confrontation with a hostile guild. The wistful echo of cryptic words about uncharted nightlands echoed in the interested voice of the protagonist pondering new possibilities. The sudden crushing blow of the dragon's fist to his chest made the stunned Callum convulsively cough for lack of air. An alarming warning of an active hunt by a multitude of supernatural beings emphasized the mortal danger of the young mage's current situation. A bewildered Wells sought wise counsel from the ancient creature, deeply aware of the frightening veracity of the grave warning of danger. The dragon wisdom of the ages came through in a brief but profound admonition about the inevitable choice between the paths of strength and weakness in this cruel world. A resolute call to immediately choose the path of unyielding strength rumbled in the powerful words of the ancient dragonborn creature. The impressive transformation was accompanied by a significant increase in size and a threatening sharpening of scales all over the body. The shocked protagonist froze in mute awe at the majestic transformation of an incredibly powerful being. The blonde-haired agent of the Special Department of Undercover Investigations insistently displayed his official credentials, demanding an immediate response. Undeterred, Arthur Chester vehemently denied having any new information about the mysteriously missing wanted magician. The irritated guild representative furiously continued to question one of Callum Wells' few known acquaintances. The experienced sheriff emphasized the reserved nature and changed name of the wanted man, helplessly waving his hands in genuine incomprehension of the situation. The persistent Danforth methodically inquired into the possible European connections of the elusive fugitive in the quiet provincial town. But the obvious provincial constraint of Little Winnet resounded in Arthur's confident words about the absence of any contact. The sheriff's beautiful daughter gracefully served the flavored coffee to Agent Ray, who thanked her politely. There was genuine calculated interest in the GMR representative's cautious question, clarifying the name of the attractive girl. The experienced investigator's scrutinizing gaze accompanied the delicate question about Jessica's possible intimacy with the disappeared Wells, trying to get to the truth. A serious look from the girl accompanied the brief words of incomprehension as she scrutinized the unexpected guest. The sheriff's anger lashed out at Jessica's defense of Danford's shameless insinuations, forcing the latter to leave the premises. The agent's polite apology was accompanied by the careful placement of the cup on the saucer, hiding the true emotion. The confident gesture of correcting his tie was complemented by a quiet reminder to leave a business card for possible future contacts. Frustration at the waste of time spilled out in the agent's words as he got into the car with his waiting partner. The werewolf Clara, a young girl, unwittingly shared valuable information thanks to Felicia's subtle work, which she told Ray about. Danforth's anxiety about Alpha's possible reaction to the use of suggestion contrasted with his partner's calmness as she enthusiastically devoured her hamburger. Internal conflict tormented the blonde agent, realizing the impossibility of legally using the extracted information. Professional curiosity took precedence over moral torment as the agent's face became animated with interest in the information he was receiving. The girl's blurred memories retained only the fact of being kidnapped by vampires and mysteriously teleported by an unknown savior. A triumph of rightness glowed in the eyes of the female agent, whose theory about the personal nature of the first massacre had been confirmed. The guild representative picked up on the werewolf's apparent withholding of information, elaborating on his interlocutor's main point. The stalemate in the investigation required fresh impetus, new leads to move forward. A massive portal to the mysterious nightlands rose majestically in the center of the room, surrounded by a constant stream of people. The heavy guard presence at this crossing was noticeably superior to the defenses of the other magical portals. The sensitive magical perception of the protagonist picked up only primitive protective spells, surprisingly simple for such an important object. Compared to the impregnable fortress of the Dragon Portal, equipped with advanced magical technology and vigilant guards, the Nightlands seemed no better protected than a school locker with a simple padlock, bewildering in their accessibility. The brooding mage took cover in the forest thicket and planned an instant teleportation through the primitive defenses, counting on the stealth of the action. Callum warily noted the suspicious simplicity of the plan, creating the familiar teleportation portal in full view. A determined Callum set about carrying out his plan, noticing the strange reaction of the main portal to his magical intervention. The nearest guard turned around at the incomprehensible disturbance of the magic field, wondering loudly about the nature of the strange phenomenon. The careless guard quickly dismissed the suspicion, writing off the oddities as imagination and returning to his usual duty. A fatal inattention allowed the protagonist to slip unhindered through the magical barrier into uncharted space. The bright glow of the new world made the lad cover his eyes with the palm of his hand, realizing the success of the risky venture. Sure footsteps carried Callum beyond the portal into unknown space, raising many questions about his whereabouts. The amazing contrast between the daylight of departure and the deep night of arrival made one think of the temporal patterns of measurement. Contemplating the surrounding landscape through the window, the young man noted the somber beauty of the place, different from his usual measurements. The protagonist was keen to discover signs of permanent settlements, indicative of the mysterious inhabitants of these lands. The guy's magical vision caught an unexpected picture. Ordinary mages were strolling leisurely through the streets, which did not correspond to his expectations to see only vampires here. Recalling Shahei's warnings about the strictest prohibition of mages entering the dragon world, the hero began to realize the unique structure of this dimension. The Magical Investigations Guild's many years of cooperation with the vampires had obviously created a very different system of race relations here. The magical community's eternal dislike of ordinary humans logically explained the desire of some mages to settle in this portal dimension. The lack of powerful defenses suddenly made sense. A complex system of spells would only hinder the constant stream of mages entering and exiting the portal. The realization of his own short-sightedness caused the hero to slap his face in despair. The Nightlands proved to be the worst place to hide a fugitive. An entire dimension filled with two powerful groups, the GMR and the vampires, each eager to imprison him or worse. The prospect of falling prey to bloodthirsty vampires capable of sucking out every last drop of blood made Callum shudder with horror. His mind feverishly assessed the risks of staying here any longer, but Shahei's words about valuable magical materials made it hard to give up. Creating a new portal to move through, the hero decided to exercise the utmost caution and scrutinize the destination before jumping. In a remote part of the Nightlands, the elven woman and her companion stood over the carcasses of the defeated raptors, concernedly noting the growing boldness of the creatures. The elf's silver eyes flashed with displeasure as she spoke of the injustice of having to protect the mages, not the guild. Her comrade, wiping his bloody blade on the fur of the last slain beast, Riley remarked about pleasing the precious mage guild. The delicate elven features contorted with wariness as her sensitive nose caught the faint scent of another's magical energy. His partner, rising to his feet and shaking off his clothes, admitted that he could only distinguish the heavy metallic odor of fresh blood, but no more. The elfess strained to peer into the darkness, assuring her companion of the presence of an intruder, which seemed odd at this late hour. The comrade's nonchalant reply of indifference to the fate of careless mages did not reassure the vigilant girl, who sensed something amiss. The elfess's hand reached for the magical communication headset, realizing the possible political implications if the stranger turned out to be an important person. The crystal-clear voice of the operator instantly responded to the call sign, Scout 12, breaking the oppressive silence of the night. The creature's quiet but clear voice conveyed to the operator the presence of a lone mage in an inappropriate place and time. The young mage tried to convince her friend that their alarm was in vain, writing it all off to an ordinary air mage, but her intuition insisted on reassurance. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden communication signal from the operator, dryly clarifying their location and status. A firm order to leave the area immediately and return to the base sounded on the speaker, allowing no objections. An attempt to clarify the reason for such an urgent recall was only met with a repeated, even more insistent order to return. As they approached the castle, the partners exchanged guesses about the reasons for the urgent call, and the girl did not miss the opportunity to emphasize her rightness. The elfess ruffled her partner's hair in triumph as he grumbled about the pointlessness of reporting every little thing. After reconciliation, they continued on their way, discussing the upcoming report to the warlord about their strange sensations in the explored area. Her partner couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark about the paucity of her observations, whistling some kind of tune. The huge doors of the castle swung open before them, revealing a view of a lavish red carpet leading to a majestic figure standing back. The stranger greeted the scouts without turning around, his voice echoing off the walls. The elf scout asked rudely and warily about the stranger's identity, expecting to see a warlord. Tyson, the high mage of the Secrecy Bureau, turned slightly, his presence filling the hall with a heavy atmosphere. The elf instantly changed in his face, realizing the importance of the situation, and hastened to correct his abruptness with a more respectful tone. The high mage approached closely to the scouts, questioning the traces of the mysterious lone mage and his features. The elfess reported faint traces of human magic, admitting an inability to determine its exact type. The high magician's heavy sigh spoke eloquently that the situation was becoming much more complicated than anticipated. The elfess's partner, visibly softening his former gruff tone, cautiously inquired as to the reason for such a representative in the nightlands. Tyson, turning away from his interlocutors, shared information about a fugitive mage supposedly hiding in one of the portal worlds. There was a poorly concealed concern in the scout's voice as he tried to figure out the danger level of the wanted warlock. The high mage succinctly reported the highest threat level set by the boss, hinting at the as-yet unknown details of the situation. Without turning to the scouts, Tyson gave the order to mobilize all their colleagues, to which they responded with a respectful bow. The high mage's last words echoed through the hall. They were searching for Callum Wells, the mage who, at the same time, was traveling in an unknown direction. The accumulated knowledge from books was useless before the reality of the nightlands, where every shadow harbored unknown creatures. The ancient legends of witches and demons lurking in the darkness suddenly seemed like naive children's tales. The true horror of the nightlands lay not in mythical vampires or monsters, but in the very unnatural nature of the place. The giant pulsing heart of the moon loomed over the earth, filling the space with the ominous beat of otherworldly life. Each beat of the celestial luminary shook the ground beneath their feet, making the small stones bounce to the beat of the cosmic rhythm. At times, the pulsation became barely perceptible, as if the whole world was shifting imperceptibly in an invisible clockwise direction. Powerful tremors were followed by monstrous blows that could wipe entire mountains off the face of the earth in an instant. The nightlands breathed and moved like a giant creature whose nature defied any scientific definition. The young man's instinct for self-preservation urged him to leave the place immediately, leaving a record of his ominous observations for others to make. Immersed in thought, the hero recalled ancient folios indicating the presence of magical artifacts in the mysterious sea notes. Callum slapped a hand to his face in frustration, realizing that wandering in the pulsing darkness had not brought him any closer to his cherished goal. Anxious thoughts of the wrong path tormented the young man as he took refuge in a flimsy tent amidst the hostile forest. A sudden noise in the stillness of the night made the traveler warily peek out from his hiding place, peering into the darkness. A keen eye discerned a giant beetle in the semi-darkness, furiously attacking the wood with its powerful jaws. The experienced researcher instantly recognized the bloodsucker, hurriedly flipping through the pages of a tattered reference book in search of information. Memory told the hero that these creatures use sea notes for nests, and he decided to test his hunch. The solution came instantly. Track the bloodsucker to his lair, and the mage carefully slipped out of the tent, taking cover behind a thick bush. The brutal battle was not stacking up in the giant beetle's favor when the wooden creature struck quite a blow. Despair gripped Callum at the thought of the possible death of his only guide to the cenote. The mage's hand reached for his gun, but his mind stopped the impulse to shoot in time in the silence of the night. Cold logic told him to avoid any action that might attract unwanted attention in these dangerous lands. Anxious thoughts of vampires who could track him through empty shell casings made him give up using firearms. A focused gaze followed his opponents, waiting for the perfect moment to intervene in their mortal combat. The decisive moment came when the defeated bloodsucker was pinned to the ground by a sharp branch of the tree creature. The instant decision to create a portal turned the warlock into the invisible puppeteer of this grim scene. A perfectly timed spell redirected the deadly branch, causing the wooden creature to destroy itself. The mage's satisfied gaze slid over the scene of the fight, where no trace of his magical intervention remained. Engrossed in examining the defeated enemy, the young man almost missed the moment when the wounded bloodsucker soared into the night sky. The feverish movements of Wells, hastily grabbing his belongings, betrayed a fear of losing track of his only guide. Triumph overwhelmed the mage as the wounded guide led him to the nest where the true purpose of the quest was hidden. Countless bloodsuckers swarmed down the cenote, turning it into a living, pulsing organism. The mysterious liquid at the bottom caught the guy's attention with its unnatural bubbles, clearly indicating a magical nature. The experienced eye of the explorer discerned among the bubbling mass a desirable prey, unprocessed mordite. A cautious plan to use teleportation to mine the material was forming in the mind of the young man watching from above. Concentrated magical energy rushed downward at the mage's will, precisely targeting the precious find. The utmost concentration was reflected on the face of the wizard, directing magical flows towards the cherished goal. The triumphant moment of material extraction was overshadowed by an unexpected vibration that pierced all around. The trembling ground robbed the mage of his stability, even though he tried to stay on his knees. Creepy tentacles rose from the bubbling liquid, as if an invisible predator was searching for the captor of its treasure. Deathly horror distorted the pale face of Wells, who realized the full scale of the threat looming over him. Watching the calming creatures below, the hero realized the incredible difficulty of retrieving materials from the cenote under their fierce guard. The mage's quick mind came to the only possible solution. Everything would have to be done in one swift throw. The memory of a recently defeated dryad prompted the resourceful hero to think of the perfect bait to distract the guards. Lurking and hiding, the careful observer scrutinized what was happening below, preparing to implement a risky plan. A shimmering portal appeared in the air, and the lifeless body of the wooden creature flew straight into the depths of the cenote. The wooden man's heavy body collapsed into the dark waters, instantly finding himself in the deadly embrace of the mysterious tentacles. The water surface exploded with the appearance of no less than 8 wriggling tentacles, greedily reaching for unexpected prey. The jubilant mage took advantage of the moment of turmoil, channeling a stream of precious mordite through the created portal directly into his backpack. Having completed the dangerous mission, Callum hastily created a new portal for escape while the creatures remained distracted by the bait. Hours later, 2 grim-faced agents surveyed the scene, assessing the extent of the breach of the ancient seals. Experienced investigators exchanged guesses about the madman who dared to disturb the deadly nest of ancient creatures. A shrewd agent suggested that their work was deliberately sabotaged by an unknown intruder. The sudden report of the complete disappearance of the mordite led the agents to the inevitable conclusion of a targeted hunt for magical materials. The grim realization of the identity of the daring kidnapper made the guild representatives shudder at the prospect of meeting the infamous fugitive. While orders to report to High Mage Tyson were going around, a calm Callum had already appeared in a very different place. The self-confident pursuers made plans to catch the impudent man, unaware that their target was only a few meters away from the castle. The High Magician gave strict orders to put all GMR agents on maximum alert. The Commander-in-Chief's stern face left no doubt that he was serious about capturing Callum Wells at any cost. Curiosity made the agent following at their heels inquire as to the route of their rapid travel. But Tyson was angry at such a question. Despite his state of anger, the wise strategist explained the paramount importance of blocking the portals, cutting off all avenues of escape for the fugitive. A sudden stupor gripped the High Mage as the incredible sight behind the open door revealed itself. Callum, who had already half-stepped through the shimmering portal, stared in amazement at the entrance. A second's confusion was replaced by a panicked realization of the need for immediate escape. The deafening order to capture echoed through the corridors, making the agents cringe at its volume. Alarming reports of Callum Wells' appearance in the nightlands spread lightning fast among the guild agents. The commander gave clear instructions to the task force, ready for immediate execution of the combat mission. Everyone was blind to the movements of the elusive fugitive, causing growing tension among the pursuers. But one radar was able to pick up the Mage. Strict restrictions on the use of lethal weapons accompanied the operatives on the trail of the fugitive. The echo of the command to capture alive echoed around the neighborhood as the pursuers shortened the distance to their elusive target. The fugitive's coordinates were transmitted over the radio, directing the chase 2 kilometers south of the current position. The radar operator recorded the Mage's instantaneous movements, tracking each teleportation with half-kilometer accuracy. The sniper who had taken up a position on the high ground had Callum in his sights, waiting for permission to fire. The moments of checking the target stretched into an eternity as the sniper's finger froze on the trigger. A deafening gunshot broke the silence, marking the beginning of the decisive phase of the capture operation. The resourceful Mage was ahead of the flying bullet, creating a portal and taking a saving step toward the shimmering passage. The blast wave painted the surrounding world in fiery colors, engulfing everything in a dense shroud of smoke. The annoyed agent reported the failure of the operation. The target had slipped away at the last second, despite an accurate shot. The bitter realization of the guild's true power haunted the fleeing spellcaster, shattering his previous ideas about the organization. Anxious thoughts of a dysfunctional home bond plagued Well's mind at a critical time when support was needed more than ever. The young man's astonished gaze drifted to the sky, where one of the pursuers made an incredible leap, aimed directly at the fugitive. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, the Mage created portals one after another, each time moving 500 meters in a random direction. Fatigue came in waves, but the warlock stubbornly continued to create portals, moving through new territories every half-kilometer. A throbbing pain coursed through his body, but the Mage ignored the discomfort, focusing only on creating the next portal. The last bits of magical energy gathered into another shimmering passageway, into which the exhausted fugitive literally fell. The last portal led the staggering Callum into some dark alleyway, where his strength finally left his exhausted body. Nausea came up to his throat, causing the hero to frantically search for the nearest barrel, clamping his mouth with a trembling palm. An exhausted Wells hugged the cold metal of the barrel, preparing to shake off an agonizing bout of nausea. The blurred vision and dizziness from the countless movements through the portals gradually receded, bringing back clarity of thought. A lifted gaze came upon a couple frozen in amazement, a boy and a girl, watching the strange stranger anxiously. Concerned passersby tried to ascertain the stranger's condition in their own language, making sympathetic gestures. The language barrier became obvious when an exhausted Callum tried to respond in English, eliciting only perplexed looks from the locals. The confused Mage ran his trembling fingers through his tangled hair, trying to calm his dizziness and realize where his chaotic teleportation had thrown him. The silhouette of the Eiffel Tower, rising majestically against the twilight Parisian sky, instantly dispelled any doubts about the location. At the same time, the Nightlands agents, like an alarmed beehive, were relaying reports of Callum Wells' movements, while one of them, cutting through the air, patrolled the skies above the city. The flying agent, having received his long-awaited authorization to use deadly force, felt adrenaline rushing through his veins in anticipation of the hunt. The dark figure of the pursuer froze in midair above the twinkling lights of Paris, his predatory gaze methodically scanning every alley and street. A smug grin curved the agent's lips as he compared his ability to fly to his victim's teleportation. Word hung in the cool evening air that the panicked flight had left Callum no time to cover up traces of magical energy, which was to Sen's advantage. The former curator began to concentrate the magic in his palm with grim satisfaction, feeling the ancient power pulsing beneath his skin. His open palm revealed a glowing symbol of fire and wind, shimmering with an ominous light against the darkening sky above the city. Magical energy, like an invisible hurricane, began to spread through the streets of the city, penetrating through walls and barriers. The stalker's voice sounded with chilling certainty as his magic enveloped the city like an invisible net, sifting through thousands of auras in search of the right one. Magical streams snaked through every gutter, leaving no chance of concealment in the underground utilities. Even the dirtiest trash cans have not escaped the attention of the all-pervasive magic of a hunter seeking his prey. Through the ventilation system, the magical tentacle finally found the warlock in the restroom of a restaurant where he had run in an attempt to escape. The protagonist, not feeling mortal danger, calmly headed for the exit, adjusting his clothes and planning his next move. Agent Sen had already taken the perfect position to attack, his face radiating hatred and his body tense like a string in readiness for a lightning strike. Behind the restaurant window lurked the ominous figure of a former mentor whose fingers were already weaving the pattern of a deadly spell. Inexpressible horror distorted the young man's features as he recognized his former handler. Fear paralyzed his body and his mind desperately searched for a way to escape. The moment the guy froze in a daze, Sen unleashed a concentrated blob of blazing magic, rushing towards his target with inexorable precision. Green magical smoke erupted from all the exits of the building, accompanied by a powerful explosion that colored the air in emerald hues. Just 5 minutes earlier, the protagonist had been standing in a restaurant restroom, trying to clean up thoughts of his mysterious displacement to France with cold water. The reflection in the mirror stared back at him with mute reproach as he lifted his damp hair, trying to comprehend the chain of fateful events. The thought of the deadly danger of a direct collision pulsed through his mind, and memory obligingly brought up a picture of a recent miraculous escape from a gunshot. Comparing the situation to a chess game, he realized his recent defeats and the need to change his battle tactics. The solution matured instantly: to find a new foothold and develop an unconventional plan of action that could take the enemy by surprise. Thoughts of immediate escape from the country took over his mind as he finally ventured out of the relatively safe haven of the restroom. Time seemed to stand still when he saw the agent outside the window. Deadly magic was already flying in his direction, paralyzing his body with chilling terror. At the critical moment, the mind worked lightning fast. There was no time to flee. The only chance was an instant counterattack using his own magic. Her fingers began to weave a portal pattern, but precious seconds flowed away like sand as the former handler's magical attack drew inexorably closer. A plan formed lightning fast in his mind to redirect some of the enemy's attack, protecting vital organs from imminent impact. The second portal appeared behind him with incredible speed. Time flowed like sand through his fingers. The calculation was accurate. The residual energy from the redirected impact should have pushed his body to safety. A deafening explosion shook the air, and the force of the recoil hurled the protagonist through the escape portal he had created. The final stage of the plan unfolded as the former handler waited impatiently for the green smoke from the explosion to dissipate. Fury distorted the features of the agent's face as he summoned the search magic again, still confident in his superiority. A mocking voice boomed out, shouting insults at the inexperienced Callum. The triumph on Sen's face was replaced by unconcealed hatred as his gaze fell on the lone bearing on the ground. A furious scream shook the air as the agent slammed the metal evidence with force, realizing that the prey had slipped away again. In a quiet forest under a spreading tree, the young warlock tried to deal with the throbbing pain throughout his body. Every breath echoed with an excruciating pain in my chest, as if a heavy truck had driven over it. Despite the magical shield that absorbed the brunt of the blow, his hands were covered in deep scratches from the residual energy of the spell. Leaning against a tree, the protagonist was rethinking his attitude towards Agent Sen, realizing that he had underestimated the seriousness of the enemy. A slight smile touched his lips at the thought of how unexpected his maneuver had been to his former handler. The sunlight reflected in the metal bearing on his palm, reminding him of the mistake he had made in his panic with the unclosed portals. Resolutely clenching his fist with the metal trinket, he vowed to himself not to repeat his previous mistakes. With those words, he rose to his feet, ready to continue his journey as a fugitive, now more cautious and prepared. In the huge library, Agent Sen reported 18 casualties among mere mortals to the High Mage as he studied the ancient folios. Tyson recalled with ill-contained rage the 18 who had died due to the rash use of a forbidden spell. The agent tried to justify himself by authorizing the use of deadly force, but his voice sounded uncertain under the heavy gaze of his superiors. At the mention of a deadly spell against a fugitive, the face of the former curator of the protagonist lost all former self-confidence and turned pale. The Supreme Mage's hands clutched the agent's temples, lightning fast, causing his head to shake in an eerie rhythm. The enraged chief continued to yell about the 18 victims, while Sen tried to justify the lack of witnesses due to mass fainting. The High Magician inquired with icy calmness about the fate of the destroyed building, where firefighters and a task force were already at work. Silence hung in the air at the mention of the surveillance cameras installed outside and inside the establishment. Tyson continued to rasp, pointing out the need for a trail sweep by the GMR and BOS forces due to the incompetence of such a dumb agent. Sen, freed from his superior's grip, decided to defend his honor again and scornfully referred to the dead as ordinary mortals. Tyson pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose and simply remained silent, trying to contain his irritation at his subordinates' blatant stupidity. In a calm but chilling tone, he began to explain the implications of revealing their existence to ordinary people, which seemed to have no way of reaching the agent's mind. There was steel in his voice as he spoke of the importance of their organization's secrecy, which was constantly being undermined by Sen's recklessness. Callum's former handler bowed his head, avoiding his superior's gaze, and quietly uttered an apology, finally realizing the gravity of his actions. The High Mage's contemptuous gesture quashed any attempt at apology as he abruptly turned away from the negligent subordinate.
Tyson's last look, full of rage and frustration, demanded only one thing: concrete results from the delinquent agent.
The former handler started talking about the fugitive's amazing ability to slip out of their hands, trying to change the subject somehow. There was an involuntary admiration in his voice for the extraordinary abilities of the newly minted space mage, acquired only a couple of months ago, which were beyond the realm of possibility. The High Magician, returning to the bookshelf, thoughtfully agreed with Callum Wells' singularity, but there was a hidden meaning in his words. Memories of the tattoo on the fugitive's wrist contradicted the known fact that the spatial aspect had no combat potential. The mystery was getting deeper. This mage had somehow successfully resisted agents, fae, and even powerful vampires. The GMR agent's surprise bordered on disbelief. The test results seemed incredible, contradicting all known laws of magic. The High Magician, leafing through an ancient folio, revealed a shocking truth. Callum Wells' abilities were comparable to his own power. Tyson immersed himself in the study of magical texts, trying to find an explanation for the impossible, how a mere mage could reach the level of an archmage. Looking closely at the ancient drawings, the High Magician assumed the existence of a hidden secondary aspect besides the spatial aspect. But Agent Sen indignantly denied the very possibility of spatial mages with multiple aspects. Suspicions of secret accomplices supplying the fugitive with knowledge and materials crept into the minds of those investigating the case. The High Mage abruptly slammed the folio shut, demanding the immediate identification and punishment of all the assistants involved in this case. The former handler of the protagonist bowed respectfully, vowing to do his best to fulfill the order he had received. Tyson stopped the departing Agent Sen with a final warning that made the air in the room seem to thicken. An authoritative figure loomed over the terrified agent, threatening a complete reorganization of the unit in the event of another failure. The agent's face took on a bluish tinge of horror at the consequences of a possible failed mission. The stunned mage froze in the epicenter of the conflagration, trying to comprehend the scale of destruction around him. Wells' desperate cries rang out across the ashes, trying to find a response to help possible victims among the smoldering wreckage. A faint movement caught the rescuer's attention. A trembling hand was visible from under the rubble, giving signs of life. Adrenaline energized the exhausted warlock, who rushed to dismantle the smoking wreckage with his bare hands. With supernatural strength, the young man was able to kick away a massive rock, which revealed the wounded girl underneath. While the victim got out from under the rubble, the excited rescuer tried to find out the identity of the perpetrator of the tragedy. The victim's trembling finger pointed behind the warlock's back, where an ominous figure in a pall of smoke manifested. Fire Mage Sen, an implacable agent of persecution, stood in puffs of smoke, ready to continue his destructive mission. The wounded girl clutched at the hero's shoulders, her face contorted with pain as she drew closer, demanding answers for what had happened. A nightmarish vision flashed through Callum's mind. The victim's face was a burned mask with bleeding eye sockets. Reality intruded on the nightmare with a sudden awakening, snapping the young man out of the captivity of the terrifying visions. Trembling hands cradled the awakened mage's gaze while consciousness separated reality from the frightening images of the dream.
The anxious passengers in the next row looked warily at the restless guy trying to control himself.
The hood pulled over his head helped to hide his exhausted face from the prying eyes of his fellow travelers, and to calm his nerves a bit. News headlines screamed 18 dead in an unexpected fire that broke out in a restaurant kitchen. A small light of magic danced on the palm of the hero's hand, reminding him of his indirect guilt in the deaths of innocents. Clenched in furious desperation, his fist extinguished the magical flames while the weight of guilt pressed down on the mage's tormented conscience. The soft voice of the flight attendant announced the arrival in Texas, bringing the hero back to the reality of the current moment. A caring stewardess offered assistance to a frozen passenger who could not manage a stubborn bag in the overhead compartment. Refusing help, the hero retrieved the luggage on his own, but a sudden headache pierced his consciousness with a sharp needle. The troubled mage summoned a grain of magic to his palm, trying to figure out the nature of the sudden ailment. A disturbing realization came instantly. The home bond spell cast in the abdominal area was rapidly losing its power. The young man proudly noted the amazing resilience of his first home bond, opening the tattered bag that held something very important. The cheapness of the materials affected their quick wear and tear, but the prudent mage had prepared a whole bag of solutions in advance. The quest to improve his magical abilities led the warlock to Texas, where the necessary knowledge of home bond enhancement lurked. Footsteps resounded in the empty gray room where the young man had entered, with the hope of getting long-awaited help in his case. The pretty girl behind the counter greeted the visitor with a professional smile, inquiring about the purpose of the metallurgical workshop's visit. Talking about the possibility of a special order sparked a keen interest in the employee, ready to discuss the details of a future project. The enthusiastic guy pulled a laptop out of his bag, displaying a carefully crafted digital model of the desired product. The complexity of the project presented caused genuine surprise to the consultant, who mistook the visitor for a professional engineer.
The employee's confidence in the feasibility of the product brought a satisfied smile to her face when it came to the availability of the necessary materials for the job.
A mysterious smirk appeared on the warlock's face as he retrieved the unique materials from his bottomless bag. The unusual properties of the presented material caused genuine amazement to the consultant, who was scrutinizing the strange sample. An awkward explanation about a chance find in a store was accompanied by the characteristic gesture of a person trying to hide the true origin of an item. The experienced craftsman thoughtfully speculated about the need for temperature testing of the material, promising to complete all tests as soon as possible. Satisfied with the result of the meeting, the wizard left the workshop with an empty bag on his shoulder and a pleasant sense of accomplishment. The young man, realizing the prolonged absence of useful reading in his life, resolutely settled down at his laptop, ready to catch up. Realizing the need for constant development to counter GMR forced him to look for new ways to improve his skills. Reflections on the potential of Mordite and the possibility of a teleportation network captured Wells' mind, painting tantalizing prospects. The issue of installing teleportation plates at designated points around the world required careful thought to realize instantaneous travel. The sudden vibration of the phone on the desk, which turned out to be an incoming call from Lucy, caused an inexplicable tension in the young man. The girl, without taking a break from the work process, ironically mentioned another clash between the chief and the GMR representatives. Lucy momentarily broke away from the monitor, mentioning the mysterious ghost running between the portals, which caused her interlocutor's surprise. The protagonist chuckled as he pondered the ridiculousness of the rumors, where his ability to bypass guards was attributed to otherworldly forces. The hacker, brimming with genuine admiration and curiosity, was eager to hear the details of the incredible adventure. Callum, immersed in his memories, pondered the strange nature of the GMR, which, despite its formidable reputation, sometimes displayed astonishing incompetence. Memories of easily entering through the portal and bypassing the only guard caused the narrator to chuckle indulgently. Lucy, stretching in her desk chair, noted the uniqueness of her interlocutor's actions in confronting a powerful organization. The guild, which had enslaved the supernatural world through fear, had never before faced serious resistance to its power. The sudden appearance of a daring troublemaker created unprecedented chaos in the well-oiled system of the organization. The girl put forward an alternate theory about the hidden power of her young chief, capable of destroying the guild with one powerful spell. Lucy's eyes glowed with genuine admiration as she pondered the various versions of what was happening. The young men exchanged hearty laughter as they discussed cinematic theories and the amount of free time they had to come up with them. The protagonist's wary gaze casually snatched up the strange behavior of an unfamiliar couple standing behind him in the distance. In a flirtatious tone, the hacker suggested a joint escape to a Mexican resort, playfully twirling a strand of hair on her finger. Callum, keeping his guard up, responded unexpectedly positively to the suggestion, urging his interlocutor to maintain her natural demeanor. The guy's unexpected agreement made the hacker's cheeks blush brightly and her voice treacherously shake. Wells, trying to mitigate the resulting awkwardness, began to clumsily justify himself with busyness, and the assumption of the joking nature of the proposal. The embarrassed girl hastily confirmed the jocularity of her suggestion, nervously stroking her neck and trying to hide her excitement behind laughter. A hasty farewell was accompanied by mutual excuses about busyness, leaving the young man alone with agonizing reflections. Callum, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, slapped his face in frustration, cursing his own clumsiness in communication. Lucy, immersed in self-defeat, dropped her head to her desk as she continued to mentally berate herself for her inappropriate behavior. Turning half-turned, the girl pressed her cheek against the cool surface of the desk, reminding herself of professional boundaries with clients. The focused warlock leaned over his desk near his laptop, beginning to create a mysterious thread of viz. The painstaking work on a tiny detail seemed insignificant, but the mage persisted in his attempts. Closely watching the movements of his own fingers, the hero tried to channel energy into space, but the result eluded him. A sudden flash of success lit up the room. A small sphere materialized in the air, causing Callum to smile triumphantly. The magical thread expanded like a glowing ball of light, causing the mage to wipe away sweat from concentration and exertion. With fingers trembling with fatigue, the warlock guided the paperclip to the pulsing thread that hovered above his palm. The triumphant moment came when the paperclip retracted inside the sphere, emitting a mysterious, magical glow. The sudden disappearance of the object confirmed the success. A spatial pocket that surpassed the outer dimensions had been created. Guy acknowledged with a slight sadness the limitations of his spatial travel abilities, comparing himself to a famous time traveler. The magical orb in his palms drew the warlock's close attention, pondering the limitless possibilities of simplifying the creation of portals. Excited by the prospect of having his own portable storage unit, the boy leaned back in his chair, envisioning future independence from rented lockers. The marveling at the magical possibilities was interrupted by a bright ray of sunlight, causing Callum to cover his eyes with the palm of his hand. The approaching Friday afternoon reminded me to check my work on the home bond, forcing me to rise vigorously from my comfortable chair. The empty gray room greeted the young man who entered with the resounding echo of his greeting, echoing off the bare walls of the workshop. An unexpected bang and an exclamation from behind the counter made the protagonist flinch in surprise, eyes wide. A familiar co-worker with a band-aided abrasion on her head hurried up, explaining her search for the lost tool. The brief mention of the order instantly refreshed the girl's memory, recalling the strange client's unusual materials. The embarrassed young man machine rubbed his neck, confirming his identity to the attentive interlocutor. The craftswoman, immersed in thought, touched her chin thoughtfully, remembering the amazing properties of the resulting alloy. Memories of the unusual melting point of the material made the craftswoman question her initial assumption of a lead base. Numerous experiments have achieved the desired result, turning the mysterious material into a working state. The result of painstaking work was 3 kilograms of the finest wire, ready for further use. The surprised guy watched the craftswoman curiously as she pulled a box of extra copies of the order from under the counter. The enigmatic nature of the material did not prevent the creation of 5 additional copies, neatly stacked in a drawer. The protagonist's delighted surprise was expressed in an exclamation at the sight of 5 finished homebodies that exceeded his expectations. The delighted customer complimented the craftswoman while she politely declined the opportunity to offer a discount. The client's willingness to pay was expressed in a brief business question about the cost of the work performed. The girl's puzzled reverie at the mention of payment created a moment of tense silence between the two, which made Wells wary. The joyful send-off of a generously paid customer was followed by a disappointed look on the customer's face at the sight of having spent enough money to buy a car. Coming to terms with his financial loss, the young man remembered the need for an important call, pulling out his phone on the street. The awkward silence with Lucy after the last conversation was weighing heavily on the protagonist's mind. Overcoming his inner embarrassment, the young man resolutely dialed the hacker's number, hoping to keep his composure. A familiar pattern caught the girl's fingers swiftly moving across the keyboard among the many monitors, until a phone call interrupted her concentration. The hacker's attempt to keep her greeting casual betrayed her obvious embarrassment and excitement. The ridiculous caveat repeated by her interlocutor made Lucy stiffen in the realization of another awkwardness in communication. Desperate attempts to correct the caveat turned into a helpless stream of excuses, ending in an almost childish gesture of despair. The unexpected laughter of the interlocutor diffused the tense atmosphere, and he admitted his own excitement. which allowed the conversation to continue more casually. The interlocutor's pleading request for an end to the agonizing situation was accompanied by a dramatic drop of her head onto the desktop. The protagonist resolutely restarted the conversation with a simple greeting, eager to diffuse the tense atmosphere and forget the previous awkwardness. A joking suggestion of dismissal came from the lips of a girl feigning despair as she continued to lay her head on the table. The unexpected business proposal made the interlocutor straighten up sharply, showing undisguised curiosity about possible cooperation. The enthusiastic description of the GMR Network Independent Home Bond sounded like a promising business proposition in response to her interested question. The experienced hacker thoughtfully assessed the seriousness of the offer, mentally calculating the risks of trading magical artifacts on the black market. The protagonist indicated an approximate value of $1 million, emphasizing the difficulty of finding a reliable buyer for such a dangerous commodity. Lucy Harper grimly reminded us of the harsh consequences of possessing an unregistered home bond for buyers, including lengthy prison sentences. An ominous hint of the possibility of capital punishment by beheading hung heavy in the air as a warning. The prudent mage offered to back off the risky plan, not forgetting to mention the generous reward if the circumstances were right. The embarrassed girl noted the chief's special ability to dispose herself, immediately regretting what she had said. Desperate attempts to correct the awkward disclaimer were accompanied by irritated fist bumps on the table at the realization of his own clumsiness. The warlock delicately ended the conversation, eager to spare her interlocutor any further agonizing moments. The frozen image of the completed call drew the confused hacker's gaze for a few seconds. An emotional outburst of embarrassment and annoyance caused a flushed Lucy to grab her hair with a desperate cry. A tense discussion in the main office of the Magical Regulation Guild expressed bewilderment at the criminal's ability to avoid detection. Agent Jean made a timid attempt to justify himself to his angry superiors by mentioning the trail he had found. A detailed explanation of Callum Wells' peculiarly low magical signature and his ability to mask residual energy transpired in the experienced agent's report. Jean's interrupted explanation was replaced by Mr. Hargrave's furious slam on the table, demanding not an excuse but a decapitated fugitive, forcing his ward to retreat fearfully. The high-ranking official grimly recalled the two failed attempts to capture the elusive magician. The supervisor's irritation grew with each passing second at the lack of attention to the case as the agent stood there, covered in cold sweat. The mention of the desecration of Gail's precious granddaughter distorted Hargrave's face with a new wave of rage. A respectful bow accompanied Agent Jean's words of understanding to the angry Archiman. The superior approached his subordinate closely, preparing to assign a top-secret mission requiring absolute trust. The betrayed agent finally dared to raise his gaze, expressing his willingness to follow any order. Serious suspicions about the existence of a high-ranking associate of Callum Wells inside the GMR were voiced by the Archiman. Hargrave assigned Jean to lead the internal investigation, despite Duvallet's interest in catching the fugitive. The shocked guild representative interrogated the possibility of a traitor existing within the ranks of their organization, not believing his ears. The supervisor confirmed the suspicions meaningfully, not realizing that the one they were looking for was an unassuming employee named Lucy Harper.